Good morning, everybody. All right, glad we got a nice little crowd this morning. Before we kick things off, I'd like to go ahead and start the day off with a prayer. And I'm going to ask our chairman of our TERO Commission, Mr. Pratt, to come up and just say a quick prayer for us, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Steve, and welcome to everybody. Good to see each of you here. Been asked to give a blessing this morning, so would you bow with me and pray along with me. Our Father in heaven, we call upon you through the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Thanking you, Father, for this another day, Lord, a brand new day you give us. You extended our life once again, Father, for this day. And Heavenly Father, we thank you that on this day, Lord, that this meeting here can be held. Very important meeting, Lord, for our tribe and for our TERO organization and our community as well. We want to ask, Heavenly Father, that you would bless everybody that's here. Every person in the role that they have, Father, and the responsibilities that they carry. We want to ask you to bless them, Lord, in their efforts, Father, as they go along each day. And reach out to their families as well, Heavenly Father, their spouses, their children, grandchildren, like that, Father. We just ask you to touch each of them. And Father, we want to thank you especially for our guests this morning, Father, for them taking time out of their lives, Lord, and having an interest, Father, in our tribe here, Father, what we're trying to do. I want to ask you to bless them in a way, Father, that they could have good thoughts and good words, Father, to share with us, Heavenly Father, that, Lord, it would help us in our understanding and help us in the proceedings that we try to follow through on. In everything, Heavenly Father, we just want to ask that you would bless them like that, Father, because we know that all knowledge and all power, all skills, Lord, come from you. So, Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this gathering. We want to thank you, Lord, for the ones that have taken the time to put this meeting together. And we want to ask again, Father, that you would bless this time that we spend together this day and tomorrow, Heavenly Father, if you give us that day, Lord, we want to thank you already. We give you praise, Father, for all your wonderful blessings to us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Again, thank you all for coming in this morning. Appreciate, obviously, your presence and your time. Back in 2015, February 2015, after I came aboard with the tribe as the TERO director, I went down to a training in Phoenix. And that's where I met Kelsey Packenow. He does the training for the Council for Tribal Employment Rights. They're the nonprofit legal firm that helps all the different TERO organizations. Kelsey is a consultant. He's coming out of Newtown, North Dakota, and he's brought along one of his other TERO experts in the oil and gas industry, Frank Delapaz. Excuse me, yeah. So I wanted to just go ahead and say that much. I was pleasantly surprised with the training that I received that February. And this last December, we had the TERO convention in Las Vegas, and I ran into Kelsey again. And, again, another good presentation, powerful stuff, delivered there at the conference. And at that point, as we were wrapping up, we started talking, and, we were just thinking about, heck, I'd really like to have you come to Pawnee one of these days and deliver, one of these presentations that you've been doing. I can only say so much. People only listen to me so much. But, you know, coming from somebody else that has a well-developed, has 20-plus years in the TERO industry to come and present, it's going to be a powerful message. So that's what I'm hoping for. I hope you all get a little something out of this. It's going to go from 9 to 4 today. Tomorrow's going to go from 9 to noon. Okay, and we're going to have different presentations on different topics. You have the agenda there. There's coffee, tea, water, orange juice, some snacks. Help yourself. And it's my pleasure and honor to introduce to you Mr. Kelsey Packenow. Thank you.
Oh, it's good to be here this morning. Thank you for inviting us down to your country. We really appreciate what Steve has done, taking the steps to ensure that you have a good working knowledge of TERO and what we do. This morning I'll be doing a TERO 101, which is a basic course on TERO and what we actually do. Because a lot of people who step up say, oh, TERO does this and TERO does that. And a lot of times we don't do that. That's not our responsibility. It's not in our law. And that's one of the other best things that you need to know. One of the foremost things you need to know is that TERO is law. It's passed by your council. You have a resolution supporting it, and it's law. It's the law of your land. And you have to understand that, enforce that law, and whenever anybody goes to break TERO, it's a direct attack on your sovereignty because of the rights you're standing up for that have been established to bring our people together and to make them work in contracting, subcontracting, direct employment on the job, as well as our material people. A lot of times people overlook the material people, the one who supply the gravel, who have the stores in town who sell the merchandise to the contractors. Up in North Dakota, I'm going to refer to us a lot because we're one of the bigger TEROs in the country. A couple of years ago, we got our TERO director was TERO Director of the Year. That was Mr. Charles Foote, and we're here at the full support of our TERO Director. Steve put in a request for us to come down and provide assistance, technical assistance, and do a training session for you. And so we said yes, and Charles said yes, and so that's why we were able to come. And you know, we have the full backing of our commission and our TERO Director to be here. So, you know, with that said, you know, we do appreciate that. You know, Steve had the foresight to come and ask us to come down here and do that. And I'm a little more interactive, and I'm going to go on TERO and our commission, what our commission does. And we have a very, very active commission. And we enforce our laws. They support us wholly. You know, sometimes we'll get a fine, and our fines are tremendous up there because we're working in the oil industry. When we first started, we would fine them $500 a day, which is what is here. Case law says we can fine between $500 and $5,000 a day. And we were fining them $2,000 or $3,000. Well, oil company says, oh, okay, here's the check, you know, don't bother us. So we had to, you know, increase that. And the only place a lot of these people will listen is when you get them in the checkbook. You get that money. We call it uadza. When they get that money coming in out of their profit. So that's when we upped it to $5,000. About 3.5 months ago, we negotiated with one of the oil companies on a fine, and we were going to shut them down because they were outside our TERO rules and our TERO law. And they came in and they paid us $250,000 so that we wouldn't sanction them so they couldn't work on our lands. And we have a very, very strong TERO, and our council supports us, and we have a management staff that, you know, we're one of the bigger ones. We got 31 employees, right at 31 employees. We have 14 compliance officers with a chief compliance officer. Has the oversight on them. We have an operations manager. And we have, everything we do is in teams. We don't do nothing by ourselves, which is the way we're taught. You know, you go back to your traditional side, you know, you don't do nothing by yourself. Your relatives, your friends are always with you. And that's the way we do it. And so when we have a bid opening, they come to our office, they open a bid, and Frank and 2 others are on that bid opening team. And so everything we do it in numbers so that there's a consensus, because, you know, for everything. Because if they come in and you're focused on one thing and you may not see another, and what happens is the other guys will catch it and say, oh, you know, and we talk freely right in front of the contractors, you know, and we enforce our preference. So when the contracts come out, we're there for them. They come to our office, we open them. If there's non-Indian companies in there, and we have a TERO certified Indian company, then we will take, and they get, if there's an Indian company, then we get the bid. Our people get to do the bidding. And then we have a sliding scale in there too. But the contracts are written as such as TERO languages and all of those, and the contract languages, so that if we don't like it, we can throw it out and rebid everything. Now, those of you who work in contract know that that's a big part of every Indian contract that goes out. But you know, we do a lot of proactive things where you got to come to our office and you got to sit with us and you listen to us, and we make that determination whether you're going to work on our land or if not. And if you're not a good company, you're not paying our people, you're not adhering to our laws, then you may not be working there. And since the oil boom, what was that, 12 years now? About 12 years now, when we started out, we had no Indian companies working in the oil field. Now we have 141 Indian companies that are incorporated, whether it's full incorporation or LLC, who are working for the tribe, for the oil companies on our reservation. The good thing about that is a lot of them are getting that technical expertise now. They can go off the land. They can go on to outside our boundaries and work out there. They're getting good now. And so, you know, when I ask, you know, do you guys have any Indian companies working here? No? Okay. But, you know, that's the other thing, is you got to grow those companies. And right now, we're a lot harder on our tribal members than we are on non-Indians because of the fronting. But Frank will get into a lot of this stuff. I'm kind of getting off a little bit. But what I want to do is go back into TERO. Now, TERO was started back in 1977. And that was the original meeting was in 1977. 12 different tribes come together, mostly Pacific Northwest, come together in Warm Springs, Oregon. And the thing that's kind of a little bit different about that is the Warm Springs, we went there for the original meeting and nothing happened. Ooh, there we go. We got our chairman up. Oh, we got pictures now. I don't got to say nothing. You just look at pictures. No, I'm just kidding. But there's our. This is one of our lawyers. He was supposed to be here, Damon Williams, but he couldn't make it because of the closeness of graduation and Memorial Day coming up. But if we come down again, we'd like to bring him. There's Lee Adolph. These are some of the other people in TERO. Dan Press is our oldest attorney. He come out back in the 60s when we got some of our basic case law passed. He took on some real big companies. So, anyway, can you hold up on the pictures, please? But TERO was started back in Warm Springs, Oregon, and then it went from there. That lawyer, and this is the other one. Hold on, you move back this way, please. Right here is Conrad Edwards. He's one of the originating guys, one of the founders of TERO. Can you go this way?
It's on slideshow.
Oh, okay. So anyway, that's John Navarro. Anybody who's been in TERO for any amount of time knows who John Navarro is. So, it's sticking. So we, that's it. How long is this going to be?
You just said on the website, right? Oh, it's just on the slideshow right
It's just,
now.
Okay.
it's just free, it's just gonna go while you're talking.
It's going to loop, okay. So, anyway, just this past year, Warm Springs, Oregon finally enacted a law and started TERO. And they're starting out with a one-man band. TERO director does compliance, does everything. And so that's, you know, that it takes time.
What year was that, Kelsey?
1977. Hidatsa's, we enacted ours May 13th, 1983, I believe, when we enacted our TERO law. And primarily when it first started, like your local guys here will tell you, the TERO was originally intent and started on construction. It was dealing primarily with construction. And one of the big issues was we got in there, and with the thank you. Okay, what was I?
Oh, that, T.E.R.O started with construction.
Yeah, primarily with construction. That's why you have that 2.5%, you have 3% TERO fees. So when they start a job up, if it's, just to keep it simple, if it's $10, well, you get 3% of that. It goes between 3 and 5, somewhere 5.5% of TERO fees that you charge the contractor, and then he pays that to the tribe, and then off of that comes the direct employment. And so when he comes on and says, I got 15 jobs, you know, you can say, okay, you can keep 5 of them, and 10 of them are going to go to the tribal members here. But you have to be qualified. We can't send out people who are not qualified. And a lot of that knocks us out. You know, to be real honest with you, this is in your tribal government too. The administrators is, one, I can't hire them if they don't have a driver's license. 2, if they can't pass a drug test, they're done. You know, that's a real big issue. Even the unions, all the outside school districts. That's why you go by where the buses are parked, and you see a big sign, hiring CDL drivers, because of just the shortage of those people who are qualified, who keep their backgrounds clean and make sure they have their licensing and everything all up to date. And that's a big issue for all tribes. You know, even up there with us, you know, we send people out and we get them on the job, and then all of a sudden they can't do it, you know. So that's one part. But the TERO, and it's always been a real fight for us sometimes. Because we have companies that come on and say, I'm not going to hire your people. I was a TERO director in Yakima, and we had a contractor win a contract. He come up to me, and I said, we got to sign a compliance plan and all of this. And he says, okay. So we get ready, we go down there, and this guy is pretty brave, man. He says, if I hire 10 of your people, he says, how many of them are going to be drunks? This is a straight up conversation. He said, how many of them are going to be drunks? And I said, not one. And he goes, really? I said, yep. He said, you can guarantee me that? And I said, absolutely. And he says, how, would you put that in writing? I said, absolutely. And he says, how can you guarantee me that none of them will be drunks? I said, I can guarantee you that because with an attitude like that, you're not going to make one dime off the accommodation. Your contract's done. It's voided. You're out of here. Don't come back. And he says, you can't do that. I got a contract. I said, watch me. I said, right now, I said, my personal feeling is that we should file a class action suit against you because you just discriminated against 10,000 Yakimas. That's what your TERO can do for you and your people. You got to keep your people out front, because when we bring in, you know, we bring in some big numbers at MHA Nation, and you know, and that's on a monthly basis. And so when we bring in this kind of money, it's good for us. But the thing is, we're working for our people. Steve, if he brings in some really good money off of fines and off of TERO fees and stuff like that. Does he get a bonus? No. He gets to know he done his job in his heart. My people are working. I'm looking out for my people. That's who comes first, is our workers. And any TERO person, you can tell them, and that's real paramount, you know, is who do you work for? I work for my people. I work for my tribe. I work for the other people who are intermarried into my tribe and who have that skill set who can come and work. And it doesn't cost a tribe a dime. TERO is run correctly. You'll be giving money back to the general fund every year. No cost to the tribe. And you have to support them. You have to back them up. You have to say, yes, I want you to go out and do your job. And through all the components of TERO, the commission says, yeah, when they get a hearing, they reaffirm what your compliance officer is doing back there. He's out there doing his job, making sure that the people who are employed out there stay employed. Who are, when they start the layoffs, they're not the first one to go home. When they cut back on the hours, all the rest of the guys to work till 5 and the Indians go home at noon. When they start laying people off, all the Indians go first. No. We should be the one there till 5. The other guy should go home at 1. We should be the first one on that job and the last one off that job when it ends. That's what TERO's about. That's what we look for. That direct employment. And contracting. When you contract with people, what you want is, you want everybody on the same page. And right now, like I said, we have 141 Indian companies at 3 affiliated. We had another oil boom back in the 50s. And I went back and I researched it. And I did the research at the state and the tribe and the BIA. And there wasn't one Indian company involved in it. Now, you guys have had oil here for years. You know, and so, you know, that was a big kudos for us by growing these oil companies, and they can do all these oil services. And we're getting into the technical parts now where they can do fracking. Frank was really glad when they come up, he says, bro, he says, we got it. We got one who can do the technical aspects. We got 3 Indian companies now who can do fracking. And that's a big, that's a real paramount job in the oil industry. And we've got them qualified now to do those work, to do that work for us. We also have our own drilling company, and we have 3 rigs. 3 rigs, oil.
It's an oil company, Missouri River Resources.
Yep. And so we have them, and I'm looking for a piece I need in here. But there's a lot of things you got to do for TERO, and just like any of your other tribal programs, you have to support it. Because, you know, you may have your nephews, your brothers, your uncles, even your dad sometimes who works for TERO. And they come down and they sign up at the TERO office, and when the jobs come in, you do it. And we're not like HR. HR may take, what was it, 5 weeks to hire somebody? If that. In TERO, we're really fast acting. We get a job and we got 48 hours. What is your same? Yeah. Now, see, we take that a week and a day. Some places take it 2 days, but we've extended it out to make sure we got maximum time to get our people on that job. So when they call in, within days, we have to evaluate a person. They go down there, the company hires them, and they become an employee of that company. And so that when that company is hiring them, they follow all the rules and policies, drug testing, driver's license, skill set, what they need. If they're certified welders, they got to have that certification. So we put qualified people out. We're not picking somebody off the street to go and do that job. And that's what we do in TERO. And we have a whole section up in 3 affiliated. We have a department head and 2, or we got 1 now?
Departments?
Yeah, for Lloyd.
Oh, there's 2.
There's 2, and there used to be 3, but we had to reassign some duties, and so we moved 1 over. But we used to have three people in their job placement section of TERO, and we make sure we get our people out there constantly every month. We do a monthly report for the council. Number of people we put out, how much money we brought in, how many citations we issued, what those, the revenue from those citations, our SPUD fees, a lot of this stuff, I'm just kind of getting your interest here, so Frank's he's the man for this stuff. Okay, we're kind of specialized up there now because of the need. And so that's why we do a lot of that. And so it's good for us, but we have a big staff. Like I say, last year we got T.E.R.O Program of the Year and T.E.R.O Compliance Officer of the Year. Now, our T.E.R.O compliance officer, we got one, and he's in, what's his status again?
Operations manager.
No, before that, well, we came him internally.
Oh, yeah. Pitbull.
Yep, he's in Pitbull status. We got one compliance officer, Pitbull status, T.E.R.O National Compliance Officer of the Year. And to get him there, his diligence and his duty on the job, he wrote fines. And what would you say would be something for a compliance officer to write? For a year.
For a year, the fines, how
Yep.
many?
Mhm.
500? I don't know.
500 what?
Fines are
$500.
So money, dollars.
dollars. Oh, shoot, I can't imagine.
Just take a guess.
Can't say me.
Okay, you're right on. He wrote $1 million plus in 1 year in fines. One compliance officer.
That was before the $5,000
Yeah.
change.
Now we've upped it to 5,000 minimum. So, we push it hard. We train them, we support them, we back them up. Our compliance officers, we got 14 of them. Four are qualified and certified to carry firearms. All of our guys carry tasers. And we run trucks and they have reds and blues. Yeah.
Sirens.
Yep, we carry badges, T.E.R.O badges, compliance officer badges. Frank has one. I don't have one yet. I just sit in the office. I'm a house dog, you know. But yeah, it's something that's doable. You know, you've got the oil here. You know, why not start making these people pay to be on your land? Make them pay to come here, not just to run over the tribe. One other thing in royalties, any of you get royalties here off any land? What we've heard that the payoff here is 3% on royalties. Is that correct? CEO?
Depends, it changes.
Huh?
It changes per lease.
Burley's, okay. Ours up there, a minimum is 20%. We get 20%. If you're a landowner, you get 20% of that barrel. When we use our own, we have our own drilling company, the tribe does. And when we utilize them, we're at 100% payback to the tribe. We've got all the people who can process that oil, we can haul it, we can drill it, we can frack it. Anything in oil field services we can do now. And we grew these companies. So it can be done other places too. You know, it's just a matter of applying your law, supporting your people, getting enough staff out there. You know, Mr. Hawkins back there, I met him a few times at different training, and he's got the heart for it. Definitely got the background for it. Because you have to be hard on these guys. They're not used to listening to the Indians. They want to run over you. They're going to say, oh, no, you Indians, I'll tell you how to do this. I mean, you heard that before. You know, some guy had never been on an oil rig comes out there and they teach him how to do it. He's there for 2 or 3 weeks. No skin in the game, no ownership, no nothing, but he's going to tell the T.E.R.O guy how to do his job. We all see that. We all heard it. When our guys go out there, say, no. You know, you do this, you do it this way, you do it this way. When we get done, this is the result we want. And if you don't like it, then maybe we should get you out of here and get somebody else on this job. You got to play hardball with them. Yeah, you got to play hardball. Because you're taking care of your employment, you know. Because every time you put a person on a job out there who won't work for the tribe, who's doing contracting on your land, if you don't, they will take that money and it'll go to Texas or wherever these people are from. It'll go back there. You know, we worked out a formula that if you're going to utilize it and hire your people, you roll that money over 7 times in your community. So a person works, who's a tribal member, who works, gets a paycheck. You know, I'm sure you got credit, right? Loan your tribal loans. You know, they come and they pay them back. They pay your housing authority for their house. You know, they spend the money here in your businesses. You roll that thing over 7 times to get maximum benefit for the tribe from a person who's working a third-party contract. And they're paying to be here. They're paying to be here by signing that compliance plan and paying that TERO fee. And it's a fee. It's not a tax. We got any legal type people in here? Nope. We got one. Everybody's pointing over this way. Can you give me a definition of tax, sir?
Tax is a revenue-generating source for a government.
Okay. What's a fee?
A fee is a revenue-generating source for an agency or a administrative function of the government.
Okay.
But it's not revenue for the operation of the agency. It's revenue.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but everybody pointed to you, so.
That's all right.
Okay. What's one thing a fee gives you that tax don't give you?
No, tell me.
Anybody want to take a guess what a fee gives you?
What'd you say?
Huh?
You said
A fee, when you charge a TERO fee. Yeah, and the guy pays it. What does he get for that versus a tax?
I would think they would be getting contractors or subcontractors to ensure that they're going to pay you money when they're going to stay.
There's one thing though that's very paramount between them. It gives you a right. It gives you that right to come on to your land, to work for you, to hire your people, and to pay the fee, and stay within tribal law. That's what that fee does. It gives you that inherent right to come on. You can tax them and they still can't come on. But a fee, and it keeps you out of the auditors too, when you charge a fee versus a tax.
So that means if we own a construction company that's not on the reserve, per se not Indian owned,
Mhm.
but supposedly the tribe owns it. Now they can TERO and go and collect fees off that company, off tribal land. Is that correct?
Usually we stay on it within the boundaries, but if it's what they call a continuous part, where part of it's performed here and parts of it outside, then you can negotiate that out, yeah, and get that. Fed Highway is a prime example. They'll do a piece of your land here, and then they'll pay the TERO fee on this part. And then they say, well, this is off reservation. And you can negotiate back and say, well, you're going to hire 10 of my people. If you're going to go the extra 2 miles, I want my people on that job continuously. So there's ways to work it. You have to figure out, be innovative, and work with the people. And like with Steve here, you know, that's why we come down, is that we've got a lot of experience at this. You know, we've done all of this stuff, and we've been through the fights. And so when they call us and say, how do you do this? We tell them. And so that's a big part of it is working together, you know, all the tribes. And that's why there's over 300 tribes in TERO. There's 240 tribes in CTER, Council of Tribal Employment Rights. That's our parent organization. And so that's how we function. And when we have our national conferences, we have our legal team comes in and gives us updates on case law that's pending that may have a impact on us. So we try to stay ahead of it on the legal side, and then try not to make any mistakes when you get yourself in the bind in the courts. So you walk that fine line there in doing your law. But once you get the law working and you get it asserted and you can do these things, then it becomes, oh, okay, if you go to North Dakota and you go to down south of Williston, there's a tribe down there called the Three Affiliated Tribes, and they have a TERO. And we were sitting there eating lunch, and these guys were next to us, and they said, yeah, he says, you go down there, and them TERO guys, man, they're a bunch of hard asses. You know, that's the way they're talking about us. Because there you get down there, he says, they got people all over the place checking you all the time. And so that's one of the things we do. We work together. If Steve has a question, he can call me, or Frank. How do you do this? And we do it back and forth at no charge. We don't charge. You know, all Steve had to do was put a letter into my director, and we talked about it, and we discussed it, the time frame was worked out, and we're here.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important that you gentlemen are here, because there's no doubt in my mind, some of these individuals sitting here has no clue what TERO is, what you're doing, why the fees are,
Yeah.
you know, given out to companies or organizations or like the Delamar or the Post. You know, that's why I said I'm glad you're here to explain this information to the Pawnee Nation and the Pawnee employees, Pawnee Nation community at large. So I have an understanding of it. I used to be a TERO director way back in the day. And that's what's important, is that these have a clear understanding of what we're about, what you're doing, and why you're doing it. And I also appreciate it that you guys are here to let these individuals know. You know.
Well, thank you for the kind words. Sir?
Would TERO fees be involved in renegotiating rail service, trains?
Yeah, you can do them. See, when they first took the question was about railroads. When the railroads first came through, they wanted the easement, and they run their track down the middle here, it takes up what? Between those poles. But in the original intent, the original law that was passed was they wanted 20 miles on each side easement to run the railroad. And they run them mostly through reservations, if you ever look at it. Yeah. So, and then that was the one, they just took it. There was no payment, no nothing. They just took it by law. And so we have our laws too that we enforce now. And it's our TERO law.
Because our tribe just recently did rail service, renegotiate them going through and back and forth. And they're now paying the tribe.
Good, excellent. The other thing is you really got to watch these guys, especially the railroads, man. They're slipperier than hell. we had some work going to be done, and the owner on that portion was Yakima County, and Yakima County is like Pawnee County, you know, it's part of the tribe. And so TERO was involved in it. They needed was 10 or 12 guys at peak to work, and they submitted their manpower request, they signed a compliance plan, they did everything with that. Man, these guys are good. We're going to come together with our law. So we said, okay. So they sent the manpower request out, and we got it, and they requested 5 of our people for 10 jobs, which was half, which we were okay with. So we said, okay, we'll get this guy, and this guy. He didn't show up last time, but this guy here, we'll put him on the job. So we go down there and we do that. They get to the job site, fill out their applications, go through the whole process, and the HR guy sitting there, he says, I want to see your PL 688 243 card. It's a safety card, like an OSHA card, but you got to have it to work on the railroads. None of that was explained to us. None of that was told to us when we were negotiating that. So he says, this is it's non-negotiable. You got to have that card. So we said, okay, all right. And they got us, and we put them under strictly SOBs, you know. And we kept our file. About a week or so later, I'm out there checking. And they're right off of the road. They're working on the railroad. So I stopped and said, hey, and I says, how you doing, man? He goes, really sorry we couldn't use any of your people, but we're good here. And I said, okay. I said, I'm doing a compliance check. Who you got? Writing their names down, his name, company, date and time. And I said, no, I said, one of the things that was real paramount was that PL 688 card. Could I see yours? Could I see this? You were for me. Pulled it out of his wallet. It was about that big. It was all crunched up. Expired 5 years ago. The next guy, he had one, and it was in like 3 pieces. expired 4 years ago. Then the 3 guys who were the laborers doing the work, they never heard of it, and they didn't have one. And so I said, we got problems here, guys. And he says, what you gonna do? And I said, hold on. So I hit my buddy at the county and told him, I said, no, those guys got that safety card here. He goes, for a better word, he goes, holy shit. He goes, you're gonna shut them down? And I said, they're shut down right now. And I said, you guys cease and desist. Give them an order. Boom, give them. I said, you're done. And he said, well, we'll get 5 more guys up tomorrow. No. And your compliance plan says any training needed, you got to train us too. So he says, okay. And he says, we'll get a trainer up tomorrow, and you get me some of your guys, and we'll train them. I said, okay. So I sent 15 guys to training the next day to get that little safety card. Myself, I went to the training too. 2 of my compliance officers went to the training. We all sat in there and got the training, got the little cards, saying we can do this. Basically, what it means is that safety card, if you hear a train horn, get off the track. That's what it meant. So, anyway, we get done, and he says, okay, he said, these guys here fill out the application, so he says, I'll take these guys. And I said, yeah, and I said, I got 5 more back there. And he says, well, I can bring 5 of my guys up. I said, that was before you BS me. I said, now, I said, you're kind of at the low end. Basically, you lied to me. You weren't fully forthcoming. You didn't tell me everything that you had to have was in that little card. And that was your trump card, and you knew it. And he goes, oh, well. So what do I got to do? I said, you got to hire these 10 guys right here. You get yourself and you get a foreman. That's what you get. No disclosure to me. I said, you're going to get treated accordingly. So we took all 10 jobs. And then he says, well, what about the training? I said, thank you. He said, we usually bill for this. And I said, go ahead and bill us. I said, by the way, did I tell you for you lying to me, I'm going to give you a $10,000 fine? You know, you got to be quick on your feet. The guy says, holy cow, he was a little more expeditive than that. You know, when you work with contractors, you hear a lot of verbalization that is on the other end. Like going into a bar, listening to people talk. You know? And so he goes, holy cow, he goes, 10,000? I said, yep. And he says, we won't make no money off it. And I says, well, how is that my problem? You know, don't put me in that seat. You're gonna profit. You already have a contract. You already signed everything. Then you come up with this safety thing, and none of your people had it. I said, 10,000 is fair to me. So he was holding on. He steps out, and he comes back in, and about a half hour later, the BNSF, they show up, and he says, I can authorize here on site 5,000. And I said, that's a down payment. Send me the other 5. You know, and I find them. And our people got to work. But that's what you got to do as a TERO officer. You got to support your people. You got to look out for them. And so that's what we do. We do a lot of things that a lot of times it's people say, wow, can you do that? The other thing we hear is, if you give them a big fine, they're not going to come back. You know, they ain't coming back. I said, good. I said, they were the lowest bidder anyway. You know, with that kind of ethics, maybe we don't want them back on our land. What else are they doing out there to our land when we're not around? You know, that railroad is real dirty work. There's a lot of tar, there's a lot of outside chemicals that go into that. So, you know, you tell me, he was the lowest bidder anyway. So don't worry, I said, we had 15 bidders on this. There's 14 other people want to take his job. So if he leaves, goodbye. So long. Sayonara. Don't let the door hit you. You have to be hardcore on this enforcement. You gotta let your compliance officers work. Never waive your fee. Don't waive that fee. It's an attack on your sovereignty. Your right to do business on your land. SWIFT is sovereignty. TERO is sovereignty-based. So, with that, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. It's almost 10. And, oh yeah, good timing here. Obviously, you've been in management for quite a while. Anyway, thank you for your attention this morning, and I hope some of the words and some of the stuff I'm expressing to you is a hardcore working of TERO. So with that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back and we'll go a little more by PowerPoint and stuff. But this morning, I just wanted to get you warmed up a little bit on what we do and how we do it, and sometimes when we do it too. But if they play by the rules, we got no problem with it. Just like anybody else. Oh, here comes our TERO director. Hey.
All right, if anybody needs to use the restrooms, they're in the back doors there to the left. And again, there's some refreshments and donuts still. We'll go ahead and get back together in about 10 minutes.
TERO was created as a national advocacy voice to provide protection for Native Americans working on and off the reservation. We were created to remove barriers, like I said earlier, the barriers about having a little card to get on the job, having that license and being able to pass a drug test. And we got all that stuff working for us. The other thing is our parent company, C.T.E.R.O, our parent organization, Council for Tribal Employment Rights, is one that has oversight on what goes on. TERO, our national conference, is going to be in Lummi, Washington. It's up by the Canadian border, and it's about 15 miles from the Canadian border. And Lummi Nation is doing the support for it. So we're going to go. I imagine Steve, you going to be up there? Yep. Yeah, we'll put him up front and let him talk a little bit. But actually, we'll be up there. Frank will be there. I'll be there. MHA Nation TERO will be there. We'll have a whole, probably 45, 50, maybe more TEROs will show up. Oh, and there is a golf outing. For those of you who chased that little white ball, there's one of those. Yeah. This year payout, I think, is $15,000 for the winner. Whoa. I'm just kidding. Not to wake you up. But anyway, C.T.E.R., and with that, Equal Employment Opportunities Commission, EEOC. You'll hear that acronym quite a bit. EEOC, and that's how you protect your people on a job on third party. So they're not from the tribe, they're contracting, and so Title VII of EEOC applies to those contractors. So if you have a violation of discrimination, racism, Michigan's got one for weight now. If you're overweight, you can file a discrimination claim. I'm going to go up there and get one. Anyway, there's like 7 different items that you can go through, and that you qualify as an EEOC. And Equal Employment Opportunities Commission was started in 1964, it was ratified in 68, 65, almost 66. So it's been around for a while, and it's a direct outcome of Martin Luther King in the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission. Indian civil rights also come about that time. So some of the older guys in here know what I'm talking about with all that set of laws. And so that's how we protect our people on the job. They're not part of the tribe, they're not part of the HR, they're not working for the state, they're working for the tribe. So we use a federal entity to enforce discrimination laws, etc. Sexual harassment, gender now. But EEOC started in 1980. They came to the National TERO Conference and did a presentation. But these guys were unlike other federal agencies. They come and said, we're going to fund 125 TEROs. Just to be fair, we're going to take, when they started, all these TEROs that brought in their TERO ordinances, and we're going to give them $25,000 as a contract. And that's so we can take the charges, we can file, they give us 180 days for the TERO to try to take care of it at the local level. That's what the commission, TERO compliance, TERO director, all come into play if there's a violation out there. Once we get that settled, and if they say, okay, they pay a fine, they get rid of the person who's doing that. There's different ways of handling every one of these. But EEOC will then, they pay quarterly, and that's the only outside money most TEROs get, is from that EEOC contract. Other than that, we're pretty much self-sustaining. The majority of them, the tribe don't have to feed them. They don't cost you nothing. But EEOC is, we go to training once a year for it. EEOC pays for one, usually a TERO director or who's designated, to go to the EEOC training on how to take a charge, look at the facts, do the investigation, all of that. And so there's sometimes when we've got a deal going. We had one in OFCCP. Anybody hear of them? They're a federal agency. And it's Office of Federal Contract Compliance Program, OFCCP. Now, if you're a Fed contractor and you get on their blacklist or you get red flagged, you don't work on any federal job. So if they come here and say, well, you know, I'm going to work with the Pawnees, but we got 638 money that is in there, then we got a commingling of $1 and all the federal rules come in and this person can't legally submit a bid. You can't work. So OFCCP is a big player in this. And we had one guy, we went out, talked to him, contacted him, brought him in the office. He wouldn't say nothing. He was very obnoxious, the whole 9 yards. So we said, we're going to set this up and we want to have bring who you want to bring, and we're going to see if we can negotiate this out. We're going to have a person who filed a complaint in here. We're not going to have a hearing per se, but we're going to just get some of the facts straight before we pass this on. He says, okay, I'll be there. Walks in, sits down like this, and we're up the front. We got all our documents and everything. We're ready to rock and roll. And the guy from the head guy from the regional director for EEOC walks in, and the regional director for OFCCP walks in, and he says, "I'm here just to monitor. My name is so and so. Here's my card, and I'm the director for EEOC, and we're gonna monitor this little meeting." OFCC gets up and says, "Here's my card. I'm from the contract compliance program for the feds, and with this, we're gonna start a basic background on you to see your what's that word? Yeah, it was in fitness for this job or any other federal jobs. So we're gonna look over you." And he says, "What does that mean?" And she says, "I have the authority to red flag you, blacklist you, whatever you want to do on all federal programs, all federal jobs. There's $1 in that contract that comes from the feds, they're disqualified immediately." And then they went and sat down in the back. I told them, "Just introduce yourself and go sit in the back. Don't say nothing." "Well, we didn't know these people were going to be here." I said, "Well," I said, "Yeah, we're going to do everything we can to defend our people. You're a third-party contractor, and you think you don't have a Human Rights Commission looking over you. You don't have the state side looking at you because you're not working for the state. You don't come under the tribal HR. So EEOC has jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction here." So with that, enough said. Now, getting back to this, your foreman, such and such a day, come to work at 5 in the morning, still under the influence of alcohol, was urinating outside the office, and one of our Indian women was walking up. I said, now he says to her, he says, "Hey baby, you want some of this?" And she says, "No." And looked away, walked back to her car, sat there and called us. So we were down there, and we shut them down right there. We shut that job down. Then we negotiated we got that person off the job, and we talked with him, and he wanted to come back on. So we worked that part out so they got back to work. But when they did that, we hired, when that guy left, he was a foreman, we filled it with one of our people who was a foreman. We made him see the light. Then we took him on with the EEOC. And we got done, and he says, well, geez, I don't want to go to the feds. I don't want to be in federal court. I don't want to be under the scrutiny of this contract compliance program. He said, what will it take to settle this? And I said, well, I got a number, and you guys think of a number. We're gonna go after your money. And he says, wow, he goes, And he's sitting there real quiet. He's done a lot of work for us. So he had the money. I said, how about we be fair about this, and we'll charge you $25,000 for her inconvenience and your former foreman doing what he did. We won't file it with the state for sexual harassment or nothing. But I said, you know, you list it as a bonus, you pay it out to her. And so she got $10,000 and we got 20, and it went away. But you know, that way, you can't, you know, they terminated the guy, he wrote a letter of apology, he did everything the guy could do, but he was gone. And it was a Fed job, so when we reported that, their contract offered representative come down, loaded the guy up, and took him across to the hospital and wanted blood alcohol on him. And he still is at a .12. He was definitely obviously under the influence on the job. So that was a big safety liability. So OSHA hit him also with the fine. But we got it all around, you know, all rounded up. But that's the power you have with TEROs, with your EEOC and with your commissions. Your commissioners have a big input into this when it comes to a hearing where somebody says, okay, I got $10,000, that's not enough. I want this and I want that. And you file a complaint with the TERO director, he passes it on. We're structured a little bit different than we are because of the size there. And it comes to the commissioners in a complaint form. And then they can do what they want because they have civil authority to have these hearings. And so we go after the fines. And nowadays, if we do it, the fines are much greater, of course. This was a few years back. So, you know, the commission makes a lot of tough decisions. They make hard decisions. Ex parte communication is something you don't want to get into. Do you know what ex parte communication is? Neither do I. I'm just kidding. It's when you're going to go and you're going to go talk to somebody about settling your case, and what you want to do. What you want to do is you want them to hear from you first. So even though they're going to have a hearing and everything, they come to you and you're on the commission, say, and they come to you 3 or 4 days before, whoever's on the commission, they says, oh, well, you guys are on that board, yeah. Well, I don't know how it works here, but if the conversation starts out as, say, I want to tell you something, you know it's coming. And you know, if it's about your case, I'm sorry, I can't hear you because I got to be fair and equal to both sides. So I can't listen to anything you've got to say about that. Because if it goes on and it gets out of I'm getting into commission stuff right now, but yeah, I'll do a little bit. If it gets outside that you had ex parte communication, then it voids the whole aspect of what you're doing. And especially if the lawyers get a hold of it and they find out you've been talking to this commissioner over here before any hearings, he's already being front-loaded to make a decision in your behalf, versus you just go in there just like a court and you support the facts with what's happened. So the commission plays a big part in that, and part of that is ex parte communication. In ours, it took me 7 months to rewrite our commission code. And that was a selection of who should be on that code, who should be on the commissioner. 1 is you gotta have a driver's license. 2 is you can't be testing positive for drugs. 3 is you can't own or be a part owner in any oil field services. Because prior to this, we'd have people who owned oil companies, tribal members, get on the commission and say, I'm on the commission, you got to deal with me. I want that contract. Now, is that fair to you? No. So that's why we had to rewrite the rules so that you couldn't be a business owner in the oil field industry. Business owner, part owner, any interest, and you have to recuse yourself if it's mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, grandpa, grandma, stepson, stepsister, everything. So that if it comes about, and it's hard to do, you know. And here, especially in the tribes, they're all related. If we're not related directly, then we're through the clans. I don't know if you got clans or societies. You know, it might be my society or my clan grandpa. You know, this is my clan uncle sitting here, and this is my clan sister over here filing a complaint. You know, so you have to kind of set aside all of that. And it makes it difficult at times as a commissioner to listen to the law. What's being presented as facts in this case, and we have an investigator who verifies all this stuff before it gets to you. We vet it. And so, with that said, it took us about 7 months, right? Because I was in council every time, and they didn't like this, they didn't like that. Can't be a felon. No felons. You know, you can't be a part of an oil company. And you have to have, and we're really lucky. The people we got on our commission have degrees and are really successful people. So we were lucky. And then we have 6 districts up there, and so each district, the councilman from that district appoints one commissioner, and they have to meet all this criteria. And then when they get them all done, then they submit a little resume, goes before council. Council looks the resume over. They vet them. They ask them questions and stuff. And then when they're good with it, they write a resolution saying that it's okay for this person to be on the commission. And by resolution, they're placed on that board. And then the payment, we pay them for mileage, and we pay them for, I'll give you guys some ideas here. We pay them for the meeting, and we have a different rate for when they're having a hearing, and we pay them mileage. And then we always provide food for them. And so that's some of the benefits the commission gets. And then in our commission, we have the meetings. I'm the liaison. I set it all up for us. Our meetings, we vet out the agenda so that they know what's coming on the agenda. If there's any discovery information that they need to get out in writing, we get those to the commissioners so they can have all the written forms, so they're not, I'm sure your council does this when you're sitting in front of council, they're trying to read the resolution as it's being presented on the floor. You know, and that happens. You know, they have no idea what's coming at them until they actually sit in that chair and start the meeting. And it's really unfair to some of the people who have some really good ideas who are coming up with, you know, different things on how the tribe should work and function. So we do that with our commission, and so that a lot of things that they put out, or one of the big things that we got around was collection activity. You know, the commissioners, the commission board is not a bill collecting agency. You have it written in your civil code that if you are owed money by someone, you go to tribal court, you pay a fee, you submit your documentation, a judge hears it and makes a judgment. That's how the civil court works up there where we are. And I'm sure it's the same here. So that when they say, you know, this guy owes me $100,000, he hasn't paid me, what are you going to do about it? You know, you need to go to tribal court first and get a judgment. Then with a judgment, the commission can say, where we are at is very lucrative. The money is tremendous up there. And so when they come back with that, the one thing they don't want to do is lose that right to work. Even our Indian companies and non-Indian companies also. But they can come back with that judgment, give us a judgment, and we can take that judgment to our commission. And the commission won't do nothing about the money part. That's already decided in court. What they will look at is your licensing, your fitness. You know, are you providing management capability? Are you a front? That's a big issue we have up there is fronts. Are you being financially responsible? You know, what's your level of financial literacy on how to pay your bills? All of that comes into play. And at that point in time with a judgment, it makes it a lot easier for us to suspend their license, holder license. A lot of times they give them 90 days, and they must make substantial payments on this, because if he's out of work, he can't pay you. So that's one of the things we worked out is, okay, you can stay working, but you got 90 days, and you better pay this guy 100,000. You better pay him down to like 25,000. That's 25,000 a month. You know, and our guys up there, our Indian contractors are pretty healthy. We have 141 of them, like I said. And one come up to me the other day, and he says, "Man," he said, "it's really slow." He said, I only made like 50,000 this month." You know, who here would like to make 50,000 a month? You know, and so with that comes that need for the cash flow too. You know, they'll fight. I'm not going to lie to you. These guys will fight, in-house fighting. And when it comes to money, I'm qualified. I'm the bigger Indian. I got more feathers in my hat than him. You know, they start that. And so that's one thing you got to be aware of is the tribal people are, once they start getting a little sniff and get that blood in the water, they start making some money, then they're going to start getting real aggressive on who gets preference and how you outline that. Frank's going to go into that. We have a tier system that breaks that down on how you're placed when you go to bid. It's a tier 1 job, and I'm the 100% Indian owner from MHA Nation. And then so I have this gentleman here working with me, and he's the 49%. You know, then instead of being a tier 1, I'm going to probably drop to a tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 will be 100% MHA, Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara. 2 would be myself and another tribal member. 3 would be myself and another non-Indian. And then it goes down from there. Two non-Indians, then they drop. But we always have, if there's one bidder, and we use a sliding scale, it says in your code 10%, right? That's what I thought I read. So if an Indian contractor comes in, and he's within 10% of that bid, then they suspend this other guy, and they go negotiate with the Indian contractor. That's how we keep our people employed, keep our contractors working. So. But the thing about the commission, once we got them all on board, I had to do some training with them, get them all lined out. But every time we had a meeting, because it's so varied, and we're working in this oil industry, that normal stuff for construction wasn't working in the oil industry. So we had to come up with a new code, and we've got a code in our TERO ordinance for oil and gas. That's how far we've evolved. And Frank he's our expert on that. I can touch it, hit the high spots and make it sound good, but he can explain the deep-rooted aspects of oil and gas industry, how you apply it, how you do it, you know, who makes the benefit, and the benefit's always for our people. So with that, you know, said the commission, they have one monthly meeting. Sometimes we have to have 2. And we've just resurrected them, so to speak, about 7, 8 months ago. It took about 7 or 8 months to get all the legal part through our committee and tribal council to vet it and approve it by resolution, so it's law. And then from there, we let the councilman appoint, and I told you how we did the appointments. Each district gets one to be vetted by resolution, because the resolution is required because they're sitting on a board, and finance requires a resolution to pay. So they're in the vendor system, so that's how we put them in there. And so that when they get Frank Delapaz, boom, they write him a check for a commission hearing. But our commissioners, they all get that. And we get a different rate. Yes, sir.
Can you just touch on what you're doing for your commissioners, what you've implemented as far as their stipend, and then for the different types of meetings that you have?
I'm just going to go to that. You want the dollar amounts? Okay. I didn't know. These guys would say, hey, wait a minute, you know, I'm getting $20 here. Our commission meetings, we have once a month, and those are on usually the second Tuesday of every month. And we pay each of our commissioners $300 for the meeting, and we give them mileage, and of course we feed them. And, huh? 300. I can see the dollar signs coming. What's that? Yeah, we have the resources. And if we didn't pay them that much, they'd be all crying and running to council. So, yeah. So, don't you be going there now. And then for our commission hearings, where we actually have a hearing, our meetings, we start at 5, and I don't run them, I facilitate them. And I make sure everything's there for the commission, the agenda, all that stuff's laid out. We bring in the food for them at their break, we do all that. And then we also have, one of the things that makes us unique is we have a lawyer who works strictly for T.E.R.O. He's not a tribal council lawyer, he's not from their OLC, Office of Legal Counsel staff. He's a T.E.R.O. lawyer. He works for us exclusively. And so when we go into these hearings, we have our lawyer with us, and he sits there at anytime we need a legal opinion. We have something that has to do with T.E.R.O, they'll call me, call on myself. And then a lot of times they'll say, what about the legalities? And he'll support what we've just said by case law or whatever, our law. And so that's how they answer the legal questions as they're going into meetings. And then when we have a hearing, our hearings are the following Tuesday, and they start at 10 o'clock. And for a commission being young as we are, we've had 8, maybe 9, possibly 10 commission meetings in that period of time. And those are the ones where we go in, and there's ones where we had to vet out stuff and additional information. We had to get the legal part of it down for the hearings that we had. And we got 30 days to respond to this. When you come and have a hearing with us, in 30 days you'll get a written response from us. What's that? Oh yeah, I'm getting to that. And so, when we have a hearing, it goes from 10 o'clock in the morning to whenever. Whenever we get done, sometimes we'll have 2, sometimes we'll have 3 or 4 hearings in a day. And those, our commissioners get $500 a day for hearings. And we have hearings, mileage, and of course food. And that's how we set that. So I'm sure you're going to have a bunch of people applying for commissions saying, hey, they get $300, we get. But yeah, that's what we pay them. Then we take them to training with us and stuff like that. They're going to start traveling with us now. Yes?
Well, see, that's why I think it's important for the T.E.R.O commissioners to, one, be educated, 2, have experience in construction, in all aspects of organization, in companies, in subcontracts, know what all this is about as a commissioner. When you're even appointed, if you don't know nothing about it, you don't need to be submitting your name. Because we've run into a problem where we got commissioners and or board members who don't know nothing about programs, who don't know nothing how we operate. But they sit on these boards.
Those are kind of a double-edged sword. One way, it's bad they don't have the knowledge. The other side is you can bring someone in like me and I'll train you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you how to do it.
But then they balk and say, you're spending all this money to train me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 2 sides
Even though,
bumping heads against each other when we're trying to.
yeah, they will try it. Yeah, we've been really lucky. One of my commissioners, she's a BIA superintendent. He retired after like 45 years. He's got 2 master's degrees. You know, another one has got a whole room full of accounting degrees. We've got those people who are pretty well educated. That was another thing in there. We didn't want to make it so that you had to have a degree, but we put in there high school or better. And that's where we went with that. Because sometimes people may not have this high level of education, but they got something else that you can't buy, you can't pay for. What's that?
Common sense.
That's right. Common sense. They can do the sniff test. If that hamburger don't smell right, then you throw it away. You know, you don't try to cook it and eat it. You know, that's common sense. Yes, sir.
You don't want to respond or careful about with the commission is that, you know, it's great for the commission to have a lot of information, but they have to be able to understand what their role is as an administrative body to set policy. And that policy is law or regulations, and not to operate the TERO program, not to be part of day-to-day operations, because that's what they have a director for. And here you have Steve to do that. So a lot of times in my experience working with different tribal TEROs is that they not only want knowledge and training, but they want to be able to be the TERO director. And you can't serve both functions. You can't go directly as a TERO commissioner having knowledge of how, or getting training on how tribal departments work, how businesses work, and your business system on your reservation, and then do the day-to-day operations. You have to be able to trust your employees and your contractors because they're the experts in that area.
Yeah, micromanaging is one of the big things. And when it comes out, we have to send it back to them and tell them, you're going to have to route this around through official action. That ex parte communication's coming up again, where you don't go step out as a commissioner and say, hey, I'm going to talk to you, Mr. Director. You know, you hired this guy on the job and you fired, or they got fired and you didn't do nothing about it. What's up with that? You know, that's when you have to really get it in front of the commission. Everybody has to hear it on that board, not just one person.
Is Frank going to touch on where your TERO money goes to?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that'll all be.
That's going to be part of the TERO update. We have several different presentations. Well, maybe this is a good time to do some housekeeping. I brought several different presentations. One is the TERO update, where I'm going to be presenting data and numbers and things of that sort for your information. But the other part or the other presentation that we're going to be doing is Indian preference and contracting, and that's dealing with the oil and gas regulations. And do you want a copy of that in front of you as a group, or do you want to be able to, if I leave that with Steve and Joe, to be able to get the PowerPoint presentation itself? What would you rather have? Would you rather have something in front of you? The reason why I'm asking is that screen is very small. Most, like in Indian country all the time, nobody's up in front, everybody's always in the back. And it's going to be tough to see that language, that legal language that we deal with Indian preference and contracting. So what would everybody want to, what would you want to have happen? Do you want a copy of it in front of you? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Hawkins? Okay, that being said, we do have quite an extensive program, like I was saying at the first. And we're giving you what we usually will take us like 40 hours to do in a day and a half or 12 hours, less than 12 hours. So it's you know, to cover this much territory and this much of our laws and what TERO actually does is something that is kind of difficult at times. Anyway, the other part is determination will be granted for someone being registered in a federally recognized tribe. So a lot of times for training, if you got training dollars here, if you have it set up so where your tribal members go first, if there's not enough of them, then you open it up to other tribal members who are, say, married within the tribe, who the tribal member gets direct benefit of their employment, the money they make, and tribal preference and Indian preference. Can anybody kind of give me what the difference is? Tribal preference and Indian preference. Oh, there's that guy in the shirt. He says he knows it all. The yellow shirt.
I didn't say I know it all.
Well, you alluded to that.
I was talking about music system.
Oh, music. Then he was from Oregon University, right? Oh, he almost beat me up on that one. Oh. He's you. Anyway, what it is Indian preference or tribal preference is if you have a job going out here and you're working on, say, you're building a building, so you're going to build a new TERO building, and we just built one for us. It's right at $15 million and 4 stories high. TERO Energy building we built. We just occupied it in January. So it's 53,000 square feet of office space for us. And so we have that at our availability. We did it with all T.E.R.O dollars. No tribal dollars were expended on this. We collected the money and we wanted to benefit and we said we want to build it. So we got it.
Well, it's like the Tonkawa tribes, they got a Northern Lights Casino up there by Shirako, by the Indian School.
Mhm.
And then they got a casino there on tribal lands at Fort Oakland. And they just recently, about a year and a half ago, opened a brand new casino off I-35. And the Tonkawas built and paid for that one casino through the revenues of all the rest of the casino. They didn't get no loans, they didn't get no contractors. They had enough money to build their own
Build their own,
casino
yeah.
for free.
And when you're doing that, we
And
expend,
profit.
yeah, everything that's coming to you, that is out of your tribal trust monies, you can enforce tribal preference. Meaning that it's Pawnee money, I want Pawnees to work on it exclusively. I don't want no other tribes, I don't want no non-Indians, anything like that. I want Pawnees on that job. You can make that determination. Now, the Indian contracting is where you have, it comes back to the dollars. You have a job, like you were saying, you're going to build, what do you need here? You need a new T.E.R.O building. So we say, okay, T.E.R.O's going to build it, and we're going to put out for grants, and say the grant comes in, and it's commingling with federal dollars. The guys who work in administration know that word quite a bit, commingling. And so when they commingle the money like that, then the Indian preference comes in. Yeah, you're first up. Your first up guys will be the Pawnees. But then it's after that, then the other tribal members who are ones who are married here, and the other ones who are staying here but have that skill set and can be a real asset to that job, know what they're doing. They're the guys that will come on that after that. Then you can go to, sometimes there's tribes that say, okay, she's Pawnee, but he's not Indian, so he'll drop down into that fourth category of being called. And that's how you tier that when you do the call out for the jobs. And that's a big difference between Indian preference and tribal preference.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I think at least 85 to 75% of Pawnee Nation employees should be Pawnee Nation tribal members, descendants of, and or other tribes within the Pawnee Nation. Now, when we hire non-Indians for a Pawnee Nation tribal job,
You
and
take
you've
the
got
money away from
another
your tribal.
Pawnee that's going against that individual, they end up picking the non-Indian. And that's not fair, because that's a training position until they're
Yeah,
full-time, and I don't agree
Mentor-protege
with
type
stuff like
trainings.
that. Yeah.
A lot of casinos do that.
Mhm.
You bring in somebody, we had one in Yakima, he come in and he was supposed to be there for 3 years, and we paid him regular facility manager pay. And we picked a tribal member who had a degree in business construction. And we put this person and him together, and he says, I've been doing this for 20 years, I can't train this person in 3 years, so you're going to have to extend my contract and I'll have full authority yet, and this person will work for me. And we said, you can't get it done in 3 years? And he says, yes, I just can't do that. We said, just step out for a minute. And he huddled up and says, if you can't do it in 3 years, what you doing here? We hired the wrong person. You therefore are terminated right now because you can't fulfill your contract. Boom, he was gone. Then we brought in another tribal member who had a similar degree and was retired from the union. And so we have the tribal aspect there. The accommodation, when you go there, they have a resolution by tribal council. Any department head will be a member of the accommodation. And that's just the way it is. Sometimes, one thing I hear, I don't know what the threshold is for your contracting, but there's a lot of tribes out there who say if it's $100,000, the contract for $100,000 or less, then only Pawnees can bid it. And you can do that too. There's a lot of tribes out there who says No, we're not gonna use outside contractors. But you gotta make your contractors good too. They gotta be able to perform and do the quality of work that anybody else can do. That's where your training and your mentor-protege programs, your unions, and if you don't want to use a union, because a lot of tribes have had trouble with unions wanting to come in and take over and infringe on their sovereignty, there's another company or another based training facility called the AGC. That's Associated General Contractors. And they're an open shop, but they provide the training and it's certified, and they're certified through Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Labor. And if you want, you can also start what they call a BAT, B-A-T, Bureau of Apprenticeship Training. And you start a BAT program, and then you can bring them in as apprentices. AGC can train them, so you don't have that union affiliation. And when they get done in 4 years, they have a journeyman card. So there's different ways to, look at this. And I've been very fortunate. I've been on a lot of those boards and made those decisions on how we bring in our tribal members and implementation, all the way to implementation when they get that journeyman card.
Yeah. I believe the state of Oklahoma, I think the Department of Labor does have a listing of all Indian-owned businesses, contractors registered with them in the state of Oklahoma. So all you need is to get a copy of that. If we got construction, open that list and call everybody and put a bid in, and it's all Indian owned. If it's a woman, that's even better because she owns 51% of that company.
So it's 100%.
It's 100% now. Oh, yeah, I thought we're good.
She thinks she owns 100%.
But anyway, that's just a,
Yeah,
information.
there's a lot of ways to go at it and get your people working. Because when you do these outside third-party contracts, what does that cost the tribe? Nothing. They're working on a contract. The tribe's not paying them. The contractor's paying the employees. He's paying the TERO fees. It's a win-win. That's how you generate and make your TEROs work, is by being self-sufficient. And there's some TEROs who are small. They might get 5, 6 contracts a year, but with EEOC money at $26,000, they put that together with what they bring in, and they have a TERO office, and they look out for the people. But yeah, the contracting part, you can start out with doing everybody, or when you bring those in, when they bring them in, you make sure you have a mentor-protege language in there, so that you're going to do the job, but I want this person here to be able to run a company just like that. So all the management skills, all the financial literacy, all of that will be transferred to your tribal member. So that when the time comes, and it's hard to get a company going, the bonding, the insurance, all of those come into play. And so you have to look at all of those when they come up with a good business plan. So that's also the other part of that's more contracting, getting your people on a job and working. And it's really good to see the contractors. Do you have any Indian contractors here now? In any field?
Electrical.
Electrical? Okay, they 100% Pawnee, or they? Okay, cool. Because electrical is one of the hardest ones to get at journey level. I know one of the casino, they have to have 2,000 hours in service training at like a trade school or something. And one casino pays $39,000 and employs that person for the 2 years they go to school. To become a state certified electrician, it takes between 7,000 and 9,000 hours of about 4 to 5 years, maybe 6, to get all those hours accounted for before you can take the test. And the other thing is, you got to really have an excellent math background to get into that portion of it. You got to have the math. And so it's difficult to get some of the people in there. And that's why you pre-test them. If Steve can if somebody wants to move on, Steve says, okay, he's got to be able to test them, because if they don't have that skill set for math, you're going to set them up to fail. And we've been put out there since relocation. My dad and my mom were on relocation. After 4 or 5 years, they come back to the reservation. And the soft skills that we teach, you know, at TERO. 1, show up on time. 2, be a team player. 3, this is probably the hardest one, is listen to your boss. You know, Indians are real fighters when it comes to that. Say, go do this, go do that, and you go, what's you here for? Well, that's your job. You have to explain that to them so that they go back out and work. But it's very difficult sometimes to get them across, get that idea across to them that you got to be here, you got to be a team player. He's not paying you for you to, you know, the contractor to tell him how to do his job when he's been in it for years. This guy, it's his first morning on the job, you know? And so it's difficult. And that workforce is hard to mold. Once you get one, you know, once you start getting that workforce down, then you're going to get, Steve's going to go through a learning curve that you're just picking your favorites. You're picking your nephew. You're just picking your family. But what it is his family shows up on time. His family works the full 40. His family, you know, adheres to all the rules. And so, you know, we go through that. And so it's work, making that workforce work as a workforce. You know, and I hate to say it, but one of the guys that when they hire you, we get a lot, you got them here already, but we get a lot of Mexicans. And 40 below zero, go get up on that deck, it's blowing 40 miles an hour. They're crawling up that deck. They work 12 hours and the next crew can't get in because they're snowed in. The cat can't open it up and they say, you're gonna have to work another 12 hours. I get overtime, yeah, yes, I'll be there. Back up. End of that shift, when they come back on for their shift in the morning, do I get to work my regular shift? Yeah, 36 hours they work. You know, the Indians, oh no, I'm going to sleep in the car. Where's the food? Come that damn bulldozer didn't open the road yet, you know, versus another people have a totally different mindset on working. And it's tough. And this is from real experience that I'm talking. I'm not just saying this to be facetious or nothing, but that's the way it is. That's the way it works. You know, our people have got to learn how to get out there and be competitive and work hard and get into these positions of authority and supervision. That's a hard one to crack. But and so when you start putting out people to go on these jobs, you find out who shows up on time. You find out who don't show up. You find out the guys who, when they walk on a job, say, is this a labor and industry job? You say, yeah. Next week they get hurt. You know, they're out for 6 months on L&I. You learn those people. And as TERO director, you know, we have 3 people, or 2 people now, who dispatch for us. So all the jobs go into one of our managers, and him and one of his subordinate, they work it out and they do the job placement for us. So we don't have to see that part. Not see it, but it's being taken care of. And then before, a while back, they were complaining about TERO not submitting reports. So I'm pretty much an administrative guy. So we got together, we got a format, and, laid it out. We submitted a report. Before we got all these reports going, they used to come in, council would sit there, is TERO here? Is TERO here? You got your report? You want to? Sometimes the guy said, no, but I'm here on a different thing. Well, we want to see a report. Well, I'll get you one. Then it ends, and they talk on something else, and they walk out. This last council meeting, we've been submitting our reports. How many people we put on a job, what kind of income we brought in, how many citations we issued, how much did we bring in off those citations, how much gas did we burn, how many miles did we travel. It's all quantified. We got numbers down. Now, I was at the last council meeting, I go in at 1 o'clock, I sit there at 6 till 6:30, almost 7. TERO's coming up and he says, we're real busy on the agenda, Kels. Can we defer you to the next council meeting? Because they knew our numbers were in there. We already provided all those packets to the council. They knew what our numbers were. And so it changes in the administration when you're, like Steve, when he gets to do his job, that here's your report. This is what we did last month. For April, Frank's going to bring it up, but I think April we did like $330,000 income from T.E.R.O. We have a big casino up there. We have 250 rooms in our casino, and we're putting on a new big expanded event center. It's got 18 skyboxes in it, and that was a $40 million project. And that one there is being built right now. They're almost done with it. But with that big casino, all those machines and everything else, T.E.R.O, we're doing better than a casino when it comes money to the council. But that's through hard enforcement, and that's through backing from the council. Yeah, you gotta have that. When you walk in there and say, we're gonna find this guy something, the chairman might be a buddy with him, I play golf with him. But, you know, and you get that. And he says, well, geez, that's kind of hard on me, maybe we should cut it back. No, our lawyers told us, don't cut it back. You give them the full amount of that fine, and you let the commission, in their infinite knowledge, say this is fair, or that's not fair, or we're going to do it at this much, and then we're going to put you on probation for 6 months. We're going to monitor your license, we're going to monitor your payouts, and that's the way it's going to be. So it takes a lot of work to run a real effective T.E.R.O. You got to be on it every day. And that's what we're here for. We're to explain what we do. Because a lot of people had a conception of what T.E.R.O was. What T.E.R.O does, well, you put people in jobs. You ride around your truck. You're always there at the restaurant at 11:30 so you don't get caught in a rush, you know, for lunch. You get all of this stuff. But yet, you know, when our guys are working and out in the field, Mr. Hawkins, he's an outstanding person, that Mr. Hawkins is. He does his job. And it's difficult sometimes to say how good these people really are. They have those negotiating skills in the field. And like the first 20 years, I was a police officer. And I worked all over the place. And I was in Des Moines, Iowa. I was the Polk County Sheriff's Department. I was a deputy. I got her down right in the middle. But, yeah, and then I went on and I worked transporting and extraditing for the county. And Des Moines is the county seat and the capital of Iowa. And I went to work for the Marshal Service there. I was a U.S. Marshal for a while. But, you know, a lot of us got a real varied background. And so you learn how to talk with these guys. Because they all got an excuse why they're not doing what they're supposed to do for T.E.R.O and the tribe. And you have to be able to sit there and listen to them and say, no, no, no. That's what the law says. This is what you will do. And you got to have that authority saying, if I'm going to shut you down, I am going to shut you down. And when it comes around, and commission, tribal council, everybody's got to support that action. So, isn't that right, Steve? Yep, you gotta, don't be throwing them under the bus. That don't work. Because we are sovereign based. Let me get back to my notes here. Come on. Yep. And also we have tribally funded projects, both on and off the reservations. That's the question you're always going to hear, on and off. How far is off? How far is it good for you? We've got some of our union guys who work through the accommodation at the time I was there. They said the whole state. Because the state union can dispatch me any place in that state. T.E.R.O should be the same. A lot of our laws and our hiring halls and stuff, and was brought to us by the unions. That's the dispatch, the out of work, login, sign in. All of that was brought. We picked it up from the unions, and they've always supported us because they're looking for members for the unions. So if we can get a good hand out there, we'll work with them, work with the unions, and make his money, and they make really good money. And it's an earn while you learn thing. When you're working there, you're earning money. You're not sitting in college paying a big payback loan at the end of your 4 years. When you hit the 4 years here, you get a journey card and you get to make 38 bucks an hour as a carpenter. And actually that's more like $50 an hour because you got a $12 benefit package that pays your, one is your health, pays in your retirement. You know, I got some buddies who, and there's different things, just like when you're working a working hand, you're a carpenter, you're on the ground, you're pounding nails, you're doing what the carpenters do. And then they have a hierarchy, just like anything else. They have an administration arm. And then within that administration arm, if you say, okay, I'm going to quit here and run for this, and it's an elected position with the unions, and they elect you, then you become a business manager and stuff. Then you're internally, your job changes, and the insurance and everything else switches over to administration. So there's some of these guys who did 20, 25 years on the ground pounding nails. They get run for an election, they run another 10 or 15 as administration. So when they retire, boom, they get their 25 years of pounding nails, and they get another retirement for 15 years of being administration. So they're bringing in $7,000, $8,000 a month in retirement, plus they get all their medical for life for free. Now, those are some of the benefits of a union. When you get those and you get your people there, you know, we've got some in Yakima, and we've got 6 electricians, full state licensed electricians, and we've got 2 plumbers. And those guys all make the big money. When we work on the river with those big dams, those gates that open and close, we work those, they're at $90 an hour, my electricians down there. And so, you know, there's money to be made in the unions. You don't have a big bill when you're done. And if you want to go into administration, it's all laid out for them. You become management once you transfer and get elected. Then they teach you everything you need to know in management. No cost to you. But when you first start out, yeah, say you're making 38 bucks an hour, you may be at $22 an hour. Starting pay, walking in the door with no training. You get your tools, and that's one thing Steve will come in, is when you get somebody in like that, you buy their hand tools. You buy all that stuff for them. So that day, they can't come on a job and say, geez, you know, I need whatever they need. I need a handsaw, I need a power saw. Everything's power now. I need a nail gun. And starting out, it might be a $300 piece of hand tool that you need. And through Steve's program and 477 or whoever's going to work with him, they step up and say, we'll buy them. And they sign an agreement that they will work for X number of time. And when they're done, those tools are 100% theirs. If they quit, you got to give it back or pay it back. So that's how you ensure that part. But then when they walk on a job, they got all the tools. And so there's no out. You got to be here and you got to work. Once they get into that mode, they start getting those big checks. I had one woman come on. She was a single mother, 4 kids, 5 kids, drove an old res car, you know, going down the road, all that. She was classic. And she fished. She works as everybody over there works as a fisherman. They all fish. And so she was working as a fisherman, but she wasn't making that much money. She come to me and she says, "Can I get on that job?" Because this is what T.E.R.O originally started for. She said, "I want to work there." She goes, "I can do that job." And it was a laborer's job. And in the labor, they have 123 classifications of employment they can put you in. And I said, sure. And so I called the local guy up and I said, we're gonna put a TLA in place, tribal labor agreement, for the unions to come in and train our people. And he said, okay. And so she come in, signed up, took the physical, took the drug test, turned in her license, they vetted her. A week later, she was in the union. And she worked there. And she worked along the Columbia River for 7 years. And got her journey level card. And so there's her and 3 others. They're like my success stories, you know, when you get a person that comes in, don't know nothing, and comes out 4 years later, and she was making $32 an hour when she journeyed out as a union hand. She had 7 years, almost 8 years on the job. At 5 years, she was vetted, so she had that retirement nobody could ever take from her. If she got injured on a job, she was covered with medical and all her benefits. She continued to get her money. So there's a lot of benefits to people going into unions. And the other thing is, I just did one in front of a class about 3 or 4 days ago, was that the person come on, in the unions, and you know, when she got done, she was real, we did a little ceremony for her and everything else. But when she first come on that job, she had this little res card, and she was barely feeding her family, and she was on welfare and whatever else she could get to make it. And she was struggling. She got on a union, and 3 years into that job, she pulls up, I go down there, and it's down on the Columbia River at a place called Salado Village. They're rebuilding that village. And she was working, she wheels up in a real nice Suburban. She goes, man, Kelsey, says, we're pushing it here. We're working 14 hours, sometimes 16-hour days trying to finish this, because it was an Army Corps engineered job, and they're rebuilding this Indian village. And so the general was going to be here in 10 or 15 days, so they had to get it. So they appropriated all of overtime and everything. And she says, look at this. And she pulled out 2 checks, and they were $5,000 a piece. And she says, I don't have time to get to the bank. We were working so long and so many hours. Driving a brand new Suburban, kids all dressed nice, everything. That was a turnaround in her life, you know. Christmas time or my birthday, she still calls me and says, thank you, Kelsey. That's good for your heart here. When people do that to you, come back and thank you. You know, you don't get too much of that. Isn't that right, Steve? Yeah, you can put them on a high-paying job for a year and a half, and they get done. Some will say, man, thanks a lot for the job, and the other walk in and says, how come it ended so soon? There's still other guys on that job, you know? You know, that's, you gotta watch, you know, they still say that stuff. Then you just take it with a grain of salt and say, well, you'll be first up on the next one. So with T.E.R.O, you know, it has a lot of impact on not only the staff and the commission and the tribal council's life, but it has a big impact on the people you put out there and they work for you. And there's no cost to the tribe. When you keep all your dollars, you keep the money, okay, say we got $5 million in spud fees. When you drill and start drilling on our land, there's a $100,000 fee you pay to T.E.R.O. What's that?
What was that called again?
Spud fee. Spud fee. Yeah, the spud fee is $100,000 just to come on our land. That's where when you sign that agreement, that compliance agreement, that gives them the right to come here and work here at our discretion. So we charge a spud fee. Then usually there's 15 hands on there. We'll take between 7 and 10 of those. And sometimes, to be honest with you, we run out of qualified people. We got everybody who wants to work in the oil field is working. And I'll tell you one reason why is because, remember I was telling you we get that 20% royalty? Well, some of our guys really are making some tremendous money just off the oil, just off the royalties. You know, and that's why when you go up there, powwow people, you go up there and dance, you know, we'll have $10,000 specials first place. Different families put those things on. And the drum, you know, they'll have a drum contest, and it's $10,000 to the winner. You know, then the families put them on too. You know, they're just as lucrative. I went out there and did 3 rounds one time and made like $2,300. As old as I am. Yeah, shaking. No tail feathers for going back then. Look like little Hawaiian girls, you know. But yeah, I still dance. Yeah, I'm a dog soldier. And the big feather hats you see, yeah. And I was talking with Steve, and he was saying, yeah, the Arikaras are part of, they're Pawnees and Arikaras. And then he says to me, he says, how come all these Packanoes are on the White Shield Powwow Committee? That's my family. And I said, because on my dad's side, we're Arikaras. We call them Rees. And so I said, yeah, there's a tie there. So maybe that's why we got down here to do this presentation, to help out our brother tribe, and make you guys more profitable and have your people working, have your TERO enforced, adhere to your laws and enforce your sovereignty. That's what we want. And it's hard work. You're going to have to do it. Somebody's going to have to do it. You got the right guy. Steve and Mr. Hawkins out there every day. You don't know what goes on out there. If your commissioners are serious about it, go jump in with these guys one day. Go to the job sites. That's what I used to do with my council. You working today? You doing anything? He goes, no. Next Tuesday I'll be off. I said, let's go to the Columbia. We pull in down there and they stop the job. We're working on the dams. We're working on fish projects on the tributaries. And we pull up. They got 15 guys there, and 12 of them are tribal members. I bring our council gets off, they all shake hands, all the pictures are taken. The bosses say thank you for bringing us qualified people and allowing us to work here and supporting us through the Corps of Engineers, who's the owner of this job. And we take all the pictures, our council gets to meet our people out there in the field, get back in, we go to the next one. We had a special request one time, one of the jobs we were working on, it was Salado Village, and they got halfway through, and one of the managers, and we had an Indian company called CTSC, Colville Tribal Services Corporation, and they come out and they won the contract. So we were at, with management and everything, I think we were at like 98% tribal members on that job. The managers, the superintendent. And we had our token, one guy, but everything else was all tribal members, every one of them. So that was a real success for us. And it just goes to show you what you can do, and you have stuff like that. And then when we had the dedication of the buildings, the longhouses and stuff, then all our council came down to the longhouse and we had a big ceremony to bless that longhouse and bring it on site, online. When we did our TERO building, you'll see pictures of that here in a little bit when Frank's up. When we did the TERO building, one of the first things we did was once they turned the keys over to us, walked in, looked it over, and then we went and got one of our religious leaders, and he come over and blessed our building. We smudged it and all that. And my partner Frank, he's a religious leader also. He does sweats and a lot of ceremonies. So I said, you got your stuff, Frank? And he says, yeah. I said, floor to floor, office to office. So he went up and we smudged all of the building. We did the prayers and we did everything we could to get it ready. And so once we got that, our building has been smudged in our traditional ways. And the other side is you have to look at that part, the traditional aspects of what we do. It's sometimes people forget that. And so we have to reinforce it. It's like this morning, I don't know if you guys open with a prayer or not at these meetings, but we always do. That's why, our elder here stepped up and did an excellent job of giving us a prayer. And that's to open this building, open the building up and open the people who are here. As we come in a good way, we come with open hearts, we come with information, and we come with our due diligence of what we do. In the traditional way, the Indian way, we ask that you accept our knowledge and take what we have to say, and if you have any questions, ask them. Don't be afraid. If we can't answer them right here, right now, we can definitely get an answer for you. But that's why a lot of it we're here, is because of that. And Mr. Hawkins, I understand he's a real hardcore veteran, done a lot for his country and for the Pawnee Nation. As a member of the military, when this is over with, 10 years, 20 years, we go down the road, they have a reunion, they will say, remember that one Indian guy? And he goes, yeah. You remember his name? And he goes, no, but I know he was a Pawnee. The legacy of your tribe as warriors and willing to defend this land that we stand on and all the land by your members who's outstanding as a military service person will come back time and time again. And so I really salute you. I do. And I hold him very, very high esteem. And I asked him last night if he would be willing to join the Arikara post in White Shield and become a member of our Veterans Association up there, being a tie with the Pawnees and the Arikaras. And he said yes. So if you see him flying the Arikara colors, jacket, cover, everything, that's because of what has transpired here. And he is a true warrior. 5 times overseas, 5 deployments. Yeah. Went through 3 vests. 3 ballistic vests were shredded while he was there. It's in our way, it's good when an uncle or someone else says these words for you. So that's why I wanted to express that to him. And we really hold him and Steve in high esteem. For doing what they're doing and stepping out and reaching out to other TEROs to come and help you guys understand what we do, what TERO is about, what our commissions are, what they do, what our EEOC contracts are. All of this stuff, we do it, to enhance other tribes. And all they did was cover our expenses. We didn't charge no big amounts of money or nothing. We're down here on our time. And the request was made through our TERO director from Steve, and he honored it and said, okay, go. So that's why we're here. Just a little background. Let me catch up on my notes here, see where I'm at. When I first started out, I talked a little bit about contracting, prime contracting, subcontracting, direct employment, and materials. If you got somebody who's got a certified pit here, and when Fed Highway is doing a job, or you're doing concrete work here, then you should be drawing from that tribal pit. You shouldn't be using somebody else's, especially on Pawnee land. You got to make full use of your resources, because a lot of times it's going into your own buildings, going into your roads. So you got to have your people working. They got to be first up. This humidity and everything kind of get me. Frank walked out this morning, his glasses steamed up. But that establishing that mentor-protege program when you're starting your contracting, that's a paramount thing to do. That way they transfer that knowledge to the Indian contractors. And you know as well as I do, once you have the knowledge, it's your knowledge. Nobody can take it away from you. They can't say you didn't pay on it, so you got to give it back. If you know how to do concrete, if you know how to do carpentry, that's your knowledge for your life. In this building, everything in here was cut, measured, and cut by someone who put this down. They had to have the knowledge to hang the sheetrock, put the ceiling in, how to hang that. The electrical had to come in and know how to put all of the electricity into it. The heating and cooling, HVAC. We've got people who up where we are who can do that. And so you got to structure Indian companies and make that growth, because the tribe can't hire all its people. That's realistic. You can't hire everybody in your tribe to work for the tribe. That's why third-party contracting, Indian ownership of business are really paramount, especially with TERO, in getting our word out there that we can do this job. We don't need somebody from Tulsa or Oklahoma City to come in and do it. We got the manpower, we got the knowledge, we got the bonding, we got the insurance to be here and work on our own land for our people. That's like I say, we keep pushing that, but we have to, because you don't want to, lose that. And the other thing is, sometimes you'll get is when you get the pushback from contractors, they'll say, there's no preference allowed. They took it out in colleges, they took it out every place. How come you guys get preference? And as far as I'm concerned, that's illegal. You can't do preference. Isn't that right? How do we do it?
TERO.
Okay, you're getting close. I've been talking TERO, so you know that part. But what enables us to do that?
It's on tribal lands.
It's on tribal land, yeah. What else?
You can have people educated and know what to do when they get
Okay.
their job.
Yep, we got all that, but there's something else in there. Why? How can we enforce preference? Huh? Which federal law? Okay. That's close. Yes, sir. Huh? Actually, that's correct. It's not based on race. Tribal preference, Indian preference, tribal TERO is not based on race. It's based on our sovereignty. That's why when I first started talking, sovereignty is paramount. And every time somebody fights TERO, they're fighting our sovereignty because it's our right to govern our land and our people. So, with that, it's sovereignty based. It's a political determination, not a race determination, that we can enforce TERO and preference on our lands. Yes, sir.
I have a question. What if we originally hired somebody to come in to train our people to be, say like top, to start something, start a project, and then they started realizing that we have money in the projects that we have, and then rather than, train, they just stay on, and they're not Indians, they're...
What did I tell you about the casino deal? Remember that? If you're not competent to do that job, then we need to get rid of you.
Well, what I'm saying is that, I'm asking is, as a tribe, how do we handle stuff like that when they just...
What you do is you put it in your language contract that it's going to run for 12 months. He's going to be here for 6 months. That's how you take care of that. It's in the language in your contract that he signs with you.
Well, see, I wasn't here then when a lot of this all started back then, so I don't really...
Well, now you know. You should be able to fix it from here forward.
Hear that, Steve?
Where's that, Steve? But yeah, you put it in the contract requirements.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of that goes on, and I'm just curious about.
Yeah.
Do you negotiate, or?
You can if you want. Yeah, or you can always, this is a right to work state, right?
Yeah.
And the tribe's right to work, right? Yeah, you can employ who you want. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of tribes that, like I said, with the Yakimas, they have a resolution that if to be a program manager, you gotta be Yakima. Otherwise, you can't fill that job.
But you still have to go by what the council says, what if the council goes against what you want to do?
And then they're in violation of their contract. That's where you gotta work with the commission and your council, and you gotta give reports and, update your, do you have a committee you guys work with? Or do you just work with the council?
I just started.
Okay, we gotta get him a t-shirt. Steve says, I just started. But, yeah, that there's part of your documentation when you're gonna hire people. outside. Even to come down here, we had to sign an agreement with Steve. Yeah, we won't sue him. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, everything should be done in contracts. They should be put in your vendor system so that when it comes time to pay, that there's a mechanism for who they know who you are, who your social security number and your name and address and all that. So we won't get 1099, which is a way of, as a consultant, you get 1099s where you don't pay taxes at the time of services. But at the end of the year, you got to file all this, and you get a 1099 from whoever you work for. So if you want to do them straight contract, if you want them for a certain amount of time, and a lot of it, guys, like I say, we've seen that where, oh, I can't do that in 3 years. I'm going to need another 4 or 5 years to get this guy trained. I've been doing this for 20 years. Well, if you can't train him, then we picked the wrong person. You got to go. We'll find somebody who can do that in 3 years. Yes?
Could you capture what really generates TERO, so we know it's subcontracting within the nation, right?
Yeah, compliance plan.
Subcontracting companies that come in to build, to repair, what have you, that's all regulated by TERO. TERO should have a seat at the table for all these negotiations.
What happened is the owner of the project writes the contract, and then they put TERO language in there saying you will adhere to all laws of the Pawnee Nation. The TERO department will be your first stop. Please contact Steve at such and such a location, a physical address, and so that they can come to Steve and say, we got a contract, or we're bidding on a contract, what are the TERO rules, what are the TERO laws, and then you can either put it on a website, or you can go straight off and say, here's the paperwork for it, and there's a 3% fee, or whatever it is, that you have to pay, and you have to hire so much of it. It's called, we used to call them pre-con. We used to go to those a lot on construction. And what we did was we laid out the TERO rules there. And some guy says, geez, I can't pay 3%, or I can't pay 2.5%, and you shouldn't be here. Get out, leave. Go right now. If you're going to start crying here, what are you going to do like if you ever get this job? We don't want you here. Please leave. Yeah.
And then also oil and gas, all of those companies that here on tribal land are also must adhere to TERO.
Yeah, they have to pay a fee to be on our land. They like I said, the spud fee, and then they have to be licensed through TERO to come in and do the job. And then we set what they can and can't do there. If they're roustabout, we put them as roustabout, but I'll let Frank is really good at that. He'll explain that really in depth. So like I say, if some of you guys have to leave, put somebody here who can take good notes this afternoon, because I know one of the primary drives that Steve wanted was the oil and gas, because like I say, we're collecting 20% minimum, 100% when we use our own drilling and equipment of recapturing that money to the tribe and tribal members. And as my understanding, right now you're at 3%. From if you got an oil well out here, you're getting 3%. So $3 out of every 100 versus we're getting $20 out of every 100. And when we use our own, then we get all the dollars back to the tribe. So that was one of the big issues, one of the big things that Steve wanted us to come up and talk about on how we capture those funds. All the different fees. If you're going to move a rig up there with us, you got to pay a fee. You're going to get out on our roads. You're going to damage our roads. You're going to cause wear and tear on our roads. This year we're putting $20 million of our tribal money into state public roads. So that way we have skin in the game, as they say. We're actually paying where the state should be doing that. So that is a big thing for us. Is we have a fee schedule, and our compliance officers carry that, and when they make a stop, if they see a rig going down the road, and if you don't have a DOT sticker on, we'll stop them. We'll call DOT, and their higher patrol will come out. Environmental will come out. They'll take a look and make sure that tank is full if they're hauling wastewater, that they're not opening that spigot and putting it down the road for us. And I don't know, don't know it, but you've driven through that stuff before, because all of a sudden you get on the road where there's some well work going on, and all of a sudden you got this fine dust, you got this fine stuff that splatters all over your car. It's kind of a gray type stuff. A lot of that's wastewater that these guys, instead of going to a site and paying to dump it, they just pop the pin and drive down the road. EPA, we have our own EPA, all of it. So you've got to watch for that illegal handling of discharge of oil product, and fracking. Fracking is a big one. They say Frank, he'll be up here. He's got a fancy PowerPoint too. But me, I just talk. But yeah, that's some of the things you have to watch out for. Does anybody know where they dump the wastewater here? Where's that stuff that comes out of that oil well? It's real toxic. Anybody got a clue? What's it doing to your, yes?
We had a lady in Pawnee Nation, but 3 or 4 months ago, had a community building over at the multi-purpose building addressing oil and gas and the same thing that we're going to be discussing here.
Mm-hmm.
Not one time during that presentation that they gave, did they tell us or explain to us what the BIA is doing about where is that water being dumped, where is that raw sewage, where is those chemicals being dumped. Not one time did anyone address that. And BIA representatives was there also. Nobody knows because nobody wants to. It's all secret. Top secret, I guess.
So they have to go find out where it's at.
Yeah, we're not monitoring it. BIA doesn't have the power to monitor it. It's a guess game. That's why it's called trust land or trusting land.
Yeah, so, you've got stuff going on in your land probably for years now, because you've had oil exploration down here for years. And so, where's this bad stuff going? Is it going to compromise your water table eventually? When that happens, water's going to be worth more than oil. You have to get those big trucks and start hauling that kind of gallons in here every month to sustain yourself. Then
We're working with the city now on waste for batteries, oil, and anything like that,
Yeah.
chemical. The mayor was here this morning. We should have asked him then, but I'll be getting with him and reporting back to Steve within the next week or so. On that.
Yeah. You have an environmental department here? Excuse me.
Monty Matlock with the Natural Resources.
Everybody gets to hear you, but you can't hide.
Monty Matlock with the Natural Resources would know all those answers. I guess you could check with him at lunch or something and let us.
Let's invite him.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, it's good, we're getting some interaction here. This is what we want. We want you to start making your own decisions and making your own way in this oil business.
What about a lot of the contractors that are set up outside of the Union Territory? Say contractors are made up in Washington, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, some of the big areas. In which T.E.R.O does not sit down at the table with these contracts. Why not? The reason I'm saying that is I worked for Hidatsa for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
All their contracts that were set up, there was no T.E.R.O program at all.
Okay, well,
And
now
T.E.R.O started back in '77.
now is your opportunity to step up and take the bull by the horns. Make sure these guys got support and the legal aspects of it covered in their ordinance. And then give them the marching orders, go get them, because they got no problem going get them. Mr. Hawkins back there will be the first one out the door. Of course, y'all might go out before him. But he will be out there, We just got to be given that authority and the say-so, Go start enforcing this. This is our law, this is our land, this is our contracting. Yes?
Yeah, it's just like Joe
Yeah.
He's been really good about going to IHS, doing road construction, telling them, it's your license, if you don't have it, we make a decision. And do it, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's doing a great job because he knows now
Yep, he does.
responsibilities.
It's getting better every day, too. That's what you want, continuous learning. It sounds like everybody is on the bandwagon here. We just got to get the tools for them to go do this stuff. Yes?
Well, I think I'm Sammy Adson, I'm on the tribal council here for Pawnee. And I just really feel like we needed this knowledge here. I'm really thankful that you gentlemen came in because there's such a misunderstanding of what TERO was for. Even a lot of pushback within our own tribal employees and directorships that didn't really get it. And it's really for the people. And it needs to be supported. And TERO has to have a chair at the table for all negotiations. And I need to say that because I've been saying it at council. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the words. You know, I didn't know we had tribal council representation in here today.
You're here,
Oh.
our vice chair,
Oh, cool. We
our
got it.
president was here earlier. He had to go to another meeting.
Yeah, but it's really good we get you people here because you actually get to hear what we do and how to properly apply it and the results.
Daryl, you want to raise your hand? That's the other vice president.
That's our vice chair.
Okay, we're the only ones that don't know him, so.
Daryl Wildcat.
Steve, introduce the people
Yeah.
here.
Sure,
So
sure.
he will know who's here, what entities they represent.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and start up in.
The Osages are here.
I'm going to start up here in the front row here. I'm going to start off with our HR team here for the tribe. All right, we've got Matt Bellender. He's the director of the HR, manager of the HR, and his assistant here, Jamie. I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce yourselves.
My name is John Redingle. I'm Osage. I represent Appalachian Pipeline.
Rod Hartness, I'm a Seneca Cayuga. I'm representing the Appalachian Pipeline Company.
I'm Joe Hawkins, Senior General Manager for Stone Wolf Casino.
That's okay. I'm Janice Gamaga. I represent Appalachian Pipeline.
Reintroduce
Matt Bellender, HR Manager.
Jamie Nelson, HR Coordinator.
Betty Van Hoosen, Ponca Tribe TERO.
Wow. Carolyn Middlecook, Ponca Tribe, Carol.
Daryl Wildcat, Vice President, Pawnee Business Council.
Morty Wilson, TERO Commissioner.
Ellis Horse, Chief, TERO Commissioner.
Karen Heyman, Enrollment Department and Concerned Tribal Member.
Jim Thompson with the TERO Commission and Housing Commission, because everything you're talking about now is involved in housing that we are applying to.
We need to.
Dwayne Pratt, I'm the chairman of our Pawnee TERO Commission.
Sammy Edson, Pawnee Tribal Business Council.
Leanna Teeter, Pawnee Tribal Business Council.
Clay Ron, Human Resources Director, Pawnee Tribal Development.
Jamie Senegal, HR Coordinator for GDC. Amanda Dunbar, HR Rep for TDC.
Herb Hudson, Cultural Resource. Director.
Reva Howell, Planning Assistant. Rhonda James, Pawnee Nation Department of Transportation Assistant Manager.
Chris McRae, Pawnee Nation Transportation Department.
Earl Charles, T.E.R.O. Labor.
Lewis Grant, T.E.R.O.
Thank you.
I think that's everybody. But myself, you all know.
And I'm Steve. I'm the T.E.R.O director here for the Pawnee Nation. Joe Hawkins Jr., the T.E.R.O compliance officer here for the nation.
Wow, we got a really good crowd here. I didn't know there was all really important people here. Anyway, appreciate you coming. We give this presentation quite a bit, and it's really good to see the other T.E.R.Os interacting with the Pawnee Nation. It's really, really good to see people who actually make the decisions here from council, you know. And we've got that, and we've got industry here from pipelines. You know, all of you come in, the cultural part of it's covered. You know, we've got everything pretty well covered here. That was the next thing I was going to get into is cultural accommodation. There are times when we have contractors come on that we put it in the contract, the RFP, and that we have the right to do a culture presentation. Now, all tribes are different. All tribes have their culture, their different ways of funerals, their different ways of doing a lot of different things. And we call them up and we tell them, you know, we give us a pre-conference when we're going to start bidding that process on the RFQ part. The RFQ is request for qualifications. RFP is request for proposals for a bid. So I don't want to have somebody say, what's he talking about? Yeah. But yeah, that's the way that lays out. And in those, we used to give cultural accommodations. Because everybody does their funerals different. And one tribe, the person passes away and they have a dressing. And they dress them in their traditional Indian clothes. And they get them ready to go to the other side. Then they go home for one night at their home to say goodbye. The next day they go to the longhouse and they have another ceremony there. And then in the morning, on that third day, before daylight, so they can have a full day to travel, they have them in the ground before the sun comes up. So we've had some guys who say, well, I'm going to go to the dressing services for this person. And we've had them go to the contractor, says, I'm going to the dressing, so-and-so passed away, and he says, okay. They go home, they go to the longhouse. Third day, they say, we're going to go to graveside. For who? What are you going for a funeral? And he says, well, what? Who died? He says, well, it's his graveside services that whenever the sun comes up, we want to go. And he goes, for the same guy, you go to the same funeral, 3 different days. Yeah. And he don't know our ways. He calls me and says, Kels, what's this? And so I went back down there and says, get all your staff together, your higher ups, get them all here. Whoever you got here who can make these decisions, I want them in the meeting. And we called a meeting and we explained just what I just explained to you, how the funeral goes. I said, so they're not pulling nothing over you on you. It is tradition and the culture, and that's the way we do things. And it says in the compliance plan that you will make room for cultural accommodation, and that's what we're exercising now. And he says, okay. The other side of that, though, these guys get kind of slick after they've been out there for a while. We have general counsel. You guys, who has general counsel here? Anybody? General counsel, where the people come together? Okay, you don't have general counsel. A lot of tribes have general counsel yet. And that's where all the people come together to hear issues and make votes, and they have oversight on the business council. So they come in there and he says, we got to go to general counsel. And the guy says, is this another one of those cultural things? Because he got burned on the first one with the funerals. And he said, yeah. And he says, but with general counsel, you got to pay us. And he says, okay. So he paid them. They went to general counsel. Next day they come back and they said, you know, we went to general counsel yesterday, but it's still going today. And if we don't go back there, since we signed in and we don't show up, tribal police is gonna come and arrest us for not going to general counsel. So he says, okay. Third day, and he's paying these guys full pay. The third day they come back in and says, you know, we're not done yet. We'll probably go till noon. And he says, okay. It's some guy calls me up. What's this about? They can be arrested if they don't go to general counsel. I said, no, I don't cover that. they kind of learn to work the cultural system to get time off to go to general counsel. So we had to fix that real quick, and he paid him and everything, but he said, don't do that again, you know. He says, next time we have a cultural accommodation training, he says, we will listen and we'll have a lot more questions for you. But that's one of the things. The other thing that TERO does is if you have a person who has been working for a while and he may be having some trouble, maybe it's personal issues, maybe it's vehicle issues, whatever it is, he just can't quite get to work on time, but once he's there, he's good. And he keeps telling his boss, you know, I got this problem, I got that problem, and his boss says, okay. Says, you do it again, I'm going to have to lay you off per our company policy. What TERO reserves the right is that when they hit that threshold, is you've got to call us. So-and-so, this gentleman right here has been messing up. We can't tolerate that. And so we get that last right where Steve will go out there, sit down, and discuss that to continue their employment out there. We do that for our people to make sure that they're not just cut from the workforce. So we have that reserve, we reserve that last right to come in and see if we can negotiate it out and get them working back where they were before. Because a lot of times when these issues come up, may have been on the job 3 or 4 months, fine. All of a sudden they got issues, they're showing up late, calling in, not being there when they should be. And by then the employer has significant time into this employee, and he may be training him to do a certain job for them. You know, he may say, okay, we're doing concrete, and I want you to be able to peel the forms. When you peel the forms, I want you to be able to wash it and get it ready, because it's already been finished, but form work is real rough, so there's not much finishing. But you know, they teach them how to do that, where to stack them, the different things to stack here and there. And they teach them this job skill. And they may need that right then and there, but the guy's having some issues. And so as TERO people, we reserve that right to come in. It's just like you with your last chance. Do you have a last chance here? Where they come in and sign that document, no more of this, no more of that, I'll be here. This is good for 6 months. If I violate anything, I'm immediately removed. So the tribe has that also. But we as TERO people, we reserve that right to come in and talk with the contractors to see if we can work it out and they can continue to be employed there. That's one of our services that we do. And so it's pretty comprehensive when you think about it, everything that we do as TERO officers. And with that, there's one other thing I want. Do you guys have much union activity here? Do you have any union signatories? No? Okay. Should you ever do an RFP and somebody comes in their union, they'll want to run over your sovereignty. They want to utilize their union rules, their seniority. They want to say who they can hire. They have to be from their hiring hall, all that. And if you ever get that, you need to get what they call a TLA, Tribal Labor Agreement. And what that does is say you can come here and you can work, but you cannot enforce the hiring hall. We'll hire, and the people that we bring on will be qualified. And so what we do as TERO is we go look at the union halls for natives. We go look for Indians on those union rolls. We pick this one, this one, this one, this one. They come in, we've satisfied somewhat what they have. Then from there, we pick our people to go in and work. And they have to be allowed to work there under this tribal labor agreement. If they don't sign it, they don't work. We'll pull the contract. So we do that because in all of our contracting, who's the contracting guy here? Okay, you've got that out in every clause.
One thing about the unions in Oklahoma, in the pipeline side, we have an agreement that goes through tribal lands, and 50% of the workforce will come from the tribes.
Okay.
So we'll take 50% from the union, 50% comes from the tribe.
Okay.
You all bring in your 50%. What we do, we help set up a training program for them. So you have a welder helper that really hasn't done any welding helping on a pipeline construction job, but he would like to. We'll set up a training program for him to come in to learn the trade.
Cool.
And then on that trade, he also has the opportunity to buy his union card.
So what we do is with the tribal labor agreement, it's pretty much what you've got, is that when they come on, they have one shot at sitting them down and asking them if they want to join the unions. Then they lay out all the benefits. You weren't here this morning, I talked about unions. You know, you get the retirement, you get the medical, and if you enter into the hierarchy of the unions, then you switch pots on your retirement, and you go into another retirement group. So if you worked 20 years as a pipeline guy and then went to administration, then when you retire, you draw out 2 different retirements.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What happens if we got more than 50% qualified?
Well, we'd like to try to bring in at least, if you've got more than 50%, we're in with all 4 trades. So we have the welders, the operators, the laborers, and the teamsters.
Okay.
So when you bring in a guy and he wants to be a teamster, we'll help him get the CDL license, help him get his HAZWA, whatever that he needs to do to get into that training. Same way on the operators.
Okay. But the question was, what if you have more than 50%?
Well, the way it's set up with the UA right now, it's a 50% deal. 50 to the UA, 50 to the tribe. I'm sure if I have not had any problems, if there's 2 or 3 more hands, I have a good enough relationship with the unions, we'll bring those hands in. If they're good hands, we want them.
Oh yeah, the union will take anybody if
Yes,
they're
sir.
good.
If they're good. They're good hands. We want them.
Yeah, if they're good, they'll hire them in a minute. Under a TLA, a tribal labor agreement, that means that we don't have to. They don't pay the initiation fee, and they go to the top of the line on a tribal project like that. So they would go straight into that direct hire through the union if they decide to become a union hand. And so we cover that. The other one is the helmets to hard hats. And that's for your veterans. So if they have an MOS that says they're a welder in the military, and they want to go be a welder on a pipeline, they bring their DD-214 in, and then they matriculate them in. And with that kind of experience and that kind of training, they don't start out at the first level. They'll come in usually with 2 or 3 years experience, and once they get the certifications that's needed for the pipeline, then they matriculate, their pay goes up. Well, that's what the helmets to hard hats is. I used to do a lot of those. Our servicemen getting out, we give them first preference to come on a job. Instead of going down to the bottom of the list, they have banks of 50, and so the end one over here, you might be at 250 as a regular hand coming in. But if you come in under a tribal labor agreement, the unions they're supposed to waive that fee, the initiation fee, and then they move them from ground zero all the way up to the first line on a tribal project. That's what we have built into those.
Another good problem that we have with non-union companies that come in there, the non-union companies will not set up a training program for our Native Americans. And so when a Native American comes in out there to go to work and he don't know the OSHA, he don't know the safety and all this and that, then he gets run off because he don't understand it.
Yeah,
and that's what's so good about the unions is they set up a training program so when our guys go out there, they know what to expect when they get out there on the job.
Yeah, that's what Steve's got to know what's in that contract.
Yes, sir.
And make provisions for what kind of special licenses, what kind of special training do you have to be able to be on that job. OSHA requires 1 in 4 people on the job to be first aid card carrying. They also require bud pathogen and ADT training now. So that's what you got to have minimum to get on a job, plus OSHA. Now I'm going to touch on OSHA here is, that's a federal law. OSHA is for safety, is what it is. It's a safety program. However, if you want, your guidelines will have to mirror the Fed guidelines and whatever you have in the state. So most of OSHA's is federal. So what you do is you mirror those, you incorporate it into your tribal code, and you create your own OSHA. But if it's a tribal one, it's called TOSHA, tribal. And so that's how a lot of tribes implement their own TOSHA. And a lot of times, yes sir?
Can you elaborate on that? Because if there's a construction project out here and there's an OSHA violation, and a construction worker goes to call OSHA to have it investigated, OSHA will not come to the tribe and investigate on the tribe. They're federal. We're our own tribe, we're our own sovereign nation. We have to have our own TOSHA. That's what he's talking about.
So that enhances your ability to self-governance when you have your own TOSHA. And you have to have a TOSHA.
Can you find it?
Yeah, if you want, you can build in a fee schedule for fining. If they stepped out the side, especially if someone is badly injured or killed. And if you don't have that, sometimes OSHA will just come in and arbitrarily take over because you do not have a law. If you don't have a law, they'll give you one. Don't worry about that part. Yeah.
And then we have had some violations just on this current project where, you know, one of our Department of Transportation guys was out there seeing a guy in a 20-foot ditch. You know, it was shored up with a box, but there was no gravel in the bottom of the pit, so that pipe that was at the bottom of the pit, 20 feet deep, he was standing on top of it, and that was an OSHA violation because he's not supposed to be in the bottom of the 20-foot pit, unsecured.
So the other thing is, what these guys have to look at is certified payroll. And that ensures, you know, equality in pay. So if you got non-Indian here and he's making 20 bucks an hour, you got an Indian hand come on, same experience, same level, he's making $15 an hour. There's a disparity in pay there, and it happens. You know, if they can get away with it, they'll do it. The other thing is when they go home, I'll be done here just a minute. It's noon, right? Okay, noon. But if they can get away with it, they will send our tribal people home first. Say the job is winding down, we only need 5 guys to finish out today, and so they pick their own 5, but it shouldn't be that way. That's when the T.E.R.O steps in and says, if anybody's going to go home, it's your guys, not ours. And so we do that. And then the other thing is we look at payroll, certified payroll, and that'll come into the T.E.R.O department, and on that particular job, they'll look at it and they'll see how many tribal members are on there. We'll see what their pay is. We'll see what the hours they're getting, and that's certified. And so if they're shorting our people, if they're not paying the overtime, they're going straight time, you know. And the other thing is, you really got to watch for is some of these guys are really bad, and they'll say, "I'll give you 38 bucks an hour, but when you get paid, you got to give me 200 back." Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens. And so that's where, you know, you look at that certified payroll and you have that discussion with your employees. So often when you do a compliance check, are they treating you fair? Are they paying you what they're supposed to pay you? You know, if you're getting 20 bucks an hour, is everybody else in that same classification with the same amount of experience getting that 20? You know, and if they say, no, we're paying less, then you say, how come? How come he's paying less? Well, we have an apprenticeship program. Let me see the paperwork. Who's it certified by? And you have to look at that. And you have to be signed off by Department of Labor. I'll give you one last story here, and then you guys can bust for lunch. And it's on apprenticeship programs. We had, where's our housing guy? Right there. We had the housing authority. We're going to do a bunch of construction. They had about $15 million to do construction. They stepped up and said, we're going to have an apprenticeship program. Okay, good. We're going to start them at this much money, and then we're going to have people who are journeymen sign off on their paperwork, And so we get the counted hours that are signed off by an administrator. And we said, okay, and we're gonna be having a back program, Bureau of Apprenticeship Training through the feds for this. Okay, so everybody started, everybody went to work. We had some of the tribal members as supervisors who were supposed to be able to sign off on the cards, but everything going. A year and a half later, they come back and says, geez, where was this training? You know, TERO guys keep coming and telling us we got to go through modules. And so you spend 3 months on the job and you go to the school for 2 weeks to learn how to do all this and do it properly, how to make the different cuts in for carpenters. All of this stuff comes up. And they said, we haven't got no modules and we haven't got no raises. We're supposed to get a raise. He comes and he says, what can you do about it, Kels? And I said, well, we can go call a meeting with them, but I said, but if you want more results directly, I said, those are NAHASDA funds through the Indian Housing. I said, so we have to go do some background. So I said, what you do is you file a complaint with Fed wage and hour. And you write all this up, and then you get all the guys who were supposed to be involved in it signed up in it. There's always, you know, numbers are always good. And so all the guys who were supposed to be in this apprenticeship program, they signed this document and got forward to the Fed wage and hour in Seattle. About 2 weeks went by and they said, any word? And I said, no. And then my phone rings and the guy from Fed wage and hour says, I'll be there tomorrow. He said, we got to look at this one. So they come in, they said, where's your apprenticeship program? Those got to be approved. You just can't say we're going to have one. You got to get those things approved. They got to be approved by the Department of Labor. On the tribes are approved by the Fed wage and hour and the Fed Department of Labor. And they said, well, we were going to get one, but we didn't quite get around to it. He says, how long has this been going on? He goes, a year and a half. And so Housing Authority is sitting there going, and they were doing this in-house. So we didn't have any authority over them because they were using force account people. Force account is where you work for the tribe and they go out and work. That's what it was through the Housing Authority. So we went and we checked them, we went out, we got interviews, we did all of that stuff. We did wage surveys. And you ever do those? Where you take a piece of paper, it's all documented. What's your name? How much you making? How long you been here? You work 40 hours a week? Yes. All of this, and you take what is your wage now? How, you know, when you started, how much was your wage? And you're still making that same amount now? Yes. And were you supposed to be put into an apprenticeship program for a learning process? Yes. And they sign it. And so we did wage surveys to all these guys. Long story short, they held for the employees because they didn't have one bona fide program in place. They got taken out. No bona fide agreement. There's no indenturement, they used to call it, where you indenture. Now it's, what do they call it now? Anyway, you sign up with the union, and that's old school, indenturement. And so they didn't have any of that. They had no paperwork. They were just paying them this wage with the promise of an apprenticeship program. And when it came out, they didn't concluded the investigation. There was, I think, 20 guys. And the back pay was $1.5 million that the tribe had to pay back to those people. So when they make a promise of a union or indenturement or apprenticeship program, don't go there. Okay, that particular housing director was reassigned, and he was given a new address in Lompoc, California, called the federal prison. So if you're going to do any of that stuff, be very careful of your paperwork. Make sure that all of that's in place. Make sure all the documents are signed, because it got nasty there. You got to, once the feds got it going, Housing Authority, they come in, sat them down, says, this door over here goes to your car to go home. This door over here goes to that jail van out here. These U.S. Marshals are waiting right here. The Inspector General is sitting right here, you know, the IG. And I'm from NAHASDA, investigator's office. Now, we want to know what you know. We'll give you your rights, and if you don't elect to talk, then we'll put you over here. If you want to tell us what you know of what's going on, you get to go home today. Yeah, very intimidating when it comes to losing your freedom and locking you up over something like this. So be very careful when you go into apprenticeship program and training programs that everything is there. If they're supposed to get those increases in pay, make sure those come about. If they're supposed to be trained, make sure that they get the training. And everything functions as it's supposed to. No, we're going to do that next week, or no, we'll do it soon. If they get an investigation going on you, boy, they'll come after you. With that, I'd like to thank you for being here and your attendance and all your attention. I really appreciate that. And I hope we've made an impact on you from the TERO perspective, and I've touched briefly on the commission. Tomorrow we're going to do some more of the same, but make it a little more zeroed in. Frank and I will be doing that, we'll be co-hosting that together. But this afternoon at 1 o'clock, Frank Delapaz in oil and gas, and we are the premier TERO in oil and gas. I'm not tooting our horn or anything like that. We are. We're good. We're good at what we do, and we appreciate the opportunity to come down here and tell you guys how we do it and what works for us. And at that point in time, you can reach out and for further training or whatever you need. But right now Frank's the guy. He does all of our oil and gas, all our bid openings, all our contracting, all our lease agreements. There's a lot of terminology that you're going to hear this afternoon that's not in your vocabulary right now, and how we do the oil and gas for us. So if you can make it back, I really appreciate it. If you can't, get somebody who takes really good notes, because this afternoon session is really going to impact on your tribe on how you proceed and make maximum profit for your people. Profit is not a dirty word. It's something you want. You want to get the most money for your resources, because once those are gone, they're gone. They ain't ever coming back. So right now, you've got to make some major decisions on how we're going to proceed and what's best for your nation. And so it's really a really, for us, we do this every so often now. That people who got oil and gas are calling us saying, how do we do this? How do you guys do this? And when we explain to them, and ours is some of it's trial and error, and some of it we just do it, and we've been really good at it at that level. So with that, I'm sorry I went over, but there's plenty of cookies back there. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see you. Hopefully I'll back here at 1, because Frank does have a really, really good program for you, and it's laid out quite well. And so thank you. That's good, I'd say.
Oh, thank you, Kelly. Kelsey, really appreciate your time again, and we're going to reconvene at 1:15. And again, just to reiterate, we're going to be going into the oil and gas, and Frank Delapaz will be heading up that portion of the presentation. Thank you. We hope to see you all back in an hour. Thank you. The time and staying on schedule with our agenda. I apologize, we're a little delayed. But without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our second presenter here, who's one of the oil and gas experts up in the 3 affiliated tribes. As we know, Newtown, North Dakota has been an oil boom for the past several years, and this gentleman has been involved intricately with development of the different permitting and I guess say monitoring of the oil and gas leases within their reservation. And pay no mind to the orange tags on the suit. He purposely leaves his tags on his suits. I don't know why, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce him at this point. Please welcome Mr. Frank Delapaz. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Before I get started, I want to thank Steve and Joe
and Kelsey and everybody that invited me here. And then for all of you that are here today too and that have been bearing with us through all of the information that you received on TERO and the background of TERO, where TERO comes from. The importance of the historical aspect of TERO is just as important as where we're at now, because that's the story of how we got to where we are at MHA Nation. My name is Frank Delapaz. My Dakota name, I'm from Siston, South Dakota. I'm an enrolled member of the Siston Wahpeton Dakota Nation. My name is Shunka Duta. That name was given to me as a little boy by my grandfather, and that's the name that I'm known as. And my legal name is Francisco Delapaz. I'm half Dakota and I'm half Mexican. And I was raised in between Sisseton, South Dakota and Chicago, Illinois. And I was educated on the reservation and in the city both. I've worked in human services for over 30 years, and I've worked with the TERO, with the national TERO, since the 1990s. And that's when I first met a man, we call him Moses, John Navarro. And John Navarro has a background very similar to mine, and I had great respect for his accomplishments and the things that he's done. And I started doing workforce development and training programs. And throughout the years, I've worked for several different tribes. I've worked with the Department of Justice and Homeland Security providing training. And then I was blessed with the opportunity over 3 years ago to come and work with the MHA Nation. And excuse me, I'm getting distracted. I don't normally get distracted. We're in a small group right now, but Steve is making fun of Kelsey because Kelsey fell asleep on us. So we had a large lunch, and it was quite entertaining. And I feel like I was blessed to be able to go to work with industry. And coming from human services to industry is two different worlds. And many of our tribal nations, many of our tribal leaders, many of our TERO commissioners, and they're represented here today, it's very difficult for them to understand business. And with TERO, you have to have 1 foot in tribal government and in the world of tribes, and another world in industry and in business. And the industry or the business, that's what's represented in your local community. And everyone is different. I've talked with tribes that have mining. I've talked with tribes that are involved in gaming, heavily involved in gaming, heavily involved in hunting, heavily involved in commercial fishing, like the Yakima and other tribes in coastal areas. And with MHA Nation, we happen to benefit from the oil boom. I was asked 3 years ago to come and interview with the MHA Nation to go and work with TERO there to bring a different perspective. The TERO at MHA Nation had been dealing with an oil boom for several years, and they developed enough infrastructure, and I'm going to talk about the infrastructure that they developed. Out of the TERO office, there is an EPA department, Environmental Protection Agency department, that is tribal, that is MHA Nation. There is a DOT department, Department of Transportation, and they're a compliance and enforcement department also, that was born out of TERO. And another department that came from DOT, and that one is Highway Patrol. And there, yes? So the environmental and the DOT were developed through the TERO?
Through the TERO, and the oil and gas department was developed through TERO also. So TERO had the total responsibility of the traditional types of responsibilities for preference in employment and preference in contracting. And the traditional ones were civil construction and commercial construction. That's road construction. That's what Kelsey talked about. So the base ordinance was all about civil construction and commercial construction. So any buildings that were built with federal, state, or tribal monies came under the jurisdiction of TERO and TERO fees. Any of the road projects came under the jurisdiction
of TERO and TERO fees. And that's where the TERO revenue was generated from prior to oil and gas. They've always had oil and gas, I think since what, the 50s? Since the 50s. But it was never at the level of what we call a boom now. So what happened prior to me being hired was in 2012, Damon Williams and Kelsey had talked about Damon. He was the tribal attorney at that time. He had developed regulations for TERO, not law, but regs, and those regs were to support the law, the ordinance. And within the ordinance, TERO and the commission have the ability to develop regulations to enforce the ordinance. And with those regulations, we call that the oil and gas regs. And what we're going to be going over today is one part of the oil and gas regs. Part 3 and part 3.2 actually of the oil and gas regs is Indian preference and contracting. And what was so important about Indian preference and contracting is it differentiated the TERO ordinance. We have the beginning of TERO, and that's all what Kelsey talked about, but the tribe realized that they needed to grow. They needed growth. They needed the type of growth that was going to address oil and gas and midstream companies and pipeline projects and all of the ancillary services that come along with them. And they didn't have it with the ordinance, because the ordinance, when it came to contracting, allowed the base ordinance, and that's what Kelsey talked about today. Whenever there was a contract, and that was federal, state, and tribal money, everyone could bid on that. Anyone could come in bid. You could be an 8A company, you could be an Indian contractor, you could be Yugoslavian, you could be Serbian, it didn't matter what you were. The preference came in being able to meet the lowest bid as an Indian contractor. That's where TERO came in, and that's where TERO was involved. And it's a very complicated process. It's not very simple. And what Damon was able to do was build the process that we're going to go over today that's going to give preference to Indian contractors in oil and gas and ancillary services. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about where the tribe was at 2012 and now in 2016 where the tribe is now. So in 2012 and 2013 when I came on board, the tribe had less than 20% of the services that they were represented by Indian contractors, TAT member companies, and ancillary services in oil and gas. Less than 20%. And so what industry was telling us at TERO, the oil companies and the midstream companies, were our Indian contractors were only good to do roustabout work. They were only good to do reclamation work. They were only good to do certain construction work. When you look at all of the technical areas of the oil field industry, when we start talking about fracking and their ancillary services, drilling and their ancillary services, completions and their ancillary services, production and their ancillary services, and pipeline construction, we weren't okay for that. There were no pipeline companies when I came on board in 2013. It's because of the oil and gas regulations and the implementation of that allowed the tribe to build their Indian contractor businesses. And that's what all the tribes are really interested in. So whenever we go speak, whenever Kelsey and I are going and talking, and whenever we're doing presentations like this presentation that I've developed is developed for industry. This is an industry presentation. So whenever we have operators come in, and they're always changing, there's new superintendents coming on, there's new VPs coming on board, especially since the crash of the oil industry, and the crude prices have been so low, there's a lot of upper management and mid-management changes. So we have new people coming in, and they don't know anything about Indian preference, so they're calling our office, and Charles is saying, you have to, meet with Frank, and he'll set up training, and we bring management in so they can understand Indian contracting. What is their responsibility when it comes to the law? When it comes to compliance and enforcement, we're gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna write on the board for a minute, because these are some of the things we're gonna talk about tomorrow. And this would be kind of like our subject area. So this would be tomorrow's conversation. So that's going to be compliance tomorrow. We'll go over that. And then if you could think of any other questions, I'll think of some things that we won't have time to cover today, but we'll try to get a list together of things that we'll go over tomorrow for you. So this way we can keep like a tally of what we're doing and what we missed. So when it came to compliance, what was really difficult was our compliance officers, and we had about 8 of them out when I started. They had just separated the DOT from MHA T.E.R.O. And they needed legal teeth, because what happened, we were always getting challenged. Where's Joe at? The challenge, Joe, and Joe knows he's a compliance officer, is to go out on location and you're asking a superintendent that's on a job, sir, can you give me a list of your employees? Are you licensed? What do you do here? What's your contract number? And generally the response is, even though we're badged and we have T.E.R.O all over our trucks, we have lights and we have all of that authority, they're saying, what gives you the right to be out here? So prior to Title VII, Title VII is the tribal authorization through a tribal council resolution that gives DOT and T.E.R.O the ability to go and enforce T.E.R.O within the exterior boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. It gives us the right, the legal right, under our jurisdiction to pull over commercial vehicles, to go onto locations, and to enforce T.E.R.O with citations, not sanctions, but citations. Only the commission can do sanctions. And within Title VII, it gives us the authority to have lights. So we have all of our law enforcement lights, Kelsey had talked about. We have 4 officers that carry sidearms and that are authorized to carry sidearms because it is very dangerous out there. And I'm going to talk a little bit about your compliance officers out here. Maybe we could talk about that as part of compliance and safety too. But it's very dangerous out there, so it gave them the right to have the lights, the right to have badges, gave them the right to carry sidearms also. And now when we go out on locations, that nobody questions anything. All of the operators understand what the law is. All of the operators understand Title VII. It's our responsibility to provide them, because we have the attorney here right now, right? Is that the attorney?
Executive Director.
Executive Director. Oh, I thought there was attorney one here this morning.
I'm an attorney.
Okay. So what it allows us to do is provide any challenges to the citation by we have to provide due process. So due process is so important in everything that we do with citations, beginning with them being on location, them being authorized and proving that they're authorized to be out there, being badged, stopping them, whatever they're stopping them for, they have to be notified of the law. And then we have citation books. And that citation book has to be signed. That's part of due process also. And then what Kelsey does is all the hearing process. If they feel that the citation that we had given them wasn't warranted, then they have the ability to go through the process that is all written in the T.E.R.O ordinance, and that's a hearing, and that's a hearing with the commission and that type of thing. There aren't a lot of challenges that we've experienced just because we've had things tight, and the oil companies, the operators, have great resources, and they have very, very large law firms that support them. We have one law firm that supports us, but we've been able to really do a great job in putting together training programs, and Kelsey's been part of the training programs for our compliance officers that we put together bulletproof cases, and that's helped support this. So now, giving you the background, we're going to go into Indian preference and contracting. So,
Investigator Sean.
yeah, Sean Red Fox is our investigator. He's part of the Indian contracting department. We have 3 people, in Indian contracting, and Sean is a compliance officer and he's our investigator. And the investigator is the one that does all of our complaints. And our complaint process is totally separate. So the compliance process is our compliance officers that are all able to go out there and go to any location, as well as myself, being badged and do audits of locations. Whether it's an oil and gas location, whether it's a construction location, it doesn't matter. If it's civil construction, commercial construction, or oil and gas, we cover it all. So for the TERO regulations this only pertains.
One other thing is he's a prosecutor.
Okay. Okay.
Presents a case and stuff.
And the regulations are only for oil and gas exploration, production, and ancillary services. And that's what's really, really important. So when we start talking about ancillary services, what does that really mean? So the oil companies 3 years ago, they would challenge. They would challenge everything that we would do and everything we would try to enforce when it came to Indian preference and contracting. So we had to become, as the enforcement division, experts in the law. So we had to know exactly what the law meant. And what does the law mean? So when we start looking at 3.2, when we look at preference on contracts and subcontracts, qualified Indian contractors that are 100% owned and controlled by enrolled members of 3 affiliated tribes shall have first preference on all contracts and subcontracts in connection with oil and gas exploration, production, and ancillary services. The term qualified Indian contractor is as defined in the TERO ordinance and regulations. All entities engaged in activities in connection with oil and gas exploration, production, and ancillary services when awarding contracts or subcontracts that are subject to this section, what they have to do is go to our TERO list. And if we have one Indian contractor that is what we would call a Tier 1 or TAT member company, that contract, that entity that's awarding that contract has to go to that list first. They can't bid out with anybody else. Now, I don't know if you remember, but what we talked about with civil construction and commercial construction, everybody bids together, right? And preference comes after the bidding is done, and you give the Indian contractor another opportunity to meet the lowest bid. That's civil and commercial construction. The oil and gas regulations say, no, we don't do that. You're gonna go to the Indian contractor and nobody else. No other contractors get to bid because we want them to have first preference in oil and gas. This is what differentiates us from any other tribal TERO entity, is the oil and gas regs. Since this was implemented, I believe that Navajo has come up with one similar to this. It's different, and that Mountain Ute, not Southern Ute or Northern Ute, but Mountain Ute has one also. But their compliance, what we're going to talk about tomorrow, is different than our compliance. Their compliance is totally different. But they do have oil and gas regs also. So since 2012, we have 2 other TERO entities or tribes that have something similar to this. So they have to review the TERO list of qualified contractors to determine if one or more is 100% Indian owned and controlled by members of the tribe. They have to determine that company has the technical capabilities to provide that service. And if there's one company, then they would negotiate with that company for a reasonable price. What is considered a reasonable price? The reasonable price is determined by what their engineering costs are. Everything is budgeted. So they would have 10% of that cost would be the reasonable price that we're talking about. Now, if there's more than one TAT member company, what would be the next logical step? That it would go out for bid. And that's where we're at now. Where all the services go out for bid. Everything is bid out at least once. And I'll explain to you what I mean by at least once. So the law, this is what the law supports. So the decision on technical qualifications and reasonable price has to rest with that entity that's letting the bid. And this is all the due process stuff that we're talking about. This is all the legal stuff. So what we're saying is that that company is determining, they have policies for RFPs, requests for proposals, or requests for rates, which is like what a daily rate is. That's the same as a bid. We don't determine what their, how they go about doing that. If it's electronic, if they send them out to different people, or if they're hand done, if nothing. We don't determine any of that. What we determine is that the system that they're using is not going to circumvent this law. That's the key. So our job is to make sure that whatever they're going to do in that bid process, that it's going to be, this law is included in that process, and that they're following it. If no technically qualified firm offers a price that the awarding entity considers reasonable, the awarding entity shall seek to negotiate a reasonable price, and that's what we talked about. The awarding entity may not reject a firm based on technical capabilities or qualifications. They can't do that. They can't reject the firm based on that. So that means that they're in violation of TERO. So number 7, there are no firms described in subparagraph 1 of TERO. Then they would go to the Tier 2, which is a 5149 company. The same process. And if there's no one available there, they would go to Tier 3. And the same process applies. And then if there's no one there, then they would go to Tier 4. And the same process. And if there's no one in Tier 4, guess what? They could hire anybody that they want. So in 2012, what was happening for fracking services, and that's the 10% that we're talking about right now. What was happening with all of the technical services, these are the high-end services where the rates are extremely high, like hydraulic fracturing, plug and perf. When we look at wireline services, and wireline services are the part of fracking where they set explosives to break up shale and release fossil fuels. There's other services like fishing tools. You have the installation of pump jacks, the maintenance of pump jacks. None of those services were represented by Indian contractors. Not one of them. Not one. Those were all technical areas where they said that we were okay for the roustabout and the construction and the reclamation, but that was it. Tank battery and installs. And we've worked from there until now with the oil companies. And the working that I mean is, it wasn't a matter of negotiating with them. It wasn't a matter of talking. It was a matter of having the teeth for citations, the teeth for compliance for this here, to be able to persuade them monetarily with citations that they have to follow the law. The highest citation, or the most significant citation that was written was $525,000 in June of 2015 to an oil operator, and it was a violation of Indian preference in contracting. So the violation of Indian preference in contracting was held up. It was upheld, not held up. They said we held them up, but it was upheld through the commission, through the whole process, and that company had to pay that amount. We frequently write $250,000 citations, $100,000 citations, but the oil producers understand that when these citations are written, it's not written with the idea that they're nice people. It's not written with the idea that they're doing these great things for the tribe. It's written with the idea that they violated the law. They violated the law, and this is the consequence of violating the law, is that we are going to cite you. So when it comes down to the citations, when it comes down to compliance and enforcement to support Indian preference and contracting, our compliance officers are out there. And it's a very, very dangerous job. I've been talking with Joe and met with Joe, and I don't know if tribal administration, I don't know if the community, and I don't know if the other departments realize the importance of TERO, but everywhere I look in this room, I see Warrior Nation. That's what and that's when I think of the Pawnee, how you identify yourself. And then I think of TERO and who we are. And in all my work with TERO, we're the last line of defense. We're the last line of defense. We're out there. Even law enforcement is out there doing the criminal. We're out there protecting the resources of the tribe. Because we work for TERO, because in MHA Nation and here, because we have oil and gas, it doesn't mean that we're supporting oil and gas. It doesn't mean that we're supporting fracking. It doesn't mean that we support pipeline. It means that we're supporting what I feel, and many of us in TERO feel, is the strongest branch of sovereignty for the tribe, and we call that TERO. The ability to tax, the ability to be able to provide preference in employment, and the ability to be able to provide preference in contracting. That's where we've grown to. There's many tribes that haven't done that yet. There's many tribes that are still focusing on the employment aspect because they have high unemployment rates. Where MHA TERO is at right now, we have pretty much zero unemployment right now. We've had the privilege and the blessing to be able to build businesses, for the enrolled members to be able to go into industry with the support of the tribe and the support of TERO to go into business. When I started in 2013, there was a company owner, very large company, that started his business. He shared with me. He sat down and talked with me because he knew me from before and he knew my humble beginnings. And he was telling me, and openly, he said, Frank, I'm blessed beyond what anybody could believe, and I'm very thankful because if it wasn't for TERO, and he didn't mean the individual TERO people, he meant if it wasn't for TERO and that TERO law and the opportunities and the preference that it provided, that he would still be on EBT. In 2009, him and his family were on TANF, and he had his EBT card, and he had TANF, and he had to go find a job and provide work to some entity, some nonprofit entity or government for 20 hours a week, and that's how his family survived. He got a loan from a family member to buy one pickup truck, and started a roustabout company. And he had a rake. A roustabout is a service, an ancillary service in the oil industry that provides maintenance, whether it's in the drilling area, in all four departments of the oil field industry, in construction, in drilling, in completions, and production. But like fracking is still part of completions. So in all those areas, there's roustabout. They power wash, they clean, they sweep up. They don't have any technical responsibilities. They didn't at that time, they do now. And that's what he did. He started with one truck. And now he has one of the largest companies. But he was on TANF. And people don't understand the ability that the tribes have to support their enrolled members in becoming entrepreneurs, in developing business. It begins with employment. And that's what Kelsey talked about this morning. That's the basis. The basis is you getting that job. Conrad Edwards and John Navarro had the foresight to understand that once we became employees and we were given an opportunity to do a job in the trades, and in the 70s and the 80s, that's what it was all about, was the trades, that we were eventually going to become journeymen. And then from journeymen, we were going to become subcontractors. And then from subcontractors, we were going to hopefully become general contractors. And that's what's happening right now with TEROs. I want to encourage all of you to spread the word regarding the support and for TERO here. You're on a good track. You are really on a good track. Your TERO here has come a long way from the base of TERO to really developing programs and a vision for where they want to be 3 years from now for the tribe. And it all has to do with the enrolled members. The focus needs to be your tribal members. When we look at MHA TERO with this, and I'm working with the Indian contractors, and for some of them, people might say, and we talked about this at lunch, that culturally, we don't support oil and gas. Culturally, and then you have the other ones, culturally on the other side, fracking has done all this terrible stuff to us. We don't want to do that. And then other ones say, pipeline, we don't want to drill under the lake. We can't do this to our Mother Earth. But from TERO, we work from the perspective, your TERO here and our TERO, we're the same. We're no different. Our TERO isn't any different, Steve, and no different than Charles. All their staff here is no different than Kelsey and I. The commitment to the community is all the same. It doesn't matter what we believe personally. It doesn't matter what I believe personally. My job is to support the Indian contractors. My job is to protect the resources of the tribe to the best of my abilities. It's not to be able to make a decision what is right and what is wrong. Those factors are left with the tribal council, the state, the Bureau of Land Management, the BIA, and then landowner. With all those entities, they make that decision. Our job is to protect the resources. We are the last line of defense. So it's up to us if we have the tools to do that. We need the tools. Your TERO here needs these tools that we're talking about right now to be able to do enforcement. The ability to be able to write citations. The ability to be able to be badged. The ability to be able, through teeth, through the law, to audit trucks that are coming through your nation. Any work that is happening, whether it's tribal, whether it's federal, whether it's city or state, that becomes feed. Every one of those projects are monitored and audited and are subject to TERO fees. And that is protection of the tribe. That really is, I believe, one of the strongest arms of sovereignty that a tribe has is TERO. And it's really a tribe's choice to utilize it or not. You could, and we talked about that at lunch, not do anything about it and step back and watch the world go by you, or you could become involved and develop revenue from what's taking place on your reservation. So it benefits not only you, some of us, I'm 55 years old, and I have elders here right now, and we're not going to be on this earth very long. I don't see any real young people, but the things that we're doing right now are going to be for those generations to come. If this tribe has no revenue, and there's activity taking place that could generate revenue from the tribe, then it's really a dishonor to those young people. That's what you're going to leave them with. And that's what I think about. So all of the work that I do with TERO is really based on, what is going to be my legacy? What does it really mean? Am I supporting industry, or am I protecting the tribe? I'm protecting tribal resources. That's what I believe in. As a Dakota man, all of us, we're all brothers and sisters. All of us tribal nations, and we need to stick together. That's why Kelsey and I are here today, is to be able to provide you with base information to be able to make good decisions for your tribe, to provide all of you with the information and let you know this could be done. Some of the information that we're talking about right now is a little bit about the certified Indian contractor, and those are some of the stuff that I went over. Now it's about our enforcement of the Indian contractor. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that we do enforcement with Indian contractors? That's a good thing. We have to be able to do that. We have to be able to have some structure for the Indian contractor. Otherwise, there's that word that's used in contracting all the time. Otherwise, it becomes a front. And we don't want Indian contractors that are fronts. So we have something in the law, right, in the regulation, that talks about fitness of our certified Indian contractor. So if Kelsey's going to come into the office, he has to be certified. He's not going to automatically going to get certification as an Indian contractor. He has to go through fitness. And the criteria for fitness is going to be a lot of different things that include the financial ability to be able to provide that service, your work history, your knowledge, and your education. And what I'm going to give you an example of, and I'm going to talk about the oil industry in particular. If you have an individual that worked on rigs, that was a derrick for 10 years, and comes in and says, I want to become a fracking company. I have 10 years of experience as a derrick hand, and now I want to frack. Is that relative experience? No, it's not. It's a totally different department. But if he says, hey, I've been on a rig long enough and I understand how that works. So I have a company that I'm working with right now, and I have some equipment myself, and I want to invest on a surface rig, and I want to start doing rat holes in surface rigs. Is he going to get licensed for that? Yeah, probably he will. If somebody comes in with an MBA and they've never done work in the oil industry, this is one of the debates that we have right now. Should they be given the ability to start a business and in the oil industry and not have experience, not have picked up a shovel, they've never been on a rig, they've never even been on a location, but yet they have a desire to be able to provide a service in the production area to do maintenance. And they have the resources, they have all the capital, right? They have maybe oil revenues or money saved up from in their own savings, and they have $200,000 that they want to invest in their own equipment. Should they be certified as an Indian contractor? Yep, because they have the education to support them going into it. So and that's one of the areas of contention that we have with our Indian contractors right now, because you have, and I'm going to separate this between males and females. You have men that have been out there doing all the work, working on the rigs and all aspects. You have guys that have been out there 15 years, and they start their company, and they're like, how come Mary has a company right now, and how can she be in the oil field, and she's never been on a location before? And we have to explain to them that Mary has an MBA. Outside of the reservation, Mary's not going to be inhibited from going into any business that she wants to. And those same rules have to apply to us as Native people. So you don't only have to have knowledge of the service and the field service, or if you're in construction, how to do concrete work, or if you're putting up an iron building, how to do iron work, but it's the ability to be able to put that project together, get the financing for it, and manage people, and have the education to do that. So it's a combination of both things when we look at fitness. And then we determine whether Kelsey is going to be licensed and certified as an Indian contractor, but he could only perform the services that he's applied for, that he's certified for. He can't do anything else outside of that. So it's very specific. If you say, I want to be a general contractor and I want to build buildings, you go and build that building, and we'll support you in any way possible with this law and with Indian preference and contracting. If you decide that you want to go into the oil field business and you start doing work in the oil field business without the proper licensing, we're going to cite you. And then that's going to go to the commission. They're going to determine what the status of your license is. So being a certified Indian contractor doesn't give you full reign to do anything that you want to do. It has to be based on what you're certified for. So that's the fitness portion of what we're talking about. And so when we start taking a look at all of the auditing that we do with Indian contractors, it's very, very complicated. We have the ability to look at financial records, resumes, taking a look at contracts,
that type of thing. In evaluating whether a firm is a qualified Indian contractor and whether a firm is qualified to work in a particular area, the TERO will evaluate whether the structure, finances, equipment, arrangements, management, and other factors are the ones that are consistent with normal and customary business practices in that area. That's how fitness is determined. Now, if you're a company that, if you're Joe, and Joe has a company, and Joe is living in Jamaica, and is operating a business in North Dakota, does Joe have management and operational responsibilities over that company? Is he taking responsibility of that company? Is it most likely, could it be perceived as maybe a front company? Yes, most definitely. And that's all part of the evaluation, and it's very, very complicated in Indian country when you start taking a look at who could be licensed and who can't be licensed. It's very, very difficult. So we're developing a process right now that's going to be, we're launching it, hopefully July 1st we're going to launch it, and it's going to change the tier system that I talked about, and we're going to have TAT member companies that are A, B, and C. And the A is going to be a company that owns 100% of their equipment, and we have many of them. We have companies that are pipeline companies that could do a pipeline project all on their own. We have roustabout companies, we have hydraulic fracturing companies that are Indian contractors. I mentioned that we have 98% of all the ancillary services in the oil industry. We have general contractors, we have prime contractors, we have Flickertail, which is one of the largest road construction contractors in the upper Midwest. I believe that they're bonded up to like $50 million. They have just unbelievable resources. The female owner of the company, that's the wife, is a TAT member. And that's been a very long-standing company at three affiliated tribes, and they do work all over the state, not only with the tribe, but they'll work in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and Minnesota. And so the opportunities are there. We're an example of how to support those companies. This is an example of how to provide the structure to ensure that any Indian company that is going to go to work is not going to be a front company, but is going to be qualified. And the purpose for that is that we want our Indian contractors, and we've proven that the front companies are the companies that have no growth whatsoever. They're the companies that are going to take a percentage. They're going to take 10% of gross revenue. They're going to keep it. They're going to be in Jamaica or Puerto Rico, and they're not going to have management responsibility for that company, but they're just going to receive that 10%, and they're not going to have employees. There's not going to be any economic benefit to the tribe. There's not going to be any economic benefit to that company. There's only going to be an economic benefit to that one person or to that one family. And when Kelsey talked earlier, this is all tied in together. When he started talking about economic development, and for a community to be able to turn over a dollar, to have real economic development capacity, it has to be turned over 7 times. So when we were looking at prior to 2012, you had less than 20% of the services. You had billions of dollars in industry and revenue being generated on the reservation, and only less than 20% of it was represented by Indian contractors, and it was probably turned over once. And believe it or not, there's not a lot of retail services, so everyone was going to Minot or Bismarck to go shop. So you really had that dollar turned over 2 or 3 times. We have more businesses now, but now we have those services represented by 98%. 98% of them are Indian contractors. Now you have more retail businesses in Newtown. You have more eating establishments.
You have clothing stores. You have people getting involved in the retail end as opposed to the oil industry. You have businesses started. We have First Nations coffee. There's many, they're very diverse in the areas that they're going into when it comes to businesses, not only contracting and not only oil and gas. It's really built an economy, a local economy for the tribe. And that's what the vision was. That's what the plan was with the oil and gas regs. It wasn't just a matter of controlling the oil and gas industry. It was what were the effects going to be for the enrolled members? What were the effects going to be for the tribe? What were the long-term economic effects going to be? And the future of the tribe. So when we have business owners that are well established in whatever area that they're in, not only in oil and gas, that's generational. So prior to this last oil boom, there were very few companies. One company, Man Trucking, was a long-standing generational company that was involved in trucking. There were no other families that knew anything about business. So the challenges have not only been to be able to provide them with opportunity, but for sustainability. So the responsibility of the Indian Contracting Department is also we want to see these companies around for generations. And how do you do that? You know, how do you get that company to that point? And how do you try to shape them as a T.E.R.O without giving them preference twice? So how do I say, is your company, Kelsey's company, more important than your company? Nope, they should all be the same. The whole purpose for bringing me in as a Dakota man was I had no affiliation and no interest in any company on that reservation. None whatsoever. So I was able to come in and provide parity. I was able to equality for all the companies. Whether you were one of the companies, and we have quite a few of them, we have about 30 companies that have gross revenues of that in excess of $100 million. And if you're that company or you're a startup company and you just started and you have 2 semis, you know, does the bigger company have preference over the startup company? No. When I first started in 2013, we had 1 woman business owner. And now we have, I think, 20. And the big challenge was getting them accepted. Even in a male-dominated industry like the oil industry, it wasn't the fact that they were native, it was the fact that they were females. And it's a male-dominated industry. That was the big challenge. We have a lot to be proud of in Indian country. We do. We have a lot to be proud of. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're still working. We're still growing. The MHA nation is still growing. I heard Kelsey say this, and I always hear other people say that too. They say, "Wow, you guys are so advanced, and you've done more than other tribes." I don't think that we have. I really don't. There's a man. Does anybody know? And I kind of smile when I say this because a lot of us do. Young people don't know who Warren Buffett is. Does anybody know who Warren Buffett is? And I look at Warren Buffett and I'm amazed by his accomplishments. And I listened to Warren Buffett speak. And Warren Buffett was asked how he attributes his success. And Warren Buffett said it was a matter of opportunity. He said, and I'm going to give you an example of that opportunity. He said, I'm a white male. My sister is a white female, but I grew up in a male-dominated society in business. And I had that opportunity and I took advantage of it. And what I'm going to pose you a little bit of a challenge here is you have opportunities here too at Pawnee. Take advantage of those opportunities because they're here and they are there for you to benefit the tribe and benefit any of your young entrepreneurs. Warren Buffett, all of his success was because he was at the right place at the wrong time. At MHA Nation, I look at the enrolled members and the ones that have that $100 million in revenue, or the small companies that are making $1 million, or the company that Kelsey talked about that said, I'm only making 50, I only made 50,000 this month. Where that man is thinking that he's in poverty because he didn't make his normal 300,000 a month. That's the opportunity, and they're taking advantage of that opportunity, and TERO is assisting them with that opportunity. That's what we're here for. And I'd like to see all the TEROs in this nation be able to build that type of system. You know, that's really what it's about. And that's how I always support it, and my love for TERO nationally is about that opportunity and about that preference. I know for myself, as a Dakota man, at 55 years of age, and I talked about this at lunch too, when I was 18 years old, I went back to Chicago and Minneapolis and looked for work, and there were other guys that I knew that were of other races that got they immediately had the same job that I applied for. And I never understood that until I got older. I never understood that there were people that were supporting them based on race, based on family, based on someone knowing somebody else. And for Native America and Native men, we didn't have that. We had relocation, and that was it. That was our help up. And from that time when I realized that, I devoted my life to creating workforce and creating jobs for our men, especially our men, so we could reclaim our role as providers for our families and our community. And my work with TERO is about that. That's what it's all about. And now it's grown into helping those people that have found jobs, that have gotten expertise, that have gotten training to fulfill their dream of becoming business owners and giving them that same opportunity that Warren Buffett had. Whether they're successful or not is up to them. This TERO, it's up to them. It's the people here, it's up to you. And your enrolled members that want to go to business, if they have the opportunity, it's going to be up to them if they're going to be successful or not. But the opportunity has to be there. The opportunity it has to be created. There's people at the MHA Nation, the historical aspect of it, Marcus Leving, Tex Hall, and now Chairman Fox, that have created those opportunities. They created them. They came into that agreement, the tax agreement with the state that allowed for oil and gas exploration and hydraulic fracturing to take place within the reservation boundaries. There were people that didn't like it and didn't want it. Throughout the rest of the Bakken, it was approved and it was accepted, and it created revenue, a revenue generating stream that nobody could have ever imagined. You're going to see tomorrow, or actually later on after this presentation, some of the benefits that the tribe, how the tribe has benefited from that industry, that they've had that opportunity to really exercise their sovereign right to do compliance on, to do enforcement with, and to have this law. The performance work done by the qualified Indian firm, what they talk about is 51% of the equipment, or having an equipment lease arrangement that is normal and customary in that business area. So that is just one of the ways for us to determine if an Indian contractor is a front or if they're a legitimate company. If they're a legitimate company, they're going to own or lease equipment. In these trying times, we have industry representatives here right now. They know what the price of crude is, and some of us, like Kelsey and I, as well as industry, I monitor it every day, because there's a threshold when things are going to happen. And when things are going to happen, that means that activity is going to go up. So at $50 in the industry, that's kind of the magic number for development, for new development. That means that there's new pads that are going to be developed. That means that the wells that were planned to be fracked, that they can't get extensions for, are going to be fracked again. And for us, what that means is the activity level for our contractors is going to skyrocket again. That company that was complaining about that $50,000 a month in profit is not going to be complaining about that. when this happened. So we're right at the cusp. We're right at the border of that happening. And a lot of that, I don't know if everybody knows, a lot of that has to do with Cushing. And so it was an honor for me to come here and to be here. The tribe is beautiful, your lands are beautiful, but you have so much going around. Steve took us to Cushing, and I was like a kid in the candy store. So I was like, this is where it's all happening. And if many of you don't know that Cushing is the hub for North America, for North American sweet crude. This is where the price of crude that we monitor every day is determined. And it's determined by the amount of storage that we have. And if the storage is high and the storage is higher than the demand, the price of crude is going to go down. If the demand is greater than what they have in storage, the price is going to go up. So that's what we want to see happen. There's a lot of things happening in the oil and gas industry, and we talked about it yesterday. We talked about legacy wells. So one of the strategies in the oil industry right now is to shut or close off or shut out any of the legacy wells, the older wells, that those production numbers are going to go down. And those wells are very expensive to operate anyhow, and they're not connected to pipeline, so everything has to be trucked off those locations and then sold at the wellhead, and they're low production numbers. So with that, we're looking at an increase in crude prices, and it's gradually going up. Some of the projections, OPEC announced, they did a press release, I believe it was in November of 2015, and their projection was, and this is bad for consumers, but their projection was that crude per barrel was going to, in 2017, it was going to be up around $200 a barrel, which is going to be historical. We don't want to see that happen. I'm not saying that, but I want to see it at least at $70 or $80 a barrel, where our contractors are going to be very profitable. And that means that not only our contractors, but our leaseholders, our royalty people are going to be very happy. It means that what MHA Nation did with their tax agreement, and with their tax agreement, we have the tax agreement with the state of North Dakota shares tax revenue on every barrel of crude that is produced within the exterior boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. And that means the revenue of the tribe is going to go up. Right now, they're rearranging their thinking, their financial planning and thinking. So it's been very difficult for tribal programs that are supported by oil and gas revenue. I don't want to give you too much information, but we are the second revenue generating department of the tribe. The first is going to be the tax department. And the tax department, because of the tax agreement, there isn't anybody that's close to us, not close to us, as the second revenue generating department of the tribe. We provide, and someone asked earlier, we provide the revenue for a lot of different departments, and I'm going to say that for our next presentation, because I'll go into that a little bit more. But we still have to compete for our own budget. So for our budget, we have to compete. All of the other departments that rely on tribal revenue, that rely solely on tribal revenue, have been cut. And it's been devastating for families, because the effect of that low crude revenue, or the decrease of crude revenue taxes, has had an impact on everybody at MHA Nation, all of their employees. Me, as a non-enrolled member, I'm still affected by that. So it's been difficult. We have our struggles, but our struggles aren't like the struggles of people in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. They're not like struggles of the people in Navajo. And they're not like the struggles of the people at Pawnee Nation. We each have our own likes and similarities in how we do things, and we have our own struggles too. So it's not at the same level. So the disparities, when people say we're not doing well, it's all relative. I want to make them prove that you're in poverty, and there's not a lot of people in poverty over there. There's not. So they've done real well. So with the oil and gas presentation, these are our joint venture agreements. Our 5149 companies, if you're familiar with joint ventures and how they are, the percentages are separated. What is a legitimate 5149 is if the Indian owner owns 51% of the company and the other owner owns 49% of the company. And we recognize them, and they're competitive also. They have to submit a plan. We have, and this kind of goes into the leasing that we do. And we allow our Indian contractors that own equipment to be able to subcontract with non-Indian contractors to provide services. So the example I'm going to give you happens to be a company with a man. I can't give you his name because we can't do that based on privacy and sharing of information. But he is half Creek and he is half Hidatsa. And he has come into partnership with, is anybody familiar with Halliburton? They're one of the largest companies in the world, and they're partnered with an Indian contractor. And the Indian contractor is the primary partner, and Halliburton is the sub with the system that we have set up here. And they have to comply. So that means that all of the billing on a frac, it goes through the Indian contractor. The actual contract is the Indian contractors. It's not Halliburton. We have other companies. I don't know if you're familiar with another worldwide company, Schlumberger. Schlumberger is partnered with an Indian contractor. We have, and they're another frac company. We have a company called Weatherford. That's a multi-service company that they have a lot of the flaring technology, and they do a lot of the pump jacks and all of the different technology for production and pumps on locations. They are teamed with an Indian contractor also on the reservation, and they're huge. So we've come a long way from 2012 when we had less than 20% of the services. And we really attribute it to this law. We attribute it to the support that T.E.R.O has had to be able to make the changes necessary for our to do compliance, the changes necessary for us to be able to work with the oil companies and all of the non-Indian contractors to ensure that they're following the local laws. Does anybody have any questions? Steve?
Any environmental issues that you've come across?
Oh, great environmental issues. And I mentioned them earlier. One of the biggest things that's happened, well, first let me say this. Duke University, I don't know if you're familiar with the latest study that was done, and it was done on the Bakken, and it was done on a company called Crestwood, and they're a midstream company. And this midstream company has had 2 significant spills. Oh, I'm sorry. This company has had 2 significant spills since 2013 of Rhine water, and we call it gray water or Rhine water. And normally, and it's related to pipeline. So normally you would have crude in a pipe, and then on the side of that crude you'd have from 8 to 16-inch pipe. And then on the side, you would have smaller, like a 6-inch pipe that would be Rhine water or wastewater that's going to go to a disposal site, and they go into what they call injection wells. And then it gets ejected back, like 8 to 12,000 feet. That's where they're doing the original drilling at. So it goes back to those same depths. It's the water that comes out with the crude, and it goes back to the same spot and the same depths. When that water breaches that pipe, what happens is, with the Duke University study we all knew, is it deteriorates any living organism that it touches for hundreds of years. And what the Duke University study said was that the Crestwood spills were significant, but it's not going to be this generation or the next generation. It's going to be the generation after that is going to be affected by the groundwater. The potable water just to give you some information on fracking, in our area where the shale is 8 to 12,000 feet. That's where the Bakken and Three Forks are. They go from those ranges. So when they start fracking in that area, there's no potable water. All the water is contaminated. So you hear people talking and you say, well, they're going to contaminate the water. Water is going to be bad from fracking. That's not true. It doesn't affect the water. The water the groundwater that's going to be affected, it's going to be affected by the Rhine water that is spilled, that comes from deteriorated pipes, and not from the fracking itself. That's never going to happen. But what happens is that Rhine water, even if you don't have pipe, right? So this isn't only a pipeline or a midstream issue. That water has to go from that location after it's separated from the light sweet crude. It's got to go somewhere, so it gets trucked off, and that's called production water. So it's another way for our Indian contractors to generate revenue, but it's an environmental issue because what happens with that Rhine water? Where is it being dumped at? And prior to 2012, with our DOT, it was dumped wherever they wanted to dump it. So they didn't, on the reservation or in the Badlands, now it has to be trucked. It has to be trucked to injection wells. Now everything is monitored. Now every barrel of Rhine water is monitored so it doesn't get dumped wherever anymore. Yes?
What could be going around our jurisdiction right now with these oil companies and their Rhine waters? What could they be doing?
I don't know if they're doing traditional drilling or if they're doing fracking here. But everything that I'm talking about is happening here. I guarantee you that.
So they're dumping water out on the roads.
I don't know if they're, they could be, yeah. So if you see a truck, a tanker truck, if we have industry here, if you see a tanker truck, there's something called frac socks. Does anybody, Kelsey, you know what a frac sock is? Does anybody else know what a frac sock is? That comes from when a company is fracking, like Halliburton or Rockpile, they have their wastewater that comes out with the chemicals and with the Rhine water and chemicals, and it's pretty nasty stuff. It's very toxic. So that water, once it's separated, has to be trucked off. And they use socks to filter it, and that's how they get it into the hydrovac, right? So in 2013, when I started, the big issue was there would be kids playing with frac socks. They would just fall off trucks, or they say that they would be dumped, and it was on the reservation and off the reservation, and they would find it in people's yards, and children are playing with this toxic, highly toxic material. So those are some of the issues that we've been past. We've resolved them, but these are the issues that you need departments of the tribe. If you have activity, oil and gas activity happening on or near your reservation, that you need to be monitoring. You really need to be able to take a look at that. And that's why I said that we're the last line of defense. Law enforcement can't do that. Law enforcement's job, and I was talking with Joe, is this a PL 280 state? So you handle your own criminal cases here? Okay. So I didn't know if it was PL 280 or not. So even your law enforcement, they can't go on a well location. They're not certified to do that. Now, Joe should be certified. Steve, you should be certified. You should have your FR gear. You should be able to be prepared to go on that location, audit that location, find out what companies that are on there and what they're doing. Where are they taking that toxic material? Also, part of drilling, you have something called cuttings. And cuttings are tangible. It's rock and shale and other types of things that are toxic also. And those cuttings have to be removed to a location that's an approved location, disposal location. So if you have cuttings on your tribal land, those are all toxic materials that have to be handled appropriately. And T.E.R.O is normally we're aware of that. All of our compliance officers are trained in that area. We know where the cuttings are. When we do our audits, we know where they're going. We see the logs of the tonnage and that type of thing with the Rhine water. That's all documented, and we monitor that as well as the EPA. So at three affiliated tribes, EPA has their own law, and then they have their own fee schedule for violations. Normally, TERO is out in the field, so if there's an EPA violation, we contact EPA. If there's a violation where we need to contact oil and gas, and EPA and oil and gas have their jurisdiction kind of settled, where off location, it's EPA, on location, that's oil and gas. So they have compliance officers, but we're out in the field all the time. So we're the go-to department. So anyone will call us. The oil companies call us, the community calls us to go out and respond to all of them. Yes, ma'am.
On your statement a while ago, you said that fracking and oil exploration does not affect the groundwater, but it affects the groundwater.
No, I said fracking.
Fracking.
Fracking does not affect, no,
groundwater.
not at all. They're below the depths of what's considered potable water.
Okay, well, there's people around here that's got that all.
I know. Everywhere they do. But geologically,
Fracking is causing our aquifers and our groundwater
No.
to be bad.
no.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it's not, it's from, if it's gonna happen based on oil and gas, it's gonna be from the drilling. And it's gonna be the toxic materials that are taken out of that well during the drilling process. And where are they taking it to? And that's where your TERO needs to know what's going on that location.
Yeah, well,
they need to be able to be supported by law or by regulations to be able to audit and go on that location, and they have to be able to tell them. The battle has been jurisdictionally with all the oil companies. And our battle has been, my personal battle has been that with them. We still fight racism. And I can't tell you how many meetings I've been with upper management in Denver, in Houston, in Tulsa also, and them talking about our Indian contractors and them challenging jurisdiction. And we're ready for the battle. We're ready for the battle all the time. Kelsey's going through those challenges right now with the purchasing of crude. And so it comes in different areas. We've won those battles. I'm going to show you some pictures, and our building, our new TERO building, and now it's the MHA Energy building, and that was turned over to the tribe, was built with revenue from court cases that we won with midstream companies. And that's a $14 million project. Yeah,
The other thing about the SOx, we were talking about that filters all that, is that they're coming up radioactive now. Because of all the stuff they filter from in the ground, we're finding that there's radioactivity down there, and it's coming up into those SOx. And just until, 2 years ago, before we really start getting a handle on them, they'd be in dumpsters. They would dump them in dumpsters. And so that's some of the EPA stuff that we watch out for. And like Frank said, our guys are the first line out there. We got 14 compliance officers, and you hardly ever see them in the office. They're out in the field. And so that's where we want them.
How big are their territories, their jurisdictions? Each compliance officer, do they have a certain area they go to or a certain job site?
Well, they're each from different segments.
Districts.
Okay.
But we don't do that with them. They go out, they'll try to arrange their schedules so we have 24-hour coverage in the oil industry.
24 hours, so you're night and day.
Night and day.
You'll see pictures of our night setups where we actually stop all vehicles coming in on our tribal roads. Yes, sir.
Do you have a curfew or what kind of trucks can haul oil?
No. We do have restrictions in certain areas like BIA 14 going through Mandan. That's a $10,000 citation if a commercial truck goes through that residential area.
Yes, we've heard, I've been sitting in business council meetings and actually heard a business council person talk about how some trucking companies will come on to tribal lands in the middle of the night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't even know what the heck they're doing out there, but they must be filling oil and driving off. And we have no way to monitor that. But that's some of the...
You should, I don't, with the exception of your leadership, and I would just like to encourage your leadership to be able to develop regulations that are going to give you the jurisdictional ability to stop trucks and to audit any location, whether it's a construction location or whether it's an oil and gas location, a pipeline project, any construction project or anything industry related, that you have the ability to do that. Some of the areas that we don't cover, and I'll talk about that now, we don't do food service, we don't do anything like that. I remember when I had first started with MHA Nation, there's a company called Schwann's, and Schwann's Wholesale, it comes out to the res, and it usually comes out because EBT, you could use your EBT at 12 o'clock of the first. So when it's good, they'll come out like at 10 o'clock. And one of the councilmen, his son, his name's Tonton, he calls me up, and I'm still pretty new myself. And he said, Frank, the Swan Man's at my house. He said, and he doesn't have a TERO license. So can I cite it? And I was like, I don't see why you can't. He's not like a food service, and he's coming on the reservation, and he's providing a service, and he's at your house. He said, and he's kind of an able too. And I was like, well, get him. Call me back. Let me know what happens. So he gives the Swan Man a citation for not $1,000, no DOT, no TERO license, and then within about 20 minutes, I'm getting calls from all of the council. Why did you mess with the Swan Man? Now he's not coming to my house. So it's it's one of the areas that we really have to be concerned with is where do you want jurisdiction, where is it going to be effective, and what's important. I know on my reservation that we even go after UPS and FedEx, and we'll chase them down but we're not at a place where we have high revenue. So whoever's going to come on the reservation and system needs to be licensed. So it's different. So they were telling me, two of the compliance officers I'm good friends with, they said, hey, Frank thought he was insistent. That next thing you know, he's going to have Tonton looking for the FedEx man, but that's not what we're doing. So there's areas that we don't get involved with when it comes to anything related to tourism. Or when it comes to hunting and fishing, we don't get involved in that, in any of those aspects of business, like guides and those types of things. We don't have our own license plates, just to let you know. So what that means is we can't license an auto dealership. If the tribe had the ability to title vehicles, we would have the ability to take jurisdiction over those companies, but we don't. Yes, ma'am.
On you guys' oil and gas, is that all strictly tribally owned land? And
you know what? As a matter of fact, let's take a break, and I'll do the update for you right away. Yep, we'll do that now. Should we, Steve? What, 10 minutes? Yeah, whatever you think. What? 10 minutes? 10-minute break. We'll take a quick break. And we'll see you in a couple minutes, and then we're gonna go over numbers. This is all the data that you were talking about.
By the way, that Schwan Man painting ice cream.
It up for Kelsey and for Frank to go ahead and answer those questions. Andrew, I'm sure you probably got a couple yourself. All right, here you go, Frank.
Okay, I just want to thank everybody for the first part of the afternoon. I know how difficult it is to come back to training after lunch, and everyone's tired, and nobody wants to really get into anything. So I'm hoping that now all of our food is settled, we get a little energy, have a Milky Way or a Snicker, and get that sugar back up again. Some of the questions that were asked about what our activities are at TERO, and this is specifically MHA TERO, 3 affiliated tribes, and what the services are that we provide. And that is Indian employment preference, licensing Indian contractors, Indian preference in contracting that you went through earlier, Indian preference in subcontracting, vocational training is what we do, and supportive services for vocational training. Any enrolled member that wanted to go to any type of training program, we paid for that, provided them with a $400 weekly stipend and paid books and tuition. That was the vocational training. All of those funds now are handled by PL 102477. We didn't want that as part of our activities, so that revenue that we had allocated in our budget for training now PL 102477, and that's the like JTPA. It's a consolidation of tribal programs, but it's a federal project that tribes could apply for. The summer youth program, that's an employment program, is fully funded by TERO. We hire a director, we hire 2 supervisors for each of the 7 segments, and I believe it's 200 kids so it's like 1,400 kids, and $14 an hour is what they're paid. So that's a big budget. We license non-Indian businesses operating within the boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. That is the sole function of our scope of work of what we do at TERO. Our compliance and enforcement division, and this is the important part, is employment. We do compliance and enforcement in the employment area. That means going on location, whether it's a construction project or whether it's oil and gas. For drilling locations, we have ratios of 2 to 4. So in 4-man crews, we want 2 referrals from TERO. We're in a position right now with employment where we have 0% unemployment. So it's really difficult for us to find referrals. And we have a large pipeline project that's taking place right now. It's a 50-mile project with 29 miles on the reservation with 3 miles of bore under Lake Sakakawea. It's a very controversial pipeline project because of the water and the effects of water and what the concerns are, especially with the Duke University study. And the company is Dakota Chemical. It's a TAT member-owned company, and they're a pipeline company and a chemical company. And it's been very difficult for him to find enrolled members or natives from any tribe to come to work. His pay is the hourly wage is $18 an hour with 60 hours per week guaranteed, 20 hours time and a half, and $100 per diem. And they're working 6 days a week. So that's 6 days, that's 600 per diem, and 20 hours at, what is that, $25 an hour? $27 an hour. And we can't find people to go to work. So it's very difficult. So on the compliance end of things, when it comes to employment, we've really met our goals within the industry. That's one of the benefits of having oil and gas. So we have Indian preference in contracting, Indian preference in oil and gas, and the distinguishable difference between regular contracting is what I explained to you earlier. That would be civil and commercial construction, and oil and gas is what we went over with the Indian preference in contracting for oil and gas. The commercial vehicles, TAT, commercial vehicle registration requirements, that part of that is DOT, and the other part is what our compliance officers do when we're monitoring commercial vehicles operating within the exterior boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. And what we have the jurisdictional responsibility to do is to check and make sure that those companies have DOT stickers and that they are TERO registered companies. Verifiable. Yes?
I don't know if I'll be able to say this at the end, but I just want to ask it now because you mentioned it. We're checkerboarded. Okay, we have a small reservation, and then we're checkerboarded like you see the map behind you. Now, our jurisdiction encompasses that entire territory behind you on the wall. How could we enforce that the permitting and
Can we do that? Can we do it?
It would be up to your council. Yes, yes, you can. You've already established your reservation boundaries, your service area, and with 3 affiliated tribes, the interesting thing that's happened with 3 affiliated tribes is we have the oil and gas agreement. And the oil and gas agreement does not exempt us from having jurisdiction on fee land. So what we're talking about is the difference between a fee patent land and trust land, and which is Indian land, which is our jurisdiction. So what the tribe has done, and I know Kelsey, hears this all the time from me because I'm ready to go. I want them. We need the authorization from our legal to go after fee patent land on the reservation. Prior to the oil boom, TERO had jurisdiction on the exterior boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. But with the oil and gas agreement, there's been some kind of non-verbal agreement that's saying we won't mess with fee patent land and you don't mess with trust land. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. We don't want to end up in court over jurisdiction.
The other thing on that agreement is that I'm taking it that these green areas are your allotted lands. Okay, with our tax agreement that Frank alluded to here earlier, is that all these other lands, like if this was our reservation, all these other lands we do a 50-50 split with the state of North Dakota. So even though they're not tribal lands, we still get half the tax off them.
The tax.
So, we'll bring in a couple $100 million a year off those fee lands and the taxing.
The tax department, not us.
Yeah, the tax department does that part.
The tribe.
Yeah, the tribe gets that benefit. So that's how we've taken that into consideration. So we kind of let the sleeping dog lie as long as he's paying us.
And so if that makes sense, why we don't assert jurisdiction for TERO, I want to, because what I'm thinking, my train of thought is our Indian contractors should be working in that area. That's within the jurisdictional boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. We should have the ability to pursue TERO jurisdiction on those lands, and we want to. So there's kind of an agreement with the oil companies. They pretty much have told us we comply and we'll do whatever we can. Just don't take jurisdiction over us. We'll include all of your companies in all of our bid processes, and you can come on our location, and we'll agree that way. And as long as we're not citing them on their locations on fee patent land. So we don't do any citations on fee patent. When it comes to DOT and TERO jurisdiction on state roads, DOT lost a case. We didn't. DOT lost a case on a county road, and they cited a company for no TERO license and no DOT on a state or county road, and in tribal court, the tribal court had decided that we did not have jurisdiction on that road. So we have a major highway, which is Highway 23, so we don't do any compliance on 23. We wait for them to get off of 23, and then we do compliance. We have, Kelsey talked about the road checks. I have some photos of the road checks. This is the compliance law and talking about the plan. And this is a plan that every contractor and prime contractor has to submit to TERO, letting us know that they're acknowledging our local laws and they're going to be compliant with local laws, and all of their contracting responsibilities in hiring contractors and doing everything that they need to do with all of our tribal departments. Our business outlook for 2016, we have 2,866 businesses fully licensed with TERO.
What is the business license? What is the cost of the business license?
That's going to come up next. And we have Indian-owned businesses, 168. Of that 168, there is 142 TAT-owned businesses. We have prime oil, gas leaseholders, which are the Halcons, Marathon Oil, and all. We have 17 operating on the reservation as we were talking today. And all businesses, projects, and online employment applications are tracked. That's our MHA.TERO.com website. If you ever want to go to it, we have a list of our Tier 1 contractors. All of our businesses are there. Our ordinance is there, and our oil and gas regs are on there also. This is our TERO fee schedule that you were asking for, Steve. When you look at a TAT-owned business, that would be a 10A. That's $100. Other tribal owned companies are $500. Then we go to prime contractor. All of the prime contractors, so that's all of the oil companies, all of the frac companies, and all of the midstream pipeline companies and the pipeline construction companies are all $5,000. A general contractor application is a contractor that is just going to be a subcontractor on a contract.
Now, are those yearly fee schedules?
Those are yearly.
One time.
And there's an annual date, so if you came in and applied on February 14th, your license would be good till the end of February 14th, 2015. It would be good until the end of February 2016. So it's that type of anniversary date, that what we call it. And then when we talk about fracking is $5,000 for a drilling company. My contention was the drilling company should have been paying $5,000 too, but they paid $3,000. A workover rig, is anybody familiar with a workover rig? What they do? We call them service rigs. That's once a well has been established and they've had problems with the well, there's issues with casing or pipe or a plug or something else has created problems, or it's just not producing the way that they wanted it to do, then they'll bring over a service rig, or what they'll call a 24-hour rig, and it's smaller than a drilling rig, and they'll go down and do whatever work that they need to do there. So that's lower too. And then we have trucking, general contractor, oil and gas is $1,000, and a vendor, supplier, consulting, they're $1,000 also. So what constitutes a vendor, supplier? That's anyone that's doing consulting, or as a supplier or a vendor, it's anybody that's going to deliver supplies or materials on the reservation and drop them off to a location, to construction or oil and gas location, and not do any work. They're not doing any work at all, and then they're leaving. That's what a vendor supplier is. This is our involvement and TERO's revenue that we generate throughout industry, and what it does. We pay for all of the tribal road construction projects is funded through TERO revenue. So all of the revenue that we generate goes into a general fund, and then we have to apply for our budget, and Charles and Kelsey have the fun job of working on that for us. And we were able to secure a halfway decent budget this year, even though everyone else had budget cuts.
When you say tribal funds, is that the tribe or the TERO funds?
No, well, it's really everything from TERO are tribal funds. So we don't distinguish them as TERO funds. The only funds that we were able to set aside were funds that we had obtained through winning the court cases with pipeline companies, with midstream companies. So, and that's how we did something, and I'll show you what we did with that. But all of our revenue that's brought in goes into the tribe, and that goes into their general fund, or people's fund.
It would be earmarked TERO?
No, it's not. No, we lose it.
Jim, that's the same way we operate. All TERO fees and such go directly to our general fund, because you guys are budgeted.
But we want to change that.
The reason I'm asking this because I went to training 5 years ago,
Right.
and they said TERO funds
Yeah.
separately.
Yeah.
That's after we get,
Tribe.
Jim, after we get our budget, then it's our funds. But Kelsey, do you want to talk a little bit about an alternative that we're going to be looking at when it comes to our budget? How to set aside? Yeah, the 2-year thing?
We're looking at an alternative way to fund TERO. And what we want to do is, we have a budget, it's quite large. And so what we want to do is, in our fee account, all the funds come to that fee account. Once we hit that budget year in dollars, we transfer that to an escrow account. So we have next year's budget set aside. And then what we do is we work on the second year. This is going to be your first year only. You work on that second year until you reach budget threshold. Then you put that in the escrow account. And everything that comes in after that, at the end of the year, would go to the tribal council for the budgeting process. And then TERO next year, even though we sit down at the table and everything, we get that budget and any increase we got, we'll ask for it, and then it comes to us. And then the process starts over again, where the first several $1 million that comes in goes to our escrow account. And so if the bottom fell out of the oil business, no contracting, no nothing coming to TERO, we would have budget for TERO set aside for 2 years. We would not touch no tribal monies. There would be no monies involved in this. And TERO would be self-sufficient for those 2 years. So that's how we ensure that's what one of my plans is, to come up being innovative and outside the box, is how we're going to fund our TERO programs. Because right now, you know, I talked about the $20 million we put into roads, that was TERO funds. A lot of the stuff that we've got up here, the law enforcement, you know, the fire, everything comes through TERO. And it's earmarked out of our budget that this is where it's going to go. And so that's why when we get into these big fights where we got a couple $300,000 coming in fines, you know, who here on council wants to stand up and say, I voted against that, we weren't going to take our money? No, it's a no-brainer. You know, you will support our TERO programs. And you know, at the council level and at the CEO level and department head. You know. And so that's how we're looking at budgeting and redoing our budgets, or our TERO budget anyway, so that for a better word, if everything went in the toilet, we could function for 2 years at current staffing, everything would be current. And that way you don't have to face that shortfall, you don't have to face a windfall, because, you know, as this shows you, if there's any problems, they go straight to the TERO budget. And a lot of times we're going to call for a change, and I had this in Yakima, was if you want to come and tap the TERO budget before the end of the year, you come talk to the TERO director, because he's got to sign it, as well as the council and the CEO and whatever else you need. But the TERO director has to be aware these funds are being taken out of the fee account. And when you have good fiscal management within your own program, you're still assisting the tribe and assisting all these programs and keeping people employed within the tribe. And you don't cost the tribe no dollars by applying your funds, your fees, and your business licenses, and your fines. So it's a so. Mm-hmm.
Because then you're fully aware of it. If you didn't do that, then they can spend whatever they want to, and we'll never know when you want to go get money.
Well, you'll know at the budgeting cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they come up like that. So that's why the TERO has that, the director has that authorization to do that. But that's something we're coming up with now. We're being outside the box, we're being innovative, we're preserving our dollars, yet we're still providing money to the tribe to run their programs.
Someday we may get to that point.
Soon. Soon. So there's a lot of different ways we look at the financing part. And one other thing is, one of our major oil companies filed for Chapter 11, just like, what, 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And so they're also...
Halcon Resources.
Yeah, Halcon. And so they're also, you know, having difficulties, financial difficulties with this oil price slowdown. So that's what, you know, that's what we have to also deal with, is that they're also in jeopardy because of the low oil and gas prices. So they filed for a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which is a reorganization and payment schedule to the people they owe. And so that was kind of a shocker when I heard it, that Halcon actually filed, and they filed in federal court. And okay, I'll talk about commission tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks, Kelsey. And so Kelsey and I were both discussing some of the things that we do, and community service training, anything that law enforcement would need, like any training services that they need, any equipment, vehicles, that type of thing comes from T.E.R.O revenue. With fire response, they have a helicopter also, that came from T.E.R.O revenue. Emergency services is all part of it. All of the funding from the emergency response department. I can't remember the name of it now. Yeah, emergency management. That all the funding comes from us also. So
Homeland Security.
and Homeland.
How many programs are you all supporting?
Quite a few. So it's really interesting when we start talking about the business aspect. So we have politicians that are politicians. They don't understand industry and that business concept is, and all throughout Indian country, they don't understand it. Very, very few councils do you have representatives that have been in business before. When we start looking at a T.E.R.O that's like ours, that generates considerable millions of dollars in revenue, and they look at cutting budgets of the T.E.R.O, I don't understand that. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Even locally, I don't know what's happening politically or anything like that, but what I would recommend is for the tribal officials that are here, that you really support your local T.E.R.O in building your T.E.R.O as opposed to doing any budget cuts, because they have the ability to generate revenue. And when you start thinking like a business from that aspect, when they're revenue generating, instead of taking, and every tribe has those departments that don't bring in their own money at all. They're not a revenue generator. And I would think if I were a politician, well, maybe not, that's why I'm not a politician, because I probably wouldn't get voted back in, because I would tell those departments, okay, you're not generating money, you take the cut, and the departments that are generating revenue supporting you are the ones that we want to continue to support at that same level of funding, so you could stay in existence. But sometimes that doesn't happen in Indian country, and politics and government are very difficult for us. And the summer youth program, we went through that. This is the current oil and gas report that we have for 3 affiliated tribes. That is the activity on the reservation. We have 5 drilling rigs. Actually, we have 6 now. Before I left, and we just got a report another rig was coming on the reservation. They were doing a rig move. And so what that means is that there's oil and gas development. And so in this whole process of oil and gas, what happens from the beginning is that there's a lease that's taken out on the land, right? And then they get right-of-ways, it's called roads. And then they'll get the easements and everything to build their roads. And then Kelsey had talked about the spud fee. And then they'll pay a spud fee to T.E.R.O. And we get 60,000 of it, and tax gets 40,000 of the spud fee. But it really all goes to the tribal fund. And then they'll do the surface drilling. So they'll come up with a smaller rig, and they'll drill a rat hole. And then the big rig, what we're talking about here, will come on, and that is your neighbors and different companies like that have these large rigs. And that's when they talk about working in the oil industry and being a hand or being a company man, yeah, or a tool pusher. That's all the drilling aspect. So when you're doing fracking, you have vertical drilling, and then you have the horizontal drilling, or they call it lateral drilling. And so you could go down 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 6,000 feet, and then you could do laterals up to 3 miles. So they drill the holes, and the directional drillers are the ones that will come in and they'll do the bore. They'll kind of guide it. And then there's casing put in and all that. And the next phase would be to frack that hole. So then the fracking company comes in and they'll pull out all the casing and they'll do that. And then they'll put in different casing and then they'll do something that they call wire line. So when it's ready to get fracked, they have a trailer that's probably as long as a room with all computers, and then you have all your frack guys in there. And they're monitoring all the pressure in that line and everything that's going on. They determine where the shale is. They could even see where the oil pockets are. And then they'll send a vessel that's called a wire line. And the person that operates the wire line has to be ATF certified because those are explosives. And they'll put that charge in and it'll go off. Boom, 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 boom. And that's where the oil comes from. That's what fracking is. That's what the fracking process is. And then they have something that's called plug and perf. So as they're pulling it out, they'll plug it. As they're pulling it out, they'll plug it so that well stays pressurized. And then when they're ready to go to completion, that means that they're ready to pull those plugs out, and then it's going to go into production. There's going to be a pump jack on there. They have tank batteries set up, and that well's producing. It's a whole process. The frac process takes about 7 days. The drilling process takes about 10 days, and production takes about 15 days to get a well into service. So that's what we talk about when we talk about the 5 drilling rigs. So there's 5 rigs. That means that there's new development happening. This is the Bakken produces about 1 million barrels a day throughout the whole Bakken, and that's the portion of the barrels that we have. And that's 177,553 barrels per day as of May 15. We have 1,438 active wells, 982 on trust, 456 on feed, 152 wells waiting on completion. That means that because of the low oil prices, that they're not able to frack. They can't finance it. So that's part of their budgeting process, that they have to be able to finance the frack. And the frack is the most expensive aspect of that whole process. 368 on trust and 181 on feed. We're not even halfway with the potential for oil development. So we have 1,802 wells. That's additional potential future wells. 1,286 on trust and 518 on feed lands. And we haven't done any seismic activity. That means that they haven't gone out to determine if there's more oil in other places. We have the 2 formations that they're drilling on. One is the Bakken, and below the Bakken is Three Forks, which is sub 10,000 feet. This is a frack location. This is what a frack looks like. This is what we call horsepower. Those are the high capacity pumps. And each rig, there's a semi attached to it, and that's a long rig, and that's what's pressurizing the well. That's what's giving them the ability to go in there and shape it and put the casing in and do everything that they're doing with that frack operation. So if you've never seen a frack operation before, this is your opportunity to see it. Oh, yes. Oh, I thought I had another one.
One other thing on the fracking, what it does is it ejects the sand. So when that explosive goes off, it separates the striation of land. And normally what would happen is it would go back together. With the fracturing, and they fracture the formation down there, it injects a special sand that they utilizes and it keeps it open. That's how come they're able to extract more oil from the frac site. That's a real simplification of it, but that's what happens now.
And chemicals too.
Yeah, chemicals and it's all enhances everything.
They'll use ceramics too, but ceramics are more expensive than sand. So sand is the common component. What was
Are you
that?
having earthquakes up there around your country?
Earthquakes?
They're saying that fracking here in Oklahoma is causing more and more earthquakes.
I've never read that. I mean, not from geologists.
Yeah, but if you go into the U.S. geological site from Miami, Oklahoma, Barnesville, Tulsa, us, and mostly down south, and then western Oklahoma. There's fault lines.
That's
all
what-
in Oklahoma. So you can't blame that really, because this whole Oklahoma is full.
It's all fault lines, yeah, that's,
And I've been trying to tell people that, but they come stupid.
yeah, I don't know what your geology is, I don't know what the depths that you're drilling at or anything, you know, I couldn't honestly
It may
speak
be
on,
affecting it, but.
on what's happening here. Yes.
I can blame it, and that's, I can blame it, that's why that's why it's so important for TERO to be involved, because we need to know what's going out there on that. And it's not necessarily, I don't want to get into semantics game about fracking, because, the industry bifurcates fracking out of what we consider a fracking operation, which is from beginning to end, permitting to capping. That's what the Pawnee Nation considers a fracking operation. Because we know that it's the underground injection control wells that are causing us lots of earthquakes. We know that because we sit on a big formation here called the Royalties formation. Just a big slab of granite that when they were fracking into it and doing underground injection control into it, because it was one solid piece of granite and it split, it would release all that pressure and we feel on the surface. But yeah, I mean, we have different issues here because we have different geology.
Yeah, and the politics of it, that's, like even for TERO, I wouldn't even, if I were, I guess my recommendation is there's powers that be that deal with that, but for TERO would be, the focus would be, what is the activity that's taking place on the reservation? What's happening?
Employment and
employment and enforcement. And how is the tribe going to benefit and generate revenue from this activity that's already taking place? Even if tribal government and administration takes a stand against it, that you still need to make them responsible for what they're doing to your resources. And only the tribe could do that, because the state isn't going to protect you. The tribe is only going to protect their own resources. And TERO needs to have the ability, the teeth, the law to be able to do that. And that's why I talked about that earlier, putting all the politics aside. I grew up a traditional person. I grew up, with our ceremonial ways and eating medicine and going to Sundance and Inipi ceremonies and Chanupa ways with the pipe and all that. And so it was difficult for me into this work. And I had a difficult time. I was like, am I contributing to harming this earth? Is this what I'm doing? And I had talked to some of my elders and they said, no, protect it. You're there to help protect. And that's what I forgot about what TERO does. That's what we're here for. We're not here to make a decision whether it's good or bad, but we're here to protect the resources of the tribe the best way that we could with the laws that we have. This is one of the benefits of what TERO does. This building project, that's a 4-story MHA energy building. We have oil and gas there. We have MIS there. We have the tax department. We have many departments. We have 477 is up there. Voc Rehab is up there. We have a 144 seat capacity conference room in there. We have a brand new fitness facility in there. TERO is located in that glassed area on the 4th floor is where we're at. And we're very proud of that. When I was part of the second plan. The original plan, it was going to be built like in 2010. And then it got reauthorized in 2013, and we got to pick out the carpeting and all that stuff. So this is kind of like one of a family member, the building. And then I moved in there. We were doing training and that kind of thing, all of our compliance meetings, and then citation meetings, because we give companies the opportunity to challenge the citation and talk about it before we actually write it. So we were in the building when nobody was in there. It was operated by a generator, and we wanted to get in there so bad because the facility that we were in was pitiful. to say the least, right? I think they condemned it, honestly. They said it's unusable right now.
We haven't seen the T.E.R.O barn here today.
Yeah.
Well, it was about wide as from that wall to this, into the back wall is what we were operating at.
Yeah, it was
Prior to getting our building.
That's our executive director, Charles Foote. A lot of you know him. This was Charles put this all together. I have the greatest respect for him as a man. I have the greatest respect for him as a leader, because some of the things that he's been able to do, like this building, was his brainchild. This is what he's wanted to do. This was going to be his legacy. And he was fought every step of the way by tribal administration. Every step of the way. In 2010 and 2013, he fought all those obstacles to get this building done for the tribe. And now this is a tribal asset. And that's his. Our department, how it was built, it was his idea to be able to separate all the different departments, to put all of us together, the team together, Kelsey, myself, and Dwayne and Lloyd, and a few of us that are what we call the T.E.R.O team, to bring us together, and we work together with a plan and a strategy for where we're going to be at now and next year and within the next couple of years. So I'm a proud member of the MHA T.E.R.O team, and that's because of him. When we start talking about opportunity, Charles Foote gave me this opportunity, and I feel blessed to be able to be there. This is our fitness facility. That's what it doesn't show is like the lockers and the shower rooms and all that. We don't have to go anywhere else. We just take the elevator down to the basement and we're working out. And this is, I said I was going to put that in. This is Sean Redfox is a Arikara, so he wanted to come here. So he kept harassing Kelsey. How come I can't come? I want to go there. Those are my people. They're this is where. How come you didn't invite me? And then Kelsey's telling, well, what are you gonna present on? Well, I'm the investigator, and I'm a Arikara. I wanna be with my people. So the next time we come out, we're gonna find something for Sean, because he has to come out, because he wants to meet his people, the Pawnee here. Yeah.
When he said, I talk their language.
Oh, hey, I said, I speak Pawnee and Arikara. But I don't think he does.
I said, give me a sample.
The funny thing is, wherever we're at, and Sean and I work together a lot, so wherever we're at, we're in different places. They don't even think we're native. They think we're white guys. So it's good.
The other thing about Sean that you're seeing there is that we have this separation within T.E.R.O. Our T.E.R.O director, because of all the innuendos that you're picking your family, you're picking your people, you're not doing this because of certain other circumstances. So what we've done is we've isolated him pretty much as that he does all the decision making. That's the policy. That's what a T.E.R.O director is supposed to do. Then we have the staff, myself, Frank. And when we went out, Charles says, you're a retired T.E.R.O director, you've got a lot of time in the field, come with us. Pick Frank for his expertise. And we were really fortunate that we got to come together like that and become a team. And so when we do anything, it's not one person doing it. We have a conglomeration of all of us who sit on these different teams together. When there's going to be a bid opening, Frank's in there, Dwayne's in there. Sean shows up, And now with the commission, the T.E.R.O commission, is that calls for the T.E.R.O director to present that case. But to keep him neutral, we have Sean, and he's our investigator. That's all he does is investigate all of the complaints that come in. He looks at if there's anything with the fines or anything. He does the investigation for us. And when we get to the T.E.R.O commission, I explained it earlier, I'm the liaison, I'm the T.E.R.O guy, I'm there. We have our own legal counsel through T.E.R.O that's there. We have our commission that's there. And then as we come in and we want to get something on the table, say we want to have a complaint that was filed by T.E.R.O. And Sean will be the lead on that. He'll come in there and he'll say, on such and such a day this occurred. Just like a prosecutor in your tribal court. He does the same thing. He does that all the investigation, the background, make sure everybody's got documentation of whatever the accusation is, and then they all have access to it. Once that's done, then he presents the elements of the crime, everything. And then the compliance officers who were involved in it, at that time they're called into the room and they give testimony in front of the commission. And that's how we function there. And so our TERO director they can't say, Steve, you didn't like me, so that's why you did this. TERO says, no hands-on. He looks at the paperwork, signs it and passes it on to the person who's responsible for taking care of that action. And when we do these, we have other facility, we have other rooms up there that we sit in. And they're smaller conference rooms than that 144 we got downstairs, and we have them on each level. So we can go in and caucus, so to speak, on what we're going to do, but how we're going to lay out the events. So that way everybody's well informed. There's not one person making that decision. It's a consensus. And so we find that works very well for us to be equitable, fair, and a due process is in place. That's why we do it that way. And so we're very, very fortunate to have this team concept and to be able to all work together. And if somebody don't like it, they say their piece. Isn't that right, Frank? Yeah. If they come in here and say, well, I think he's trying, he's doing what he's supposed to do. The other guy says, yeah, but he forgot this part, he didn't do this part. And we sit down and we discuss that. And so it's for us, it's really good because it's not coming from me, it's not coming from Frank. Because when we first resurrected that commission, it was actually out of commission for a couple, 3 years. When they redid it, did the ordinance, upgraded it, got our commissioners on, gave them training, and I'm walking downtown and this guy says, hey, he says, your commission held against me. He says, how come you told him to do that? And I said, I didn't tell him to do nothing. Well, you put all those guys on the commission. I said, no, I did not. He says, well, how did they get there? I said, they were appointed by your district councilman. That's how they got there. We had all the requirements in place. They have a tribal resolution that was voted on by the council, and they are approved to be there. Oh, I didn't know that. No excuse, no, I'm sorry, I didn't know that, walks away. But yeah, you all get that as tribal leaders. Yeah. And so, we got the commission straight, but that's what Sean does for us. He's our investigator and technically our prosecutor at the commission level. And we have legal in there, myself and the commissioners. And when they come up with a decision, then we have 30 days to put that into writing and get it out to the oil companies or the Indian businesses. Then we go to tribal court if they don't like it. Then we go to tribal appeals court if they don't like it. Then they go to Fed court. And the thing is, on your commission, what you've got to understand is it's a civil procedure. So we got caught in a little bit of a procedural error. And so now the MHA tribal court, district court, utilizes the Fed rules for a civil process. If you guys were going to have a hearing here, you would have to adhere to these Fed rules. So what's coming up is from my commission and whoever wants to sit in on the council and some of the key players in T.E.R.O will all be there, and we're going to have our head legal counsel for the tribe present the federal rules. Rule 1, Rule 2, there's like 17 different rules we have to adhere to so we don't get caught on an administrative error. So we're constantly fixing that stuff. And Sean's a big player in that. And so he works real closely with Frank, myself, and Charles, the T.E.R.O director. Anyway, I just wanted to explain what he does. And he's a real key component. He's becoming more and more involved with all of our cases now. So when we come in, does somebody have the right to file a complaint? Are they the owner of that company? And we've had that happen. Person come in, signed a complaint for this company, made a lot of accusations, and had no right to be there. Wasn't on the paperwork, wasn't an owner, wasn't nothing. And so we try to catch that stuff before it goes on, so that you're not wrongly accused, so to speak, by a person with no authority. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Kelsey. And I'm gonna tell Sean to stop crying. He'll come next time. This is another location. This is a frac location. So I wanted to give you another perspective. You had seen the horsepower, and that's a wire line that goes downhole. So after the hole has already been drilled by the drilling company, and the frac company comes in, and that's the mechanism that they use to send whatever they need down that hole that's already been drilled, down so many thousand feet, and then whatever direction it needs to go in. A lot of times when people talk about fracking, they're not really sure what the equipment looks like. How is it done? What does it mean? Well, we've been on enough locations, and our compliance officers know enough about construction locations, road construction, to know where they should have flaggers out, where the sand trucks should be coming, when they're paving, what they should be doing, and they know every aspect of the oil industry. They know every aspect of every process that goes on there, and who should be out there and who shouldn't be out there. So that's the reason why I'm showing this. This is part of the education. I know that fracking is a big issue for everyone here, but that you get some information to know what they're talking about when they're mentioning fracking, and not just to think about it or have a concept or an idea and not being correct. Now you know exactly what there's a lot of equipment out there. There's a lot of horsepower out there. That's the vessel that goes down. Then they have what they call other vessels that go down and do monitoring. They'll check the casing and the integrity of the casing and all that. So it's pretty interesting. This was our building. This was in January when we did the flag song and we raised the flag. And we had the two veterans with two Marines. That was Charles Foote, who was a Vietnam veteran, and Dwayne Youngbird, who was a Marine veteran. And that's Ryland Baker, and his fiance is Comanche and Osage from here in Oklahoma. Her name's Ashley Harris, and she is Charles's administrative assistant, and she was born and raised in Oklahoma. And that is the interior of our building. That's in our walkway. That's a garden and a fountain there. And that is it until tomorrow. And Steve?
I'd like to.
Yeah, we're gonna do a questions and answer. So do we want to come over, and then we're waiting for Steve. Joe, do you want to come up too so we can answer any questions? And then I'll facilitate and I'll hear you. No, please. No. What question is it that you have?
I don't have a question.
Oh.
Just want to comment.
Okay.
Oh,
yes, ma'am.
Make a comment, then.
I'll be quick.
You want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just want to.
Give me the mic.
I'm a tribal member.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm an elder.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess a matriarch now. But I haven't been to these kind of programs.
Come on, don't get shy.
She won't talk here. She won't talk.
They want to hear you.
We want to hear you.
And I just, I've never been to any kind of these meetings or anything. And, but I've learned today. A few hours I've been here, I've learned, and I'm glad that I was able to come here and learn a few things, because I too have some oil property, and I too am one of them, fortunate that not getting any income, for the last 2 years, and hopefully that our T.E.R.O. I didn't really realize how strong that was until you told me. I learned, I was educated today about the T.E.R.O. And I wrote some little notes on this. And if someone asks me of my tribal members about that, then I have some answers. But I want to thank you for, I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to learn.
We want to say thank you for inviting us down and, us helping you as much as we can. And it's a great honor for us to be called upon to come down here. And from a tribal perspective, we do appreciate it. And when we go any place, Frank and I are always dressed professionally. We suit up and we do all this.
And I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
I do. I appreciate the dress code.
Yeah, she said she appreciates the dress code. And that goes back to my grandma. When I was a little guy, I had to get my shirts ironed and wear clean clothes and have my shoes polished all the time. And I asked my grandma, I said, how come I gotta do this? Nobody else does it. She goes, well, you dress the way I teach you to dress and you'll always be good. And then after I got older, I was kind of, in that little rebellious state, and she says, come here, I'm gonna show you something. So we went down to the tribal museum, and it's just like this. You look at all of these pictures on the wall. You look at that man over there, dressed. And when you look at them, you see they're wearing their best beadwork. They're wearing your traditional clothes the way they were meant to be. They're wearing everything that makes them proud. If he was riding a horse, he'd probably be riding his best horse. And so when we go out and we do these trainings, that's one of the things I talk with Frank, and Frank always wears a suit every day, even in the office. And we come in there, we're dressed up, we're professional, and we expect it to be treated that way, and we will treat the people that way, but we will enforce our law. But that's what my grandma said. When we went to see other tribes, we went to see other people, we always dressed the best we could. We rode our best horses. We wore our best buckskin and beadwork. We wore our war bonnets. We were very traditional people. And so that's why when we come here and we go any place, Frank and I especially, we're always dressed professionally and ready to talk about what we do in our T.E.R.O. And so we do appreciate those good words, and thank you. Thank you very much. It means a lot to us coming from an elder.
And it speaks for your people.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Oh, no, that's a Hidatsa. Yeah, you can feel us. Her words are good and strong, and they make us feel good. That's what's my response in my language. So, but thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Is most of your land up there, is that all tribal, or is it all a combination?
Most of it's in trust.
In trust land?
Yeah, and the status of the land is really interesting, because when it comes to oil and gas or any of the resources, any of the subsurface, and the tribe owns the surface of everything in trust. So they're surface owners, and the royalty owners are the subsurface owners. So there's primarily two different leases. One would be the surface lease, and the other would be the subsurface lease on trust lands.
Even though the law lands families?
Yeah, they're trust. And then not in trust is fee land. Then it's state taxable land, fee patent land.
The split right now is about 60-40. So 40% of all oil revenues that come off the reservation go to the tribe itself. The other 60% are like myself, yourself, this lady over here who owns oil royalties. Then we get a monthly remuneration, or what do you call it?
Royalty?
Royalty. Yeah, every month. And so that's how that works up there. And we have what they call the People's Fund. And we had a change in administration. And our former chairman wanted to build a People's Fund to $1 billion that we would have in reserve at all times. But we come back, and now we're at, what, 500 million? we're at 500 million with our People's Fund. And that money is held in reserve so that we, we don't spend that and we get interest off it and we utilize that. We also have some other stuff called JTPA monies, and that one there is like 150 million, and all we do is live off the interest. We cannot touch that money at all, but we can utilize the interest off of it. So between those two, we've got 650 million that we have in reserve all the time. Any other questions, Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, I do.
Hold on.
Yeah, my question is, that all of this, what you're talking about, is far and above where we are, okay? But we have many problems, with our reserve area, our trust lands, our jurisdiction, and so forth. So the question is, other than developing language for the ordinance to begin, a process to implement programs on this, and other than prioritizing what needs to be dealt with, first of all, we're concerned about the oil spills, some of the other things that's happening to our Indian land without the consent of our landowners. We're also very interested in any revenue generating enterprises related to the oil business. But the question is, how do you start? What are the process of getting all of this? What are the steps? Are you available for the development of a process for our TERO program, our tribe, to begin of how to develop all of this together?
That's something that Kelsey and I can talk with you about. I really see the groundwork being local before anybody else comes in. That the executive director of TERO and the commission come up with a strategic plan. What are you going to be doing? We could do SWOTs. Like what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your threats? What are your abilities? That kind of thing. But to do that local means that the ownership is going to come from Pawnee, and that Pawnee is going to be able to decide what they need and what they want, with the direction coming from your executive director, and working with the commission on that. That's really my recommendation, because I'm sure that they have a vision. In meeting with Steve and with Joe over the past couple of days, and then coming to you for the administrative, yes, you can do this. This is what we're going to pursue. These are what our issues are. This is what our obstacles are. This is what our weaknesses are right now. And this is what our strength is. And this is what we need, beginning step by step with the law. And you really do need regulations that are going to support your TERO out in the field. One of the things that I was going to talk about tomorrow is really about your officer safety, and especially with Joe being out there by himself. Very concerned with him being out on locations, whether they're construction locations or whether they're oil and gas locations, out on his own, without a radio. It's good to have a telephone and a cell phone, but I know that there's remote locations that you don't. We're in the Badlands, and our officers can't, so we have a dispatch system with the Highway Patrol and DOT where we're able to contact whenever we're in trouble out on a location. Well, you don't know who's out there. You don't know
what kind of people you're encountering, and what the integrity of those people are in terms of, are they violent, are they high? I know that they're supposed to be working, but not everybody follows those rules. So the safety of your TERO staff is utmost important. You could talk with law enforcement, whether it's tribal law enforcement, whether it's county or highway patrol here, and their first priority is officer safety. And that's, for TERO, that's what we do also. Before we send an officer out in the field, it's all about officer safety.
Question, do you guys have a person who does strategic planning? One who facilitates that? Do you? Okay.
Well, we had a planner here, and we're in the midst of developing. Our councils we have members that are relatively new, including myself, first year rookies, and we're developing a strategic plan, but our planner left. So we have our next meeting, and I don't know who's facilitating that, but I guess
It will be Muriel. We have a
Do you know how many
temporary.
year plan? Is it going to be a 3-year or 5-year plan?
I think it's going to be a 10-year,
10?
5 to 10. Yeah, that was the idea.
You want a 3-year to start you out, get you jump started.
Yeah.
5-year monitor it, and then
Right.
after 10-year, you have a lot of certain things laid out for you. Now, there are people out there who actually do strategic planning. Have you ever been to one of those sessions?
Yes.
Where they do the cards?
Oh, yes.
And they write it up, and then they stick it up there, and then they start categorizing, start bringing it down, who, what, when,
Swim lanes,
where,
yeah.
how. Yeah, I think you need to find a person who is in Indian country, because if you don't, you're gonna get a whole different perspective
Right.
if they're not tribal members. So what you wanna do is get somebody who can do that strategic planning and get that plan for you. When they come back with that plan, they'll have your goals, what you want to do, the objectives of those goals, and then the results. Who's responsible for carrying it out, and what's the timeline for them to carry it out in. That's strategic planning. And so I've done it quite a few times, and then when they get done, then there's a book, a bigger area that they put out, a good-sized book, I call it a book. And that's all of what you've put into that is in that book, and how and who and what and where and when this is all going to happen. And you have to check on this and make sure there's progress being made, have your meetings, get everything lined out, and then you can come off of that on what you need for your ordinance to make this stuff work. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's other tribes that have done it, and we've done it. But we've been very, very fortunate that because of our budget, for another word, is that we've been able to afford the good people to come in and you know, like that's where I was from, that's where I'm from, you know, and so.
Strategic planning.
Yeah, well, no, strategic planning, as well as when you start laying out the staffing levels you're going to need, you know, get Steve some good people. Not that there's nothing wrong with Joe here, but he's you need more of Joe's. Yeah, you do. And so then you get that winning team, and once you start winning, and once you start taking these guys down, you start taking them to task, you start getting them to listen to your TERO rules and your TERO law, that then you've made that first big jump. When you walk out there, they recognize your authority. They recognize, you know, your logo on your truck says TERO. That's what you want. And when they walk out and they say, "Yes, sir, how you doing?" And then you act professional also. So, yeah, it's a two-way street when you meet them and do that interaction with them to get them to where they're saying, okay, it's the law. You know, and Frank does that a lot. You know, he facilitates that. And you need training. I'm not going to BS you around on that. You're going to need to teach these guys how to have that skill set to do that. Not everybody can come up here. Not everybody can come up here and do a speech. And I got PowerPoints, but I don't use them. So, and a lot of people I would say, "Yeah, Kels, how can you do that for, you know, all the different subjects you cover on TERO without a PowerPoint?" You know, Frank was just saying, Kelsey took the whole morning, just looked at your notes once or twice, you know, and that's the kind of people you want to develop in here. You want to have them so that they know their law, your law, so intricately that they can just top of their head. That's why when you see Frank's PowerPoints, you see 3.1, 7.3. Those are all, and yeah, they're all what I call myself. Okay, you guys, when you're going to step up, you're going to do this, and I do a lot of training for our TERO department. I said, you have to chapter and verse that. So you give a chapter, what it is, and the verse, what it says behind that. You have to know that book. You have to know your TERO code that well. And if somebody says something to you, you can say, no, I've got the right to be here. 7.3 says contracting is under the TERO department. You will come to our meetings, you will adhere to our rulings.
The other thing, Steve, that we're doing with the application is we're placing an acknowledgement of jurisdiction when they sign the business application to do business on the reservation, that they are submitting to our jurisdiction. And it's an acknowledgement of jurisdiction that's being added to all of our applications, which is really important for well, no, yeah, that's not only the compliance, but it's EPA laws, it's, you know, they're just acknowledging, I am operating within 3 affiliated tribes, I have to follow all the laws, and if whatever happens, it's based on 3 affiliated tribes. I can't even sue anybody, like an oil company, if my company is from Texas and the oil company is from Oklahoma. I can't sue anybody in Texas. I have to go to tribal court. So it's really an acknowledgement of jurisdiction, and it's really important for the tribe. So nobody could go to federal court and challenge our jurisdiction. And we've been fortunate that we only have that challenge in one area, and it's in an area that's highly questionable, very gray. There's a lot of different federal jurisdictions that are included in the purchasing of crude. You have chain of custody laws and pertaining to FCC and Department of Transportation and Department of Energy, and then tribe. So it's an area that they focused on that is probably the weakest jurisdictionally for our tribe.
But we were putting that in all of our paperwork that you come when you come to MHA Nation. You will basically sign your life away. It says we're subjugated to MHA rules, regs, laws, TERO. Our first court of record will be MHA Nation District Court and Appeals Court. So we're putting that in all of our paperwork now. The other thing that a lot of TEROs recommend, I'm sorry we're getting overtime, but is that your boundaries. Are your boundaries marked? They say TERO laws enforced.
Yeah, we post them.
Yeah, we post all the entrances to the reservation.
Every entrance to the reservation, there's TERO postings, which they say is like part of the due process also, that we have posted.
That way they're notified.
Commercial traffic.
They're notified that they're on tribal land and that MHA Nation TERO regulations are in effect here. And so that's one thing, you get your summer youth to paint up a whole bunch of signs and go out and put them all the entrances, everything you can identify, put them in here. That way they know when they come on, they're dealing with TERO. Then when they come on and you get your regs and everything else straight, it's all posted. Like Frank said, it's part of the due process. So that they can come on and say, oh, I didn't know. Which road you come in on? Which road we come in on? Anyway, we come from Tulsa. we made that turn.
I think there were 15 of them.
Yeah.
It seemed like there were.
So when we come on your land, your territory, we're notified that TERO is in effect here and the laws are being applied and you have to adhere to them. So make sure you get those up. One of the first things, that'll be the easy part. Then that strategic plan to determine exactly where you want to go, where you want to be on your ordinance, how you're going to go about the legislative process. Are you going to take it You guys write it up, and then it goes to the commission. The commission says, yeah, this is good T.E.R.O. We're going to approve it, and it's going to go, I don't know, how do you guys do it? Go to a committee?
From them, it would come up to council.
Okay, so it goes straight, ours goes to a committee, and they have what they call first reading, and they read it 3 times, and each time we tweak it, and if there's any questions at the committee level, then we go to the readings, and then when we get done with the readings, there's no more controversy, everything's been settled, council votes on it, and then it becomes tribal law for us. So I don't know what your procedures are, but you know, you do all that and make sure you got everything crossed, because one of the first things the lawyers are going to do is look at your ordinance. They're going to look at your laws. So you know, we face that, you know, with the commission. That's all I do is work with the commission. I do the training and all the stuff. But yes, sir.
You said Darren Williams, your tribal attorney, helped you with those?
Damon, he was the tribal attorney. He actually wrote the oil and gas, he authored them. He was the author of our oil and gas regs.
And we wanted to get him down here with us, and he was going to come down free gratis, you know, but he's got a lot of family obligations, graduations and stuff like that, and I guess we're bumped right up against a holiday here, so anyway.
Steve, it's kind of funny because over the past couple of years when he wasn't the tribal attorney, we've gone up against him. So he's worked for the other side. He's worked for the other side. He's worked for the dark side.
He went to the dark side.
Us too. Yeah. We have a good working relationship. We understand his business. But that's his baby. This is the oil and gas regs are his. He authored them. So a lot of, and when the companies hire him, they think, well, he authored them. He's going to protect us. He's going to win this. And it doesn't always work like that. I'm proud to say we put together some bulletproof cases that can't be challenged. We normally don't have any weak cases anymore. We're past that. We're not going to issue a citation unless it could be upheld in court.
Okay, well, from the compliance side, I want to ask Joe. Do you have any comments, Joe?
Necessarily, no, sir, not at this time.
Negative.
Okay. Mr. Campos, the T.E.R.O director.
Just, in closing, I just, again, I want to, say thank you again to Kelsey and Frank for, coming all the way down. I want to say it's about 1,100 miles, somewhere like that. But it's a long trip, and I know that, the members of the council that were here, and then obviously some of the commissioners that we have here, really appreciate the knowledge that you bring down and share it with us. I know I do. I know Joe does, and there's a lot of work ahead of us. And but you guys have kind of set the pace and the pattern. So we're going to try to follow it the best we can, as long what we can. I know there's a lot of, we're set up a little differently, with regards to our lands and stuff, but there's a lot of potential, and we're missing a lot of it right now. So I hope that we can utilize some of this knowledge and get a grip on monitoring what's going on here in our jurisdiction. But I want to say thanks again, Kelsey. We'll see you guys in the morning, and everybody's free to come back in the morning. It starts again at 9. We're going to go to about noon, and the agenda is over here on the counter. If you don't have an agenda, you want to know what's going on tomorrow morning. Just to reiterate here what's going on, I believe it's Kelsey's going to be presenting again, and this is going to be on compliance, the TAT compliance departments, and the Thunder Butte refinery. The TAT compliance again is the tribally, I want to say it's the tribal members own businesses, and that process of certifying as an independent business and the different tier systems that they use, which we could probably implement as well. With that being said, again, thank you all for coming this afternoon. Appreciate your time, and hopefully I'll come back again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll have some refreshments and coffee again. Okay, thanks again. One more comment here from Kelsey.
Yeah, just on Thunder Butte, we're building our own oil refinery also, so we'll cover that tomorrow. And that's a work in progress at this time. So that's, when they said Thunder Butte, a lot of people didn't understand what it was, but it's our oil refinery that we're building. Look forward to, I hope we see most of you here tomorrow again. It's been a real good crowd, and we appreciate it, and good questions. And, you know, a few words from our elder really made my heart feel good. You know, she was speaking from the heart when she says, you know, we want this to work. And you know, that's what we can ask for. That's what we live for.
And then with that being said, you know, I like to open it up with a prayer, and I think we're going to close it out with a prayer. Dwayne, would you mind coming up and closing this out?
All right, thank you, Steve. Yeah, we have quite a few remain. That's good. Yeah, it's been a good session. That's what we ask for from the Lord. You know, He's a giver of all good things. The Holy Scriptures say that. Wonderful, wonderful God to us. So let's go to Him and just thank Him again. Our Father, we acknowledge You once again, Lord, that we can come to Your throne of grace and mercy, Heavenly Father, thanking You for every blessing You've given us today. Thank You, Heavenly Father, that You have put into the hearts of these men, Father, that they could make this journey to our tribe, Father, our community, and share out of their hearts, Heavenly Father, the battles that they've been through, Heavenly Father, and the victories that You have given them. And Heavenly Father, we have great hope for our TERO program, for our tribe, our community. We look to You, Father, for the guidance and help, the directions, the blessings, all that we need, Father. Lord, we just ask that You would make the way for us. Lord, we thank You for every person that You sent here today. We ask that You give them a good evening of rest, and Lord, that everything would be good for them. We again, Lord, thank You for all that You do for us. In Your Son, our Savior's name, Jesus, amen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say good morning and welcome to everybody. Thank you for coming again to the second day of the TERO presentations. Again, I just wanted to introduce our speakers today. We've got a Marine veteran and a retired police officer with over 20 years of TERO, worked for Yakima TERO. Now he's with the Mandan Hidatsa affiliated tribes up in Newtown, North Dakota. This is Mr. Kelsey Packenow. A round of applause for Kelsey. And then also part of their TERO group is their oil and gas expert. This is Mr. Frank Delapaz. Before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a prayer, and I've already asked my uncle to come. Here he comes. Okay. So I'm going to have my Uncle Herb here give a quick prayer here for the morning. Goodbye.
Heavenly Father, come to You this morning, dear God. Thank You for the rain You brought us, bringing us, Heavenly Father. Always thankful for rain that comes our way. That You look down upon us here today, and we gather here as concerned people about our rights we have, our Pawnee Nation. We have a group here, dear Heavenly Father, TERO, like that, Heavenly Father, the jobs, the undertaking that they do, Heavenly Father, for our folks. A lot of our folks, including myself, don't understand all that they do for us, but we're learning to these men that you brought here from Fort Berthold Reservation. Tell us about the rights, the need for this program to be in our tribe. So I'm thankful today to be here and tell you about it, Almighty God. Ask for your help for our program, for our people. We could share this knowledge that these folks bring to us, dear God, and put it to use for our people. So I ask that you be with these two instructors that have come today, dear God. I ask for safe travels back to their home, whenever that's going to be, Almighty God, and everything be good for them back up there at their reservation, their home, their jobs, and all that they do, dear Father. I'm thankful for that. We have men like this among our Indian people who can help us to be of some kind of use throughout Indian country like that. You be with our program here, dear God. Nephew here, Steve, and Joe, dear God, and niece Rennie. All that they do for our folks here, dear God. And there's going to be times when they're going to be traveling, dear God, about. So I ask for safe travels for them, dear God, wherever they go. They're going to have to need strength and protection from you, dear God, as they go and travel and meet with people. Tell them about the rights that our Pawnee people have and the business dealings that they're going to have to deal with. And some people, they may not take it in a nice, positive way. And so you help my folks here, dear God, as they continue to do work for us, dear Father. And bless them, keep them well like that, good health like that, safe travels, mercies, these kind of things like this, dear God, and protection from folks, and that when they catch them maybe not in the right mood like that, make everything good for them like that, dear God. So you be this meeting place here, all those that come over here today, dear God, and I want everything to be good for us here this coming weekend, this Memorial Day weekend, dear God, time where we think about our old folks like that, our warriors, our servicemen, things like that, dear Father. So you be with our gathering here, dear Father, throughout this day. And ask all this down in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Now we just do what takes. I guess it's a good time for some introductions really quick. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Stephen Campos. I'm the TERO director here for the Pawnee Nation. Came aboard December of 2014. We've hired a compliance officer, and Mr. Joe Hawkins Jr. here. And then our admin assistant's upstairs doing some admin duties right now, and that's Walterine Hare. With that, I'm going to go ahead and pass this mic around, and if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and giving us your name real quick, would be great. Thank you.
I'm John Redigal. I represent Appalachian Pipeline.
Thank you very much.
Morgan Littleson, TERO Commissioner.
Karen Luke, Ponca Tribe, TERO.
Thank you for coming.
Betty Van Hoosen, Ponca Tribe, TERO.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm Gina Francis, the Communications Manager.
Hi, I'm Mike Kinson, President of Kuditz.
And Roger Smith with Pawnee Tribal Development Corporation.
Thanks for coming, Roger.
Donna here, Pawnee Business Council.
Dwayne Pratt, Pawnee TERO Commissioner.
Jim Thompson, Pawnee TERO and Housing Commissioner.
Karen Heyman, Enrollment Department, Pawnee Nation, Tribal Member.
Ellis Horst, Chief TERO Commissioner.
Herb Adson, Pawnee Culture Resource Division.
Earl Dennis Charles, TERO Liver.
Lewis Pratt, TERO.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for introducing yourselves. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to these gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for all of you coming here this morning, and it's good to see all of you here. We're here to present TERO, what we do, how it affects our tribe, how it affects our tribal governments. And yesterday we started out pretty quick, but my name is Kelsey Packino. My Hidatsa name is Nakhbitsi Nadarish
If you translate it, it means bear's heart. I'm a Hidatsa, Mandan, Arikara. My grandpa was Sioux. He was a Watkonsistent Sioux. And my dad's side is Packanaw, and that side is Arikara. And so we feel a real closeness coming down here. That's why when Steve requested us, we said, sure, we'll go. That was, we did it with no charge or nothing, just cover our expenses and we'll be down here. But also within the tribe, my clan is the Prairie Chicken Clan. And I'm also a member of the Blackmouth Society. And with our tribe, that's a traditional law enforcement society. And it's been around for hundreds of years. And a long time ago, before they had badges, before they had uniforms, the first line of defense and the last line of defense was the Blackmouth. And to identify these people, they painted the mouth black, so they were known to be the enforcers for the village. And so that's after my retirement from the police department, I was asked to invited to join the Blackmouth, in which I have. And it's a real honor to be there. This past Gathering of Nations, the outgoing Miss Indian World was Cheyenne Brady. She's my neighbor. She lives right close to me, next door at home in Newtown. And so she asked the Blackmouth to come down and dance in with her and provide the security for her. So we did that. And so if you look on the webpage, we're on there. The red and the black is what we wear. And you paint your mouth black and then you have your stripe on it. But we're a traditional law enforcement society, and I'm very, very proud of that aspect of my life. So, just wanted to, yes?
I seen it on powwows.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, watched your paperwork.
Yeah, we were, when we came in, we made that first round with her. Then we posted up and kept people off the floor and stuff. Yeah, so, yeah, we did that over there. But, we do it for powwows, and we're asked to go to different powwows and do security for them and all of that. But it's an ongoing thing, even though I know this gentleman here is a retired police officer too. We still got that. I'm good once as I ever was. One time, boy, I'll give it all I got. But when you're a police officer and stuff, you want to be that guy who's the first one through that door. A lot of our tribal police, a lot of our Indian police all over have been through that. My great-grandfather in 1892 to 1908 was listed as an Indian police for the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. Then my grandpa, he started in the late 20s, and he went from 20s, 30s, 40s, and then into the 50s. He had 34 years on when he retired from the BIA. And then after that, I came in 72, and I went through the academy in 73. And then I got done in 94, and then my grandson, he come in right behind me, and he's got 6 years on now. So it's quite ingrained with us. Anyway, just wanted to give you a brief history of, where we come from. And, we've been to other tribes, and, when you go on the road with the BIA or different agencies, at one time I was a U.S. Marshal also. And I got that down here in Des Moines, Iowa. I worked for them, but I didn't care for it. There's no Indian cops around, So I said, I worked for them for a couple, 3 years, and then I thought, I'll go find something else to do. So if you got the background and the clean history and everything, it's easy to move around in these police jobs. So then I got into TERO, and when I come to TERO, the guy says, my partner, him and I worked together for 38 years. And he says, you want to come to TERO? And I said, what do you do? He kind of explained it, and I said, you have to do a bunch of reports? He said, no. You have to do vehicle reports,
No, just turn in your gas slips. Hey, man, and I said, what's the primary thing? He says, you enforce one law. You enforce one law. That's the TERO law. I said, sign me up. So it was perfect, you know. And you got non-union contractors come in here and say, we're going to take you to court. You know, most people, being old cops, you know, oh yeah, we'll go to court, where at? You know, give us a date and time, we'll show up. You know, we're going to kick your behind too. And so, you know, we went after them and been very, very successful at it. And I had some good mentors and good teachers. And in Yakima, we lived just across the mountain, a couple hours from Puyallup, where Conrad Edwards, one of the founders, was at. And anytime we had a question, jump in a truck and we'd go see the bogwell, you know, go up on the mountain and talk to him. But that really gave us a real big jump start, being able to talk to that person with that much experience and that level of integrity made a big difference to us. And that's how I just punched right up, you know, and I had the negotiating skills and all of that before. So I got him come on Monday, and Thursday I was up in Colville negotiating a contract, you know, my first week on the job. And then it just took off from there. And it was total immersion in TERO. Every time we had a meeting someplace like this, we would fly in and go to that meeting, come out. We always gaining that knowledge. We always look for the TERO knowledge, how we support TERO, how it supports us. So, you know, it takes care of our whole tribe. You know, yesterday on the infrastructure, on that roads project, you know, we put $20 million of our own money into the roads. And guess where that money come from? Came from TERO. You know, we're a highly effective program. We work in teams, and we do the best we can. And so far, we have to think outside the box, get innovative. A lot of the stuff Frank talked about yesterday in the oil and gas rigs have never been done in Indian country. And so now, you know, you're getting ready. Around here, you've always had oil. It's just the regulation part that you've got to get down now. Who's on your land, what they're doing. You know, you got to start making them pay to be there. When you go off out here, they make you to pay to be there. You go to town, you pay the sales tax. You know, wherever you go, any fees or any kind of anything they need to assess on you, they will do it. But yet, when they come to the reservation, they don't want to do that. No. You know, it's our land. We have that sovereign, inherent sovereignty that we exercise. And that's what makes TERO such a strong program, is because we're basically sovereign-based. You know, like I explained yesterday, is preference legal? You know, every place else in the government and the states have taken out preference, any kind of anything to promote minorities, women. You know, they've taken that out. But on reservations, we still enforce that. We still have preference. And like I said yesterday, that don't change because it's sovereign-based. It's not a political determination. It's based on your sovereignty to promote your people, your companies, your subcontractors, your materials. So when you work at these jobs, you know, the secondary economic benefits, you know, are far exceed what you see, because you may be hiring an Indian contractor. He may be hiring his Indians, local Indians here. They work, when they draw that paycheck, they pay housing authority. If they have a loan, they pay it to the tribe. When they go down here and buy gas and stuff, they're going to your gas stations. You maximize your money here. We come up with a formula where we like to see it rolled over 7 times within the tribe before that dollar exits to make maximum benefit for us. Because by working for a contractor, that's not tribal money, you know, unless it's a tribal project. But we have Fed Highway. We have a lot of different companies that come in and work on the reservation. You know, And so, you know, nobody's safe here in Pawnee. These guys do an excellent job. I mean, even the Schwann man got taken, you know. He paid for ice cream, but so they let him go. Some of the hardcore T.E.R.O guys have been out for a while. You know, they'll go after you and they'll fight in the beat, your heartbeat. You know, this is the way we do things. And you learn to protect your sovereignty and protect your people, and disparity in pay. Make sure they get paid the same. Make sure when the projects on the reservation are working, that the first ones that go home are not your tribal members. They get maximum benefit of that employment. So when they're not there, you know, they're not making money. They're not making that cash flow. And that supports their family. Because one of the best things you can ever get is a paycheck with your name on it. Not a welfare check, but a paycheck. Makes a big difference. It brings a lot of pride to them. And I've had some real, I'm moving around on her now. I have seen some real good success stories, you know, people getting into it. And we've developed some programs called If I Had a Hammer. And it's building a little house, and we take, I don't know, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. And it takes 8 people. And the house is cut up into sections. It's not in the cut, and then it's not cut, but it's put with paint. There's different colors in there. And then you use those colors, and then you take it and you have them put work vests on. And you teach them how to do one power tool. That's a drill. And you take them and they work in teams. And I always make sure that we have 50% women, females in all of our training. And so it'd be a guy and a girl, guy and a girl, guy and a girl. And so we can add that or make it bigger if there's more participants. And what we do is we build this house, and it's all put together. It's prefab. It takes about 3 hours. And I had my people who were construction guys and all that would come in and do this free gratis. And they would be a foreman. And then we had another guy who was a superintendent who ran the whole thing. It was structured just like a regular build. And when we got done there, they'd build it, they'd take their pictures, and we'd give them these little certificates. And they had to wear the safety gear and everything. And we taught them, one thing we taught them was safety on that job. The other thing we taught them was teamwork. Because when you go to set a wall, you can't do it by yourself. It takes everybody there. And the boys didn't get that for a while. And the girls would walk over, and one guy would go, I can put this up, and he's over there, you know. And then 2 of the girls walk up, you get that, and I'll get this in. They pick it right up and walk it over, you know. And we've seen a lot of that teamwork. And make a long story short, when we got that thing put together, you know, we got done and we had another class coming behind us. We were going to put it together. We were at one of your camps you have. You know, you all got camps here where kids go for summer camp. And that's where we did a lot of it. We had over 1,200 of our kids go through that program. But guess what? There was something I really blew me away with these kids. And there was one thing on there that really was outstanding, I thought. And it was something that they learned that I didn't pick up on at first. But there was something there. And I'm just going to kind of make it interactive. What do you think it was?
I don't know. Maybe a song while they were working. Something we do in our job sites, we sing, so I don't know.
What else? What did you say, sir?
I think they gained a sense of pride in learning how to work together and accomplishing a goal. So.
That's close.
Yeah, a sense of camaraderie.
We're going to all say what he said. Sir?
Satisfaction in doing it.
Yeah, what else? You're a T.E.R.O person.
I know it.
Question.
self-worth and the love of being able to love. You know, a lot of people don't realize it, but I believe that once you get to working, pretty soon it becomes where it's not work, it's just something that you do, and you end up with, if you're not doing it, then you feel idle. Idle hands are dangerous.
Oh, is this from experience now?
Oh, yeah. No, I've always been a worker.
Good, good. But yeah, you guys are real close, but you know, all of you have an uncle, or a brother, or a father, and when they do something, if they're a builder, you can be driving by a building and he'll look over and he'll say, I built that.
Oh, yeah.
Ownership. They took ownership of that little house in 3 hours. They had immense pride. We gave them t-shirts and everything for that little program. But you couldn't believe the pride that they had out of that. It was, hey, how come you're tearing it down? We built that. I built that. You know, those little guys would come up to me, hey, I built that. And they took that ownership, that pride, in actually doing something from scratch to completion. You know, and that's you know, that a lot of the people there said, you know, oh, geez, you know, we've seen a lot of programs come and go, but we've never seen one that instilled that ownership and that pride in them, and being able to do that, put that little house together. And that was really a lot of satisfaction for me. So, with that, let's do the Thunder Butte. Okay.
That is it.
Okay. All right, Thunder Butte is a project we have ongoing. And we started out in the permitting, I think we started like 2002, 01, when we first started it. And we had to get all the permitting. We had to determine where we were going to put it. We had to get it close to a rail site. And what we're building is a oil refinery. We have one on the east side of our reservation. We're building an oil refinery, and it's economic development for us. When the first part, when we complete it, right now we have, you know, ground crews building it. But once that's complete, there's going to be 75 jobs there. And they're going to be from low end to highly technical. And our community college right now has started training people to work in that environment. So the economic development, we're going to be able to handle 20,000 barrels a day of our oil. We'll ship the finished product. The entrepreneur and small business department, you know, that's where we're working, utilizing our college, we're utilizing our Indian companies, you know, our construction people, and TERO certification, of course. Yeah, we're going to be looking at them and make sure that they're a part of the tribe, and public notification for bidding, so we get the best price out there. But again, our TERO rules will apply there. If we have a competent company that can do that, then they will do it. And then, of course, the safety and the, you know, compliance, continuous compliance with TERO. But the safety is a big issue out there. You know, we always look out for our people, and when we work the big projects, when the companies come on, their safety handbook usually is about this thick. And they cover almost everything in there. And so, the bonding and insurance, of course, when they bid, you got that bid bond in there, and we have the insurance to make sure that they look at them. When we vet them, we look at, you know, we got a company that run around out there doing a couple $1 million a year, all of a sudden wants to tackle a $40 million project, you know, and we look at that. Do you have the management capability? Have you demonstrated management capability? Do you have financial literacy? Do you have financial responsibility where you pay your bills on time? Be you know, a real company, a real good company that pays its employees and pays its subcontractors. And you know, if we get into companies like that, then that's a bonus. And of course, public relations. You know, the non-Indians in the area, you know, they kicked up at first until we told them we were bringing 75 jobs. And all of a sudden the ears went up, the city councils got all happy, and you know, we want in on this. And so, you know, the training and certifications is what we're working on right now to make sure that our people are ready for these jobs. Okay, bidding compliance, technical compliance and experience, you know, I just kind of went over all of that. The background checks and references, we do those, or the company does that, but we do that for the contractors that are coming on. Getting TERO certification or ability to get TERO certified and the technical review of bidding qualified submitters. So this is something that we have a team that looks over all of this stuff, a three-man team within TERO that looks and makes a decision on those. And then adheres to internal rules and deadlines, applies to us all and our potential contractors as well as TERO ordinance. And then the fairness and transparency so that they're not withholding any information on us. They don't say, okay, we're going to do this, but we're going to bring in a specialized company. And no, we don't do that. You got to be above board. You know, you got to be more, yes.
On this, that's one of the responsibilities among many of the TERO department, and as well as what John does, as a compliance officer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, any company that comes in that is bought by the tribe, TDC, that's their responsibility to do all that also?
That's what we've set forth in our, we mandated that.
Okay, so do we have to have the paperwork like that, or?
Are they
is it
owned by
only
the
in
tribe?
place? Or is it just part of the,
No,
something?
you're talking about a company, is it owned by the tribe?
Yeah,
Oh, you got your own tribe? You have 8A status and hub zone and,
I don't know, you have to ask that guy over there.
okay. But,
Roger
yeah.
Smith, Roger Smith, he's the
Okay.
head of TDC, because, like I said, I think I had addressed that yesterday to you.
Yes.
I had asked you, you know, if we, TDC/Pawnee Nation owns a construction company, is that economic development? And you said, no, it's not.
No, that's not. That's a
Yeah.
tribal business enterprise.
Yeah.
So to answer your question directly, when tribal business enterprises are developing their policies, whether they're employment policies or contracting policies, in order for them to do business, they should be compliant with TERO. Not only tribal business enterprises, but your tribal departments should also. You should have a policy for hiring and a policy for contracting that is going to be compliant with TERO. So that should all work together.
Okay, and the same thing
With
the
your-
tax department.
Yes, well, the tax department and TERO generally work hand in hand together with all the TEROs nationally. Yes, Steve?
I think what she was talking about with regards to economic development, besides the tribe's own businesses, I think you're trying to establish the fact that true economic development is when tribal people own their own business.
Exactly, and that's what Kelsey's talking about, that turnover of the dollar. It doesn't come from tribal business enterprises. And a lot of times our tribes think of economic development in terms of what they own and what they're developing for the tribe as a whole, but not the opportunities that are available in business for individual tribal members. That's what true economic development is.
Yes, and could you elaborate on how big or how much your affiliated tribes have grown in the last 5-10 years with the amount of Indian-owned businesses by individuals?
The average outlook for North Dakota and South Dakota for the Northern Plains tribes, including Montana, is that every tribe that is up there does, on an average, I would say they have 8 to 15 businesses that are tribally owned businesses. At 3 affiliated tribes, we have 142 businesses with about 30 of them that have gross revenues in excess of $100 million. And it's been a lot of years in coming and in developing structure for fitness for certified India contractors, but developing the economy also.
And those are businesses owned by tribal members?
By tribal members. They're wholly owned or at least 51% owned by tribal members. And that was developed by T.E.R.O. That was supported by T.E.R.O. That was preference, and the preference that was provided to Indian companies, Indian entrepreneurs for business growth, and supported by the T.E.R.O. ordinance. So we have the base T.E.R.O. ordinance and we went over this yesterday, but I'm going to go over it a little bit today because I see a lot of new faces that covers commercial and civil construction. And then we have something specific to oil and gas, and those are the oil and gas regulations that were introduced in 2012 in support of the ordinance, so we could do compliance and enforcement in the oil and gas industry specifically. Any other questions? Yes,
I got
sir.
the impression yesterday that these 142 businesses were like spin-offs from your oil and energy type things.
They're in many, not all of them are oil and gas.
No, they're not all oil and all, but
no,
they're being able to become businesses are a result of your energy program.
It's a great contribution, no doubt, because of the revenue that is afforded to individual members of the tribe because of the oil and gas industry and royalties, that they're able to have the resources. Some of the obstacles that we have in Indian country that prevent us from becoming successful business people individually is the fact that we don't have generational businesses. And we're dealing with the basics when you're looking at governments and societies. Some of the things that we don't have, I don't know what the national unemployment rate is, but I think it's about 5 or 6%. I'm not really sure exactly what it is right now. But most tribes in the United States have unemployment rates in excess of 90%. It's unheard of. So we're not communities and societies and tribal societies that have access to employment like other Americans do. We're different. We're different. We're on reservations. There's not a lot of industry. Their economies aren't well developed, so the opportunities for businesses are limited. And our tribal governments haven't had the experience to be able to embrace that and support local businesses. And 3 affiliated tribes has done that. They've been a prime example nationally for tribes on how to support business growth and true economic development in a community that's going to allow tribal members to start businesses, to be licensed in businesses. The licensing is very, very important, and a certification for Indian contractors, and a process for certification, which we call fitness, to avoid any fronting. And that would be a certification of an individual Indian that does not operate the business, but that business is operated by a non-native that is using that native company or name or enrollment as a front. And it's always a challenge for tribes when it comes to fronting. It's always a challenge. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Now, Kelsey is talking about how you're building this refinery. Now,
yes.
This is a big project.
Yes, it is. It's a $700 million project right now.
It's a step-by-step thing. So, Kelsey, we want to hear more. How are you doing this?
We're going to do that right now.
And thank you, Frank, for covering a lot of that. But yeah, these companies are all incorporated as corporations or LLCs, so they're legitimate companies that we have developed there in Fort Berthold. And it's kind of hard to explain. We're not trying to brag or nothing about it, but the money that's up there through these our oil revenues is just tremendous. Sometimes it's scary what some people bring in monthly on royalties, and so it's kind of a fact, though. In our council, right now the split is 60-40, and 40% of is tribal land that goes to the tribe. And then 60% is allottees who are paid royalties from the oil. And then depends on your percentage of ownership and how much land you got and all that. And so that's how they determine that. And then OST is the one that disperses it. That's kind of how that side of it works, the oil money. Now you say that all, my buddy, he come up, and I had a hard time listening to talking to him at first, and then finally I said, what are you saying? All, you know, all. And I said, oh, you mean oil? Yeah. We have some interaction with the tribes down here, and it's always a real pleasure to be down here. But anyway, transload phase 1 construction, barrels per day capacity, and then the 6-month construction timeline. We're going over that right now, and some of it's because of our weather extremes. You know, we got about 3 months, 2.5, 3 months, you know. A couple of weeks ago, it was snowing up there. I'm not kidding you, it was snowing. And we were coming back from gathering nations, and it snowed on us. You know, and the weather is a big factor up there for us. So anyway, holding capacity for 3-unit trains, and so that when they bring that in, you know, they pull up, and like I said, the 7 loading stations are like hoppers set above them, and they come in and they can put the fuel in the trucks or how we're going to do it. So engineering integrity with refinery. So that's making sure we have the best price we can get, and it's the most efficient, you know, most economical for us to operate. And the operational plan and economic reviews for maximizing profitability, and that'll be done like a strategic planning type scenario, and we'll update that, you know, constantly every 6 months, and every month all of us report to council. We all report to the council. We have a time when we walk in, and every program in there reports, you know, what you've done, depending on what your program does. And with us, a lot of times it's how many people we put on the job. They always want to know what we brought in, and we've been okay to do this. And so last month, for the month of April, T.E.R.O brought in $333,000 in revenue for the tribe for 1 month. And so when we get this online, then they'll be giving a full report on what we're going to get off this monthly. So, okay. This phase 2 is to provide primary feedstock for refinery at the 20,000 barrel per day production level. And so we'll be selling a final product out there. And a lot of the tribes in the area want to buy from us because it's produced on Indian land. It's brought from Indian oil, Indian production, refined, and then when we sell that, if it goes from tribal nation to tribal nation, there's no state tax on it. So there's a lot more at stake than just building a refinery and giving them jobs. We're also maintaining that sovereignty. Hey, Frank, which one you push?
The arrow now.
Okay, this is the basic layout of what it's going to look like. And we've got 40 acres out there that it's being built on. And so this is we've got the rail line in here. You can see that this is the main part, and these are big holding tanks. They look like the tanks down here at Cushing. And so this is a mobile loading road. And so we've got that in there so we can move it around and stuff. And then the main part up here, and up here is control. And we have the rail line, so we can offload that and truck it and do what we got to do. Refinery modules, end of technical review process, we've pretty much come up. We thought we had it down, but we've had to make some changes in it, and we're moving along. And entered detailed the engineering phase, so that's what we're kind of getting into. When you go to the details, we're going to have some issues here, so we got to work that back and forth, and then the final construction approval. So it says 24 months, but we're exceeding that now. And then here's the main products will be diesel, gasoline, jet fuel, and I don't know what this is, to be honest with you. But we are analyzing daily and seasonal yields within the current design configuration for economic modeling. And see, this is what it's going to look like. This is conception when it's finished. And there's like 7 different blends of gas that you get throughout the United States. The oil refineries say it's going to Louisiana and Florida. They make that a certain way and it goes there. Up there, we get it in or we get a different blend for the cold weather. And so that's something else that they look at. So, block view diagram for yields. This is real technical, so I'm not going to touch that part. Next one. This is the refinery layout. You've seen the conception of what it should be. This is work in progress right now. It's going on. This is 60 to 1,000 jobs created during the construction phase, 100 permanent jobs created for operational capacity and skilled labor and professional-based sector. So you need some engineers in there, as well as you need the people who are going to do the actual, make it run. So, and then there's many more long-term outside service-related jobs, trucking, maintenance, retail distribution and services, supply. It's a huge opportunity for our state and our tribe to create and maintain a high level job creation and sustainability. So when we're done with this, we want to see it in 20 years, 30 years, still producing oil and gas and diesel products, the jet fuel. When you hook into that and you start making that jet fuel, we have Minot Air Force Base. We have several air bases close around us. And we're a hub zone in 8A. So naturally, we should be able to sell to the Department of Defense. So those would be permanent, long-time contracts of what we're looking at there. Okay. This was started under Chairman Tex Hall back, like I said, in '02 when we started the permitting process. And it's taken us a long time to get here where we are to actually go to construction after getting all of this stuff. Because big oil out there, they got their refineries. They don't want no Indians imposing on their profitability. That's a big thing. They'll fight you, and they got the congressmen and all that in their hip pockets. And I think that's why it took us so long to get all the permitting for it. They'd say, oh yeah, you can get that permitted and you'll have it in 6 months. And sometimes 18 months, almost 2 years. And who's in Congress too. We had some real supporters up there on the Hill, in the Senate and in the House. And they supported us and pushed it to where we could get this done. So we had to have the political side of it working too. But it was started under Chairman Tex Hall, and all of this Corval group. I think we've replaced them right now. They weren't meeting expectations, and some of the others we're working with them yet. And, we vet them out. If they're not performing and doing what they're supposed to do for us, then we get rid of them. Is that it, Frank? Yeah. Okay. Rich Mayer is the CEO for that project, and they've been working it. He's got a staff of about 4. And so that's our refinery, and it's been a long time coming. It's like Frank said, about $700 million to build it. But we look to recapture that money, within. I'm not sure what our analysts of us are saved for recovery on that, but we don't look to be a long time, and this is being paid for by the tribe. Right now, as of right now, we don't have a loan one on that thing. We're paying for it 100% out of our tribal royalties.
Are you the first ones to do this? Are you the first ones that in country to do this, that refinery?
I don't know.
I think you might be.
There's no other.
No other tribal entity that owns an oil refinery. Yes, sir.
Kelsey, and Frank, I have a question for you, particularly Frank.
Yes, sir.
You took a tour the other day when you went down to Cushing. You know, it's all the oil comes here to
Yes.
Cushing. And our reservation is sitting right next
Yes, sir.
to this pool of oil coming in. Now, you've seen our setup here. You know that we're checkerboard. What comes into your mind as far as what could be for our tribe?
The potential is unbelievable.
And we set up big tanks to hold your oil? What could we do?
Yeah,
What do you see?
I just see even the local potential being so great with Cushing being so close. A lot of you that aren't oil and gas people don't realize that are in this room right now how important Cushing is to North America and to the world. You have several different oil indexes, and one index is WTI, and that's West Texas Intermediate. And West Texas Intermediate pricing is determined by Cushing, the supply that they have in reserve at Cushing. That's how it's determined. So that's one part of it. The other is the consumer demand. And you're right here. All roads, and this is what they say in the oil industry, all roads in the oil industry lead to Cushing. All roads from Canada, all roads from North Dakota, from Wyoming, they all lead to Cushing. So this is the hub, this is the center, and that's your neighbor. There's great oil and gas potential for the Pawnee tribe. To directly respond to your question, there's great potential. That would take 2 days to get into all the different aspects and mechanisms of oil and gas and what you have available here. The important part is going to be for your tribal infrastructure to be able to handle any of the business. And what I see in the past 2 days is, first things first, are going to be issues like this situation that you have here with trust land, and then water issues and jurisdictional. The basis is going to be your jurisdiction and establishing the law and policy, and maybe even taking the state to court and BIA to court to be able to establish your own sovereignty here at Pawnee. That's going to be the big challenge. That's going to be the first step before any oil and gas business enterprises are going to be able to be successful here. So you have some work ahead of you. The good thing that I'm hearing over the past couple of days is that you have tribal departments like your legal department that is up for the fight right now. And it's always a fight. That's what it's going to be. Every day at T.E.R.O, we're fighting. We're fighting our tribal departments. We're fighting our tribal business enterprises. Because a lot of times, especially our own native people, are the ones that are resistant to T.E.R.O. It's not necessarily excuse me for saying this, but the white guy, and that's how we kind of differentiate. It's not always the white guy doing that. It's not always the white businesses that are coming in and saying, no, we're not going to comply. A lot of times, we've already established a reputation of being aggressive, so they know that they have to comply if they want to do business. Our battles are internal. Our battles are with our own tribal departments, with different districts that want to go and do business on their own and don't want to, like Thunder Butte, that was a battle, and Thunder Butte was compliant. Richard Mayer was one of our T.E.R.O commissioners at the time and didn't want to bid out utilizing the T.E.R.O bid process.
but he had to conform to it. So it wasn't a slam dunk all the time. It's not always a slam dunk. It's always work. And it's work for TERO, it's work for the tribe. It's an evolution. And I believe, you know, our tribes are still in evolution. We are new to the business world. We're new. This isn't something that we have, and I mention it over and over and over again because we don't have generational experience in business. Whether it's general construction, civil construction, or any specific industry construction, we don't have that. We really don't. There's very few companies that are in this nation that have 8A status, that are large general contractors, that are generational. And there shouldn't be any reason why we don't have that. We need more and more and more. We need more mentors that have established themselves as Indian contractors for other tribes to mentor other young business people that are interested in taking on that task. And it's a big task. It's not easy. It's not easy to be in business. It's not even easy to be successful in business. A lot of the companies that we're dealing with high revenues right now that don't have that business experience are having a very difficult time with taxes. Just because that's not part of it wasn't part of their family system, it wasn't part of the educational system. There isn't even MBAs that we have in business are having a difficult time with the IRS right now because of how they set up their business. They've been in business for 2 or 3 years and are just getting it. They're just getting it right now. So there's challenges. There's challenges in the business world and there's challenges in employment. Over the past couple days, we talked a lot about TERO. And the premise of TERO was about preference in employment. That's what the premise was. I've talked to the chief and Appalachia, and their focus in working with tribes is about employment. And sometimes I forget about that because where I'm at right now, in Newtown and 3 affiliated tribes, we have 0% unemployment. If you want to work, you're going to go to work. It's as simple as that. One of our greatest resources that we need in the business world are employees. We don't have them. A business could come to 3 affiliated tribes and try to set up a new business, and their biggest obstacles to success is number 1, finding employees, number 2, finding some place for them to stay. And those are great resources. If you have those resources, you're going to be successful in business. But they don't. They're very, very limited. Other tribes, where I'm a Sistin-Waptin Dakota enrolled member, and we have about 90% unemployment. I think we have 3 businesses that are Indian-owned businesses right now, at this time. Dalray German is our TERO executive director. And the struggles that our tribes have are basic. It's about employment. And Dalray insistent, his biggest struggle is different than us in Newtown. Even though we share a lot of the same political kinds of obstacles to success for TEROs, that they're all different. And I know in Sistan, it's a matter of getting the casinos to hire our own people. Our 3 business owners to hire our own people. That's the difficulty that we face. So the battle for Dalray isn't with big companies, isn't with big business, it's not with the oil industry, it's internal. And that's the struggle that we face on a daily basis for all TEROs. I know that we're coming here with information, and we're talking about the success that we've had, and now we're going to begin to talk about our obstacles, and without getting into depth about what's really happening, this is an overview of where we're at right now. But we didn't start here. It didn't start with great success. It started with battles. And those battles were internal, those battles were external, the battles were about revenue, the battles were fights with the BLM that you're in right now, and with the BIA regarding permitting and policy. We're currently in legal with the state of North Dakota regarding jurisdiction of right-of-way. And the North Dakota Supreme Court on February 4th ruled in Crestwood, which is a pipeline company, versus Three Bears, which is a certified Indian contractor with 3 affiliated tribes, in favor of Crestwood on right-of-way that gave the state of North Dakota shared jurisdiction on right-of-way on trust land. So those are big battles that are going to be going to federal court. And so whether it is oil and gas, you have right-of-way issues on construction, you have easement permits, you have, and it goes across all aspects of industry that tribes have to fight, that TERO is part of also. So those are some of our battles right now. TERO is currently being challenged by an oil company regarding our jurisdiction of crude sales. And we have 3 or 4 federal agencies that monitor it and that do compliance and enforcement in addition to TERO. So, but those are battles that we're fighting and we're confident about. We have the right team. We have the right legal team, and we have the resources to be able to fight those battles with industry and with the state of North Dakota. But we didn't start there. We didn't start where this is an evolution. It really is. And this came from, Kelsey had mentioned Tex Hall, and I'm going to mention Chairman Leving, Marcus Leving, and Chairman Fox, and the support that we've had from the Tribal Council to be able to build that very, very strong sovereign arm of the tribe that we call TERO, And we're very thankful to the National TERO, the CTER, for the support that they've given us. John Navarro, Conrad Edwards, Lee Adolph, and Dan Press, folks like that nationally that have really provided us the technical support for when our executive director, Charles Foote, has had issues regarding legal issues on a national level, that those are his go-to people. So we have our local TERO team, Kelsey and myself and a couple other people, and including Dewey Hosey, who's the deputy director, and Charles Foote, who's the executive director, to be able to give us direction in TERO, which fights are winnable and which ones do we need to concede. And so for every tribe, that is going to be part of your planning. Is, where do we need to fight? So in answer to the question regarding the business, it was, where do we start? What are the steps that we need to take to be able to get to exercise our sovereign right to bring into revenue into the tribe regarding your resources? And you have great resources here. I'm very, very impressed. I want to thank everybody here personally. My trip out here was one where I didn't really know a lot about the Pawnee Nation and where we were coming to, with the exception of that I was adopted by one of your respected members, Harold Morgan, many, many years ago when I was a young guy. 35 years ago, I think I was like 19 or 20 years old when I'm 30, I wish I was 36, when he adopted me. And then I have a relative, Morgan. I want to thank you for your hospitality, and Steve and Joe and everyone here that have accepted us here. But one of the things that I've seen here that was significantly different than where I'm from and the reservations that I've worked with is the pride that the Pawnee people take in their land and their resources. We drove by, Kelsey and I were driving by housing, and we were both shocked at how beautiful your housing is and how people take care of it. They take pride in what they have. And that's not our experience. So we were very, very impressed by that. You have beautiful country here. There's a lot of work, I understand and recognize that your TERO staff right now is faced with. And my prayers and my thoughts are with them and with your tribe and with your people that you're going to have progress and success in that area. And I'm really confident with the people that I met that you're going to be able to put up that fight, that idea, that spirit of a warrior nation still exists here. You know, and I'm proud that I was able to come here and share some information with all of you, and I hope that the information that we were able to provide is going to help you in the future to build your economy here at Pawnee Nation. Does anybody have any questions at this time? Yes, sir.
I had a question concerning your TERO. Does that apply to wind energy that will be coming into your area? I know they're developing those things now. Geothermal.
That's, yeah. It's really that's how do you say that, Jim? That's well established already, and for many tribes, it's more complicated. The wind energy portion is there. So if you're in an area where you could generate so much energy, that's not the obstacles for tribe. The obstacles for tribe is being able to get power purchase agreements and get in the grid. And many of your co-ops in every state have those locked up. So the space isn't available. So if you could develop as much wind energy as possible, but it's getting it into the grid and having those power purchase agreements, that's going to allow you to get into the business. And that's been the obstacle for all the tribes.
Would that apply also to geothermal? And
That
ground resource heating systems?
I couldn't respond to that. Cal, speak.
Yeah, we have one of our Indian companies is operated by, how old is Elaine? 22, 23?
Yeah, 23.
23, and he got into wind energy, and he does some, not all over, but he'll come to your house and they'll put in a system for you, and you have electricity. Up there we got a lot of wind, and so it's almost continuous. When it drops down to a certain level, then your line will kick in and provide you electricity. But he's dropped a lot of them down to $18, $20 a month after he's installed his wind energy.
Right now in this area, we're having a coal company and oil companies fighting against wind energy. So if you want to make a profit on wind energy, you sell it out of state.
Yeah, but that's that power purchase agreement you got to have and be able to get on the grid. If you could put all the towers up you want, got good wind, you're producing good energy, but you can't get on to the delivery system to get it there.
But being a sovereign agency or Indian country being sovereign, we should be able to do that with TERO. Compliance, all of that stuff within their own territory.
You know, a lot of that comes through the Army Corps, because most of those dams are set up and run by Army Corps of Engineers. So if it's full, it's full. You know, and you have to do a lot of analyzing and look at that and see if it's something you want to get into, because it's quite costly to put just one turbine up. The things most of them come from Germany. And they ship them around and they come in. When we had them going up in Yakima, we had big ships would come in and they would lay those turbines down, and they're all self-contained. It's just like Legos. And they come in a big tube and everything's in there. And as you stand them up and you build a base, and it takes 208 yards of concrete on the ones we did for that base that don't tip.
Depending on the size.
Yeah, and then out of that tube comes the base, and the next one, and all the turbines and everything in there. That's how you build those things. But yeah, it's something to look at, but you got to make sure you got that, like Frank alluded to, the power purchase agreement. Yes.
I think to me, I think that a lot of entrepreneurship and a lot of businesses and things that we look forward to in the future for the tribe, the Pawnee Nation, and never forget the tribal people.
Yeah.
That's the basis for even being here, is the tribal.
This is your homeland.
Yeah. And sometimes they're forgotten. We may have a chance to develop new programs, run new programs, create new programs for the benefit of our people. Sometimes our people are left out.
Okay.
Another thing is that a lot of times, a lot of this information is really, really outstanding and it makes you think. But sometimes people neglect to think that it took you 20, 30 years to get to where you're at.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of this stuff just don't come overnight.
No.
I mean, there's all kinds of
Obstacles.
stuff you gotta do surveys, you gotta do assessments. You gotta set that groundwork first. And sometimes they may take 4 or 5 years, 10 years to even do that.
Yeah, especially if you get locked up in court.
Yeah, because you gotta have, like you said, know where your boundaries are.
Yep.
They have to take you go to court with the said, all of this established, it is established.
You know, when we started this, you know, it wasn't like it is now. You know, we didn't have the big building. We worked out of a building that was probably this pole to that wall, from this wall to that back wall. That's where we started. One of the things that, once you get there, you can't back off. You can't stop once you get it. You got to continuously upgrade your skill set. You always push. You're always getting decisions that will affect you. You know, when Charles and I get in the morning, we get at 8 o'clock. No, it's actually by 8:05. Just kidding. We come in, and usually Frank can attest to this. Sometimes we're in there till 10 o'clock with a closed door. You know, we're assessing what we got to do. We're assessing what we had to do, and we got it done. And what's the end result? And then we put that one away, and we move on. And it's a constant. And then as when Charles and I get done with our session on what we got to do for this week, what we got to do for today, what legal is going to get back to us, what we got to put into council, you know, all of that stuff. You know, figure out. I do the commission, so I set the commission agenda, and then we vet it with the chairman so he knows what's coming, and we put it out. And written material has to go out for the cases that they're going to hear. And so we, you know, the first couple hours of each day, we're just sitting in there. And then when I get done, and Charles and I got done, we got all our stuff, I'll go take care of what I got to fix. And then Frank and the teams will start coming in behind us. So Monday morning, we're booked tight. And yet they still have bid openings. We have the people coming in to do the licensing, and registration, you know. And so we have 2 processors, and that's all they do is business licenses. And they're extremely busy. They'll come in the morning, and you know, they'll have a stack this big to come in for signature, and we have to do the due diligence on it. Because there's always, you know, anybody can go to TERO and get a license, but yet when we go through the vetting process, that's some of the things that's his primary function there with his team, and they look at all of that. So to maintain what we have a great challenge. And every day, you know, we're in there in the morning. We go through that morning session. If it's short, sometimes we're out by, 9? A little after 9? You know, but a lot of times it goes till 10, 10:30, just Charles and I sitting down and laying it all out. What we got, like I just said, you know, who's doing this, who's doing that, what are the results we want, is it in a timely manner, you know, and we go on like that. So it took us a while to get where we're at, and you have to maintain that level. So you've got to be on your game constantly. So it is, yes.
You mentioned that you try to pour a lot of effort into equal pay for your tribal members on the jobs. Do you have to get her? Okay.
Thank you. You mentioned that you have to put a lot of effort into making sure that your tribal members are paid, you know, at an equitable amount. Huh?
Should have been here yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was reviewing for Office of Minority Health. I was kind of tied up. But I wish I could have been here. But do you put the same level of effort for equal pay for women?
Of course.
Okay, great. I had to ask that for my daughters. They're on me all the time now.
No, if a third-party contractor comes in and pays the women less, it's, you can go to Fed wage an hour, or you can go to EEOC, but a lot of times we go to Fed wage an hour, because the majority of these contracts come on are commingling money with the feds, so that would be a good place to go. Also, we can go look at OFCCP. I think last year I talked about that too.
Yeah.
Office of Contract Compliance Program, and so we do that. Pretty, huh? These two are, back a few years ago, we had a basketball team with the CBA, Continental Basketball Association, and I was a part owner in one of the teams, and we won 2 championships, and that's what these are.
Congratulations.
I seen him looking at them, so I'll just explain them. Yeah, this was the first one. And then to make sure that they're really vetted, they got your name on them. Yeah, both of them. So anyway, yeah, we can
Elaborate a little bit, and I guess I want to ask T.E.R.O a question regarding wages. Do you have your own wage scale?
Yes.
Okay.
Wage scale.
And the prevailing wage scale to the council member that asked the question regarding the differentiation between preference and sex is the wage scale shouldn't differentiate. That should apply to everybody based on preference. Yes, Steve?
Now, with regards to the wage scale, with regards to federal projects and Davis-Bacon wages,
Yeah.
I understand that Davis-Bacon wages was established to make the bid process a little bit more fair, with regards to wage analysis. But when these projects do happen, like for instance, if they were building the IHS or we're using federal dollars to build something, can we require these general contractors to honor the Davis-Bacon wages? They have to.
Well, they should have to. They have to. So, in your ordinance, I don't know how the ordinance looks right now, but you could word that ordinance to whatever wage is highest, or whichever one you want to apply, whether it's your prevailing wage, the Davis-Bacon wage, or union wages, but whatever is going to benefit your enrolled members.
Yeah, you always take the highest one when you're dealing with that. And so that they know when they bid the job, this is going to be labor costs. Everybody's the same.
Yeah.
The only differentiation is if there is a female working and it's an apprenticeship program, then she would get a lower wage, but everybody else in that same classification would get the same pay.
Steve?
So, I've had a situation where the contractor is paying one of my T.E.R.O employees more than another T.E.R.O employee because he's worked with them in the past on other projects.
Because you see, meeting your minimum prevailing?
Yes.
Okay.
He's actually making more, but he's making more than the other guys that were put on the job as well.
Well, he may be going on his experience.
Yeah.
And that's an internal issue for the employer. If they want to bring on a guy who's like my son, he was really a good concrete guy, and he gets out there and he gets the high dollars, and the other guys who are just coming on and can't make it look pretty and all that stuff, they don't get that same amount of money because they don't have the experience that he has. And most, probably 90% of the time, he's working for companies he's worked for before, and they call him up and ask him to come in and do the finish work. And so that's the only thing you'll get a disparity off is if the company's paying everybody at that base level, and then people who they want to pay more to because of the experience and they have that knowledge, they don't have to stand over them and say, do this, put that there, don't cut this. They just say, here's the plans, and the guy looks at the plans, walks out there and does it. Those are worth more.
Now, the other question is, all of the construction projects, whether they're tribal departments or tribal business enterprises, are you invited to the pre-construction meetings? And you should be.
Most of the time.
Okay. But it should be, it shouldn't be negotiable. That should be 100% that you're part of the pre-construction, and that T.E.R.O is the wording in the RFPs that TERO laws apply.
Because if our guys up there go and do a bid opening without us, the company is fined right off the bat. If they're not licensed with us, there's a good possibility of shutdown. If we don't have our people on a job, that's another fine. So you gotta have full disclosure with you.
And if it's a tribal project and it's gone out for bid without us, then they'll have to rebid it again.
Ah, okay.
So all that effort that they put in is,
That's one of the things I mentioned yesterday, was to get into government contracting. I've never seen TERO there, because they always do the bidding in Dallas, Washington, Oklahoma City, and that.
So what you're saying, you need a bigger budget?
It needs to be there,
Yeah, and that's a bigger budget.
but it never was. And I was there for 35, 40 years, and never seen it.
No.
And they were building on to the hospital and.
Did you make anybody else aware of it? How come?
yeah,
They just said, you got it, you know, and a lot of it came through the BIA and said, you got it, because what he, was it the tribe wanted it or not? Yeah.
and IHS, they have their own construction policies, and BIA does also, and they always, and the wording of all of their construction contracts and their RFPs all have TERO language in it that I've seen. I've never seen them not, no matter where I've gone. So for us, for BIA and for IHS, it's Aberdeen area is the area offices for both. And it's in all the language for construction.
In 1991 was my last conference in Dallas. There were no TERO people at all.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
These guys didn't.
Yeah,
we're getting.
He was in diapers.
He was.
Is that right? You got a picture of that?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I changed it.
But yeah, it's that disclosure you gotta have for the TERO to be efficient. And you know, whoever you report to has gotta be known. You can't hold nothing back from other programs. Yes?
One of the things that we're doing with housing, and I told you I was the Commissioner of Housing, and Linda's here with the director, but we are now building our elderly homes with tornado shelters inside for the elderly and the people that's needed.
Now they just gotta get down the steps to get there. They're on the main level?
We're on the main level, all of concrete designed with steel bars. We're building 4 of them right now.
Is that Nahasda? Are those Nahasda dollars or ICDBG? Nahasda? Okay.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty. We should look at some of that up there.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of wind up there, and we get tornadoes.
Sure do.
Yeah.
Not like Oklahoma tornadoes.
We
Yeah.
had 7 in your area just last night.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't hear about it. Wow.
The little yellow dots. Yeah.
You
Yes,
mean
sir,
by our
Steve.
hotel or North Dakota?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the bid process? Because, you know, we have been involved in some bid processes with regards to construction, specifically the ICBG projects.
Yeah.
But should it be in our ordinance that, you know, all entities that have, you know, construction projects have to involve the TERO? I don't know
Yes.
if that language is in our ordinance.
I would recommend that it be, that's the teeth. Yeah, that's the teeth that you need. So when we start talking about compliance, and today we were talking about compliance. Compliance doesn't only involve Joe going out in the field and going out to projects. Compliance is, it's multifaceted, so it entails licensing, applications, the certification of Indian contractors. It also involves the bid process, which is so important to TERO in terms of where you're at, your involvement in that project, you knowing the details of the cost of the project, the size of the project, the start date, and the projected end date. You're going to be able to list your projects. Normally when I do the TERO update, I do a list of all of our ongoing projects that we monitor and that we audit. So, and I didn't do that this time, but we currently have about 12 different projects ongoing right now that are active.
And we have to be part of the bid process. And so we're there, and we're usually there in force. With the Thunder Butte project, it was very difficult because they wanted to do that on their own. And when they realized that they didn't have the experience to do RFPs and to do TERO compliance, that's when they called us up and we began that process. Just to go back on Thunder Butte, where we're at, to give you the quick update, we're in phase 2 of the project. The project, I believe that Kelsey talked about it, and the PowerPoint had mentioned that it was going to be 24 months. We're at 48 months now, and it's a much bigger, complicated, technical project than we had ever assumed. Their experience with letting bids has really created some obstacles for the project manager, and you really have to get it down. You have to be good at that. You really have to be able, with the type of technical equipment and structure that they're building, there are EPA regs and rules. There's the tribal regs and rules that they have to meet. There's the FCC rules because you're transporting crude and refined crude, which is diesel and gasoline, and they didn't realize that it was going to be as complicated as that. In addition to that is finding the qualified construction companies that have experience in that type of build is very difficult. Yeah, the technical capability. So those have been some of the challenges that we've experienced, but it is getting built, and it is going to be done, and it is a huge project that's been budgeted. I believe with the crash of the oil industry that the tribes even borrowed money from Thunder Butte. Not yet. They were talking about borrowing money from them to utilize for their own budget out of the Thunder Butte budget. So it's a very large budget that they have.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, so we're involved in all aspects of the RFQs, RFPs, everything. It has to come through our office. And so it's one of the things that we do in TERO. And you got to have the disclosure from all the entities. The other thing is you can go look on the websites at Fed Highway, and they have projections at 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. And the other thing is there's some transportation boards here. Do any of you have any tribal members on any of those types of boards at the state level? See, that there is what you need to do. When I was in Washington, I served on many boards. I think serving on boards, I got something like 68 years right now. If you add them all up. Yes, sir.
Are you leaning towards the MOUs like the Caltrans signed with the TEROs in California, which is their Department of Transport, their
DOTs, yeah.
DOTs, yeah.
We don't have that, and yet the state, this year, it has over $800 million in road and bridge retrofits. It's some here in our own area, but we don't have an MOU with the DOT, the ODOT here.
MOU are usually those kind of, with the DOTs, they're a governor-appointed position. And so what you have to do is you have to be able to get on these boards. Even if you get on them at the local level, you have to be on these boards to make that decision. And a lot of times they're non-paid positions. You go on your own dime, and you stay at your own dime, and everything is probably put on the tribe for getting members on these boards. But that way is when traditionally when I was a little guy, we'd go to some kind of meeting, and my grandpa, he was a BIA chief of police, and so we'd go in there and we'd sit down, and it was concerning law enforcement, so he would go, and it was at the state level. And there'd be a table set up, and all the, for a better word, all the white guys were sitting there, and all the Indians were on the outside. And so when they come up, they had a discussion. If you didn't get in on that discussion, they voted, and no matter, it was done. That's why you got to have people sitting at that table. It's very, very important. The outside, they call it community leadership. And that's how you get on these boards. When I retired, the governor called me and his staff, and he wanted me to be on the Washington State Human Rights Commission. And I would have been vetted by the Senate and then sent to him, and he would have made the appointment, and I would have been on the Human Rights Commission for the state of Washington. But I was retiring and I was coming to MHA, so that was one of the things I gave up. But, you know, many of the state boards, and go back to the DOT thing, in Washington State, we had Team T.E.R.O, and that included the Washington DOT, WashDOT, they call it. And every other year, we'd have a meeting where all the T.E.R.Os in the state of Washington and all the DOT would come to that, and the members from their respective cabinet posts would be there, and as many tribal council as we could get there, our leadership. And we would sit down and they would lay out the plan. It'd be just like this, they're on the wall. Which counties, which tribes, everything, all the way around. And we'd sit there and we'd discuss what they're gonna build, when they're gonna build it, how much money's gonna come in. T.E.R.O applies, they will pay the T.E.R.O fee. And then at that point in time in Washington, we go to the pre-cons and we explain T.E.R.O. In ODOT, Oregon, when they have that same situation, they have a mandatory meeting from the Oregon Department of Transportation that they have a meeting with the T.E.R.Os, and each T.E.R.O comes and they explain their rules and their laws. And so that's really, you know, really opened up. But in Caltrans, you know, it took a court case to get them to the table. Yeah, we had that court case there. And so that was a big thing. But you know, you've got to look at all these outside agencies and all of the boards you can sit on. You know, Yakima County Workforce Development Council, I was on the board. Hanford, the big nuclear reservation down by Tri-Cities, I was on their board. You know, and Center for Construction Excellence in Renton, where everything construction went to a repository, and that was it. That technical school, and they provided all the training and what we should do. And at those meetings, they determined, you know, Seattle would come in, and we had one meeting, and Seattle would come and say, I'm going to need 4,000 plumbers. I'm going to need 9,000, 10,000 laborers. I'm going to need 1,500 crane operators. And they put their numbers up there so that way the cities and the counties and whoever's building those, the trades would enter into agreements and start training those people to come on those jobs when they were ready. So it took a lot of planning and execution to make these things work. But yeah, that's one of the things is, you know, one first step is, you know, a lot of you have been on tribal boards, you know, different tribal boards here. But you know, the tribe has not got to go and start looking at outside, because those affect you. And there's big dollars a lot of times attached to that. You might have an area down here where you got a bad corner where you've had several car accidents, several members have been killed on it. What are they doing to fix that? You may have that one down here in a non-Indian community, and all of a sudden they got $5 million down there and they're fixing that road. That's the kind of input you got to have with these boards.
Do you work with BIA roads?
BIA roads?
Uh-huh.
You know, as far as I know, the Pawnee Nation has their own roads department.
Well, and then BIA should have their road department too for
Are you 638?
everything? Oh, they 638.
We've
Yes.
gone directly to federal highways, we contract directly with federal highways.
Oh, you're dealing with the Fed Highway.
It
Good.
used to be under T.E.R.O.
Okay.
But now we've had, probably been about 7 years, 8 years.
Mhm.
Federal highways.
So you understand what I'm saying about the planning and all of that that's coming down the pike. Those are 3, 5, and 10-year plans usually.
Who handles your right-of-ways for the roads? Because that person, whoever that department is, should have been contacted by the state regarding any construction, anything that is done with the surface has to be, they have to be contacted. So somebody's getting contacted. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that connection, you know, you would have to find that.
Right, I think I might
Well, we're going to wake you up now and take a little break. Give us 10 minutes, back at 11. Okay, thank you. You have been real good, and we appreciate your questions and all the things that have been brought up. Anyway, what we're going to talk about next is compliance, the actual workings of compliance officers, what they do. Because we've covered the administration part of it, we've covered the business development part of it. Now we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of what TERO does in the field, how we do it. And we're going to give you the North Dakota version. And I'm sure it's pretty generic, you know, whether a cop's a cop here in Oklahoma or up in North Dakota, they have the same basic rules that they abide by and that they apply. So with the compliance part, we want to talk about when we put them out in the field and all that. And Frank works a lot more directly with them, because when a call comes in and we find a company that's not in compliance or has no tribal members working on that project, a lot of times the call comes into the liaison department. Frank will hook up with our chief compliance officer, Tony Two Bears, and then Tony will call his guys up and get them dispatched. So we follow that chain of command so we don't break down and get those hurt feelings that if I'm the boss of that and you never call me, we don't get that. So we try to eliminate that as much as possible. So we utilize our command system, and it filters through there down to the compliance officers and who's in that area, who's working. Usually when one rolls, we get another one will roll. Energy will start that way. Environmental will start a truck that way. And then when we get there, if we've got multiples, then PD shows up. And so we get 5 different agencies on one call sometimes. And it's real comforting for us in the administration part to know that our officers are safe out there. And like we explained yesterday, you know, they carry firearms, we carry tasers, we're badged, we carry citation books, ticket books, and we utilize them. And there's a fee schedule that goes with that. But I'm kind of tired, so I'm going to give it to Frank.
Well, good afternoon. Oh no, actually good morning to everybody. It kind of feels like afternoon after that long break. So good morning, and it's good to see some new people here from yesterday, and then the rest of you that are returning. I know when we ended the session yesterday, we had talked about compliance and what we need to do for compliance and how compliance is structured. What we take a look at is who are we doing compliance and enforcement with? Who are our compliance officers first? One of the Kelsey talked about our system and how we handle the system. And my role in compliance is that when our compliance officers are out in the field and they're gonna write a citation, that they usually call in, and I make sure that due process is served. So I know the attorney was here earlier, and that is very, very important to us in terms of the legalities of a citation, that it's actually applying to the law. That when they write a citation, that we are ensuring and determining, that compliance officer is determining that there's a violation of the law. And once we determine that there's a violation of the law, it's my responsibility to take that citation and make sure that they've met all of our requirements for a citation. So I work with the compliance officer. And we talked a little bit about that yesterday, and that is in the event that the citation is going to be contested, that we know this is what we call a bulletproof citation, that it's met all of the requirements of the law. But our compliance officers, some of the things that they need to know is we have to take a look at who we are as Native people. And many of us grew up on reservations, and I talked about that earlier this morning, with no businesses. We don't understand business. We don't even really know how businesses operate. We understand retail businesses, right? We know we could go into a store, we pay for the item, they might have purchased that from somewhere else. Or if there's a service and we need a television fix, we understand that. We don't understand construction. We don't know what residential construction is like and what it all entails. We don't really know about commercial construction and the difference between working with steel and iron and wood and 2x6 construction compared to a steel building or an iron building. We don't know anything about that. So our compliance officers come in with the idea of what they understand about employment, and they come in with their own preconceived ideas based on their own experiences about what business is like. And we have to go through the process of educating them on the differences between government. And when you look at government, I'm going to talk about tribal government, federal government. They're not revenue-based. They're not profit-based at all. So everything that we learn growing up means that if I'm a TERO employee, if I'm a BIA employee, if I work for IHS, I'm not working for them to help them make a profit. Not at all. It doesn't make any difference. So if I'm there, it's about a service that we're providing, a human service that we're providing. And it doesn't make any difference if I'm working 2 hours out of the 8 hours that I'm at work, if I'm working 7 hours out of the 8 hours that I'm at work. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't really have a monetary impact on that department. They're going to get that budget no matter what. And our officers grew up with that, and they understand that. So when it comes to business, if we get a call, and it's an employment call for compliance, and we have a native employee, an Indian employee says, well, Tony, I got let go, and ABC Contracting, you know, they kept these white guys, and they kept Indians from other tribes, and they never liked me in the first place, and we should go shut them down. So if Tony doesn't have experience with business, Tony's going to respond, and he's going to call Kelsey and Frank, and if we don't have experience, we're going to say, you better go shut that company down. They let our Indian employee down. Lay them off. They didn't do what's right, and they need to be shut down. But with experience, we know that we have to do an investigation. And that's our responsibility, and ensure that we're giving that company or that entity due process. But in business, it's totally different. It's totally different. If we have an employee, we have some business enterprises industry here. If you have an employee that's coming to work an hour late, wants to leave an hour early, takes an extra half an hour for lunch, is that the type of employee that you want? And what does it affect? What's it going to affect?
Bottom line.
Bottom line, and that's profit. People that go into business don't do that for the love of business. It's not a passion. It's for profit. It's about bottom line. Totally different than government. Totally different than government. And for TERO, we have to be able to recognize that and understand that. So when we're doing compliance and we're looking at the casino, and the casino's there for profit, is it there for profit, or is that...
Just for my pleasure.
Well, you know what? The casino was there to take my money, so I want all of you to know that our tribal members here and the OTO, that I contributed to their revenue generating enterprise, because I lost everything. Now I have no money. I told Steve, I don't know if I need a permit, but I'm going to go panhandle so I can get back to North Dakota.
For profit.
For profit, yeah. And so that's the big difference. So when our compliance officers are going out to business enterprises, we don't use our ideologies, our learned ideologies about what employment is, what business is. We have to really understand how businesses operate. So if they get that type of complaint, part of our investigation is meeting with business and saying, what was the purpose of you letting that employee go? And when they start taking a look at, the first thing that we would look at is what their policy is. What is your policy? Did you follow your policy? And if they followed their policy, and there's a documented history of showing up late, there's a documented history of leaving early, there's a documented history of no-shows, then that is a legitimate reason to let a person go. So the responsibility ultimately relies on the tribe itself, the community, and the culture to be able to provide those skills, those employment skills and employment values to their enrolled members of the tribe. Very, very important compliance component that a lot of times the community never really understands, that that's what our compliance officers need to do. They need to recognize what our thinking is from growing up, and then what's really happening out in the business world. So when Joe goes out there And he's gonna, Joe and Steve are gonna meet with the construction companies, and they're trying to explain how their business is structured. Part of that is legitimate. You know, however they structure their business to be profitable and to ensure that they're going to protect their bottom line is theirs, as long as they're not circumventing TERO law. And that means that they can have whatever types of policies that they want, as long as those laws aren't going to allow them not to hire TERO employees and TERO referrals. That has to be their primary focus when doing work on this reservation or any other reservation or any other local laws. Every company has regulatory people. Do you guys have regulatory people? And we were talking about that. So part of regulatory is all of, I don't care what kind of industry you're in, if you're doing anything with construction, building of any sort in any industry, you're going to have issues like right-of-way easements, you're going to have permitting, you're going to have taxes, you're going to have TERO. So part of the due diligence of any company coming into your jurisdiction is that they're going to have to understand, and that's part of their regulatory requirements or regulatory demands of the local government. And that's very, very important. It's not up to the TERO to go out and do that. It's up to the company to do that. That's their due diligence. That's their responsibility when they go into an area. So that's really important for our TERO to understand that, our commission to understand that, and the community to understand that. One of the things that TEROs like to do is they like to put on informationals for the companies that work with them to develop a list. So the departments that are doing construction, and we talked about housing today, NAHASDA, it's real important for them to invite their contractors to those informationals that TERO is going to do with all of the contractors that do work here, to give them the updates. They're doing their due process. TERO will be doing their due process by giving them those updates, letting them know this is what we want from you, this is what's going to happen when you're doing the bid process, this is what's happening when you're going to be hiring people, are you going to 1099 folks, what's the difference between a FTE employee and a subcontractor. If TERO ever gets to the licensing process, what the licensing requirements are going to be. A lot of your government agencies, and we talked about NAHASDA, a lot of your government agencies have rules about TERO, and many people don't know about that. NAHASDA has a federal rule for every TERO. They didn't pick out tribes and say, well, for the Ponca they can do this, for the Hunkpapa in South Dakota they can't do this. It's for when you're dealing with federal dollars as a NAHASDA tribe that you've accepted. Once you submit your NAHASDA plan, you've accepted their rules and regs regarding accounting and processes. And what NAHASDA says with NAHASDA federal money is that any NAHASDA has to, if they're going to contract out with an individual, which they would consider a vendor or a contractor, that contractor has to be licensed or approved by TERO and have that in writing before a check can be written. Before a check can be written. And for BIA and their contracting departments, IHS contracting departments, they all have language for TERO. This is all compliance related. And it's really important for the federal government to understand and support the national TERO. And that's all the work that Kelsey and John and all of them have done with all of our government agencies to ensure that TERO is going to be recognized. What we haven't talked a lot about, Kelsey and I discuss a lot about the challenges to TERO, the state challenges and that type of thing. So the national TERO, we've been upheld in the Supreme Court. We know that the regs that we have, that the technical assistance that we've given to, that CTR has given to tribes, has all been upheld in higher courts. So this isn't something new. This isn't something that's never been done. This isn't something that Pawnee is experimenting with or kind of toying with. This has all been proven law already, and law that's been challenged and upheld in court. It's been adjudicated already. So there's already been legal precedent set for all of these things. So when that happens, the federal departments normally comply. They're normally working, they're adding the language that's going to support the local TEROs. So when we're doing compliance, these are all the things that we have to consider. So the knowledge of the law for our compliance officers, just like it is for law enforcement that does criminal law, and I'm going to go over that again for some of you that were here for the past couple days, that our laws are civil, strictly civil. We don't have any criminal responsibilities at all. If there's any kind of criminal act, we're required by policy to be able to contact the local law enforcement, whether that's tribal police, BIA, the sheriff's departments, federal law enforcement. And then we do augment law enforcement at 3 affiliated tribes. I don't know what the responsibilities and the jurisdiction of your your TERO is here, but you have that ability to be able to expand or expound on their responsibilities local, to augment any of the services that you have available now. We work with all the other tribal departments when it comes to compliance. We work with our environmental department. We work with oil and gas. We have a natural resource department that handles issues like what you have right here regarding right-of-way with water and access to water and use of water, what is federal, what is state, what is tribal. And we have to work with all of them. We have to understand what our parameters are within that jurisdiction, what TERO could do, when we need to call those other agencies that have responsibilities whenever there's been a compliance violation in those other areas. So we're really detailed in what we can do and what we can't do. Although TERO at 3 affiliated tribes is the go-to compliance agency. So whenever the community knows, and a lot of times we have to do what we're doing here with the tribe and the community, because the community, TERO gets blamed for everything. So if there's an environmental issue happening, they'll go and they'll call the director of TERO and say, your compliance guys aren't out there. And we have to go and explain, that's not us, that's environmental. They're responsible for that. And they're like, we have an environmental? Yes. They have compliance officers too. They have trucks and they have law. And their law is what dictates their citations, just like our law dictates ours. So when it comes to working with other departments, what we have is Title VII. And Title VII allows TERO compliance officers to write citations for commercial trucks. So we have DOT, which is our Department of Transportation, that through Title VII does licensing and permitting, just like the state does, of commercial vehicles. Anyone in industry has to get their vehicle registered in order for them to go on a construction site or an industry site, which is oil and gas. And so we have the ability with DOT to write DOT citations. And those citations began at $500. So for not having a TERO license is $500. Not having a DOT sticker. So if this is a truck, our guys are driving, sometimes we're set up, we're monitoring. We would look on the door and they're required to place that sticker on the door. If they don't have a sticker on there, we're pulling them over. We have lights, we have badges, we have guns. It's very dangerous out there. We have anywhere between 40 and 60,000 transient employees coming through the reservation and coming through the Bakken. So it's very important for us to be considerate of safety for our compliance officers, and that's why we have those mechanisms in place. So they have the ability to pull over trucks. I normally have pictures of our compliance checkpoints, and I go out, well, I should say everybody teases because I don't like going out to locations. We have something called scoria, and normally I'm in suits. I don't have my FRs, but I do have my gear. So all of my FR gear is like our steel toes and fire retardant equipment, and we'll do our checkpoints with that. And we usually work with the Highway Patrol, the Tribal Highway Patrol, law enforcement, and DOT, and EPA. And we'll get out and we'll stop every truck that's coming in each direction. We have lights set up. We usually do it early in the morning. And the last one, the last big one that we had, Charles and I were both out. And of course, they're not going to tease Charles, but the guys were teasing me because my boots didn't have a scratch, there was no mud, so they were like, let's get this work. They were pulling my tags off my FRs. So we all go out, and all the departments work together. And that's the beauty of it. That's really the beauty of protecting your community. And when we look at truck traffic, we don't know who's coming through. And the reason why we have the law enforcement, the criminal division of enforcement, the law enforcement criminal portion, there with those checks is because if there's drugs, if there's any human trafficking and all those things we have to take a look at when we're protecting the community. So compliance isn't as simple as just going out and checking every location. There's so much more to what we do at TERO to protect the community and to ensure that the community is safe. If trucks are coming through the community, any residential area or any of our roads at a high rate of speed, if they're driving irresponsibly or recklessly, we have the legal right and authorization through law to pull them over. We have lights, we have law enforcement lights, we have sirens. So they have to pull over for us. Yes?
I have a question.
Yes, Steve?
These highways on your reservation, can you elaborate on how you guys got that law, that agreement with the state on being able to do that?
It's not an agreement with the state. We're exercising our sovereign right to protect the exterior boundaries of 3 affiliated tribes. The state doesn't give that. The 3 affiliated tribes, the nation.
So you guys own the highways right now?
Well, we own roads, BIA roads, tribal roads, that type of thing, and all the access points from the one highway, which is Highway 23. So we know that we don't have jurisdiction on 23. So as soon as a truck turns off on our BIA roads to get to all the oil fields, then we have jurisdiction. So we set up points that are strategically placed to do weight checks. We do weight checks. We do safety checks on the vehicle. We're all trained to be able to do that. We're all trained to be able to pull vehicles over, just like law enforcement does, just like Highway Patrol does. But the safety aspect of our officers having the training and certification to be able to do that, and how we utilize our lights properly, and all of the mechanisms and tools that we're given, that we use our training to be safe and keep the community safe.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work here because I don't believe we own the highways around here, BIA roads. I'm not for sure, but I'm sure on our tribe we do. That small section that you made, across the Green Ridge.
You could even set up tolls. These are just ideas. There's the talk that we have is, once you enter onto reservation roads or BIA roads, that's a fee. Those roads have to be maintained. And if you have commercial traffic coming through them, how are you maintaining them? How are you monitoring them? How are you exercising your sovereign right as a tribe to protect your boundaries? Yes, ma'am?
You're talking about protecting your tribal members, and
Yes.
you have a very large percentage of men coming into your community. Do you work with your tribal programs to protect women?
Yes, we do. There's just to let you know, my background and where I came from before I went to work for 3 affiliated tribes was working with the Department of Justice and Homeland Security to provide training in the area of domestic violence and sexual violence against women. So that's what we did in the Northern Plains areas, and working with women's groups like First Nations Women's Alliance, the North Dakota Women's Association based out of Bismarck, and all the work that they did was, or all the work that I did was provide training for law enforcement, for court systems and communities, and developing like community responses, CCRs they call them, helping develop local laws that with law enforcement to develop policies for officers to how they're going to respond to those types of crimes. And it's victim-oriented responses is what we did. And there's still an ongoing, we have a program called the Victim Assistance Program at 3 affiliated tribes. Sadie Youngberg is part of it. My background also is I'm one of the founding members of a men's society, a warrior society called Wicha Agli. And it was, I believe we had 7 tribes represented. There were 11 men. And now that organization, Greg Gray Cloud and Aldo Leon are a part of that. They're heading it up now. We started it, developed the curriculum, and did a lot of men's work. And they were part of, Greg was arrested actually in Congress because he sang a song, a war song in Congress. And it was big news all over that it was just something he wanted to do to protect women. That's when the last reauthorization of VAWA in 2015. So that's the background. There's always the equality, our traditional roles. We talked about that yesterday. Is many of us in T.E.R.O, we have our traditional way of thinking, and my way of thinking and the way I was raised with our traditional ways within the Native American church, Sundance, Inipi, which we call a sweat lodge ceremony, Chanupa with a pipe, and that's how I raised all of my children also. That's who we are as human beings. And when we do the work, you know, some of that translates into the protection of our local resources. So many people had asked me, many of the people I go to ceremony with who don't support oil and gas, said, how can you sit in ceremony and then go and do that type of work? And I didn't really understand the question. I wanted them to elaborate on that. Well, tell me what you really mean before I respond, because I don't understand what you mean. And they said, how can you support oil and gas? I said, T.E.R.O does not support oil and gas. That's not what we're doing. We're supporting the law. We're enforcing the law. And we are the last line of defense against industry exploiting our resources. We're the last line of defense for our people. We're there to protect our people. We're needed. What we need is the mechanisms to do that. And the only way our compliance officers can get that mechanism to do that is if tribal leadership provides us with a law to be able to get out there and do enforcement. Yes, ma'am.
My next question. A lot of tribal programs refer to their T.E.R.O as an ordinance, which
Yes.
is associated with the municipality. So wouldn't it be so much better when we revise ours if it's tribal law?
It's just legal terminology, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, the difference is when you implement policy as a regulation, that's to support the ordinance or law. So then you have differences there, and that would be what the commission would have the ability to do to ensure that the T.E.R.O staff have all the mechanisms in place and the tools to be able to enforce the law. So they would develop policy to do that that isn't part of the ordinance or law.
But when you're dealing with those entities, wouldn't it carry more weight for you to say, we're here to enforce the law, rather than to say, we're here to enforce
Well, that's what we do. There's some tribes that call it code, and like I said, it's just a matter of semantics. It all means the same thing, but there's some tribes that say this is our tribal code, others would say this is our ordinance, others would say this is our law. But when we train our compliance officers, they're trained to be able to understand that entity that is receiving a violation, they're breaking the law. That's an unlawful company. That's not a lawful company. So when that company comes in for the citation, and if they want to talk about it, we treat them as though they've violated the law. They're taking resources from the tribe. They're taking something from the tribe. They're either not being licensed, they're operating as an unlicensed company, which is unlawful. And that's how we treat them. We treat them as though they're an unlawful entity within the jurisdiction. And they have a choice. Their choice is to be lawful or to be unlawful when they operate. And if they choose to be unlawful, we are there to give them the consequences when they're caught of They have to get a citation or be sanctioned. And we don't do the citations. The commission, Kelsey's going to talk about that whole process in a little bit. But that's part of, again, that's still part of what we do. So we have the employment aspect, we have our own mentality and the ideas that we bring out into the field. We have the safety aspect of things. We have the law and the training for our compliance officers in the law and how to apply the law, which is really important. Kelsey, do you want to handle the appeal process?
Sure. 15 minutes.
Okay, the commission, that's what I work with primarily, and the administrative function of the TERO. And when we get a complaint, it comes in and we log it in, we make sure our operations manager gets it, looks at it, vets it, and then it comes back, well, to us. Charles, our boss, looks it over and passes it on. So several hands are on it before we actually get it to the commission. There's a lot of looks at it before it actually comes in. We have an investigator. We're very fortunate that we have an investigator who vets this, and he makes sure that the people who are filing the complaint have a legal right. If it's for a company, they have to be a part of that company, an owner, CEO, however you want to, whoever has that signatory authority. And what we do is we look at that, and if they have the right to make that complaint, then we vet the complaint, whatever it is. If it's something on bid processing, whatever we have, then the other thing too is, you know, the best way to say it is, I'm the bigger end than him. You know, I wear the beadwork and I got the whoopshush, the long hair, and you know, he don't even look like an Indian. And we get that. But a lot of times when we start looking at it, we found that sometimes that these people don't have the legal right to file a complaint. They're not part of that company. We vet those out. We look for all of those little things that have to be made so that this is legal when it comes in for us. And our investigator does all of that. He does all the legwork. Looks at the documents, looks at the incorporation, looks at the ownership papers. If they're making alleges that he's using non-Indian trucks and he doesn't have a lease agreement in place, then he's outside the parameters of TERO, and they want the contract is what they want. And they say, okay, well, and he says, okay, they said he doesn't have CDL drivers, and they bring in all their paperwork. And we can't 1099 them, they have to be employees of that company, so they have to have a W-2. So they're regular employees, the taxes are being paid on them, all of that, so they are a legal employee of that company, that Indian company. So they do that, and there's a whole process that we go through looking at them. They don't have bonding, we go look at the bonding. They don't have insurance, we look at the insurance. And sometimes these complaints are totally bogus. They're just trying to come in there and present one side and have us make a decision. So that's why we went to an investigator / prosecutor for us. It's basic. We can't call him a prosecutor, we have to call him an advocate because of what he does. And so he comes in there, so when we have complaints, we have the commission sitting, he comes in front of them, says, yes sir, we have a full docket, and our commission's already got the docket so they know what's coming up. And he presents the case and say we want to fine them. And we used to go ahead and say we can fine this company like $500,000. And the company would, they would say, well, and we go back and forth. And there's internal remedies that we have to utilize first. And Frank and there's 2 others that sit on that team. And we'll do a mediation with the company on it. But what the commission has determined that if we can fine them $500,000, they want to see it at $500,000. That's the number they want to see, and it's up to them if they want to bring that number down or not, or hold it there if it's that grievous. So when they do the mediation part, it's Frank and Dwayne and Tony Two-Bear. And so these guys will vet those. And then when they come to the commission has all the information and they make a determination on what's going on. Now, we just had one where the complaint was not valid, was invalid. So we responded to that, and we run the paperwork back through, went through Frank, went through Dwayne, our operations guy, and it went to Charles, our TERO director. And so once we all got that lined up, then a letter was sent to that company saying, you know, we have no reason to forward this complaint, and that all the aspects of the investigation indicated everything, all the allegations were false. And so we send those letters out, and those are to our Indian companies. But we handle the non-Indian companies the same way. So there's no distinction there. The commission has to do that. Now, if they at some time feel that the commission was not fair, or they didn't like the decision, they had a procedural error, then they have to go, they can go to our tribal court, and then we have a court of appeals. They can go to, if they don't like those two, then they can appeal to the feds. But generally, we can mediate that out before it gets that far. And a lot of times they'll come back and say, can we talk to you guys again about this? And we'll talk with the commission. They said, go ahead and see what you can come up with. You know, see if we can get this taken care of. And so we do that with our commissioners. But one thing I really want to stress on you guys, we got a court case going on it right now. And this is for Steve. And what you doing?
He's doing selfies.
Oh, he's doing selfies. Anyway.
Steve, you said you didn't do selfies.
Lost my concentration here. But anyway, when you're in your commission and you're doing the hearings, make sure you get one of your lawyers to give you the federal civil law rules, and you follow those rules. Because if they appeal you at any place, they're going to look at that civil action that was taken and if these rules were adhered to. It's part of their due process. So make sure, Steve, get some training for your commission on those rules. And so that way it protects you too. So that's a big one there. It's a paramount one on the due process. And these guys now got to know those rules. And so I think there's like 17 or 18 rules that you abide by from the federal side. Now, if you go around any of those, circumvent them or anything like that, if they get to federal court and they appeal it, you're done. You know, if you've overlooked any of those rules. So it's really a big thing to make sure your ducks are all lined up, and that's one of those is having the proper training. And the training you need is from your code, not our code, from your code. Your law is what you apply here. So it's probably different than ours. So that's what you have to be trained in, and you have to know these federal rules. And that's just the basics. And you got to be, the other part is really tough, and that's, it's called an ex parte communication. And what that is you're a commissioner, and somebody wants to file a complaint, and they come over here and they say, hey, I need to talk to you. I'm going to file a complaint, but I want to give you some of the particulars on it so you know I'm doing right here. And they talk to them about this complaint, which is, the old cops are all smiling, and you're like, oh man, you're in trouble, you know. But that's ex parte communication. You cannot have that. If they start that, you know, because when they go back and start looking at your minutes and stuff, your minutes will reflect that you had communication with this person. And, you know, you can't lie. If they depose you, you've got to assert it. And so you've got to be really upfront with them and tell them, you know, if this is a complaint, I can't hear it, I'm going to have to step away, and you're going to have to file that with TERO, and there's a procedure that's in place for us to hear your complaint. The proper time and place when we're meeting. Because when you're not together as a commission and you're not in a meeting, you don't have the authority. And you don't want to micromanage anyway. That's what the TERO director's hired for. That's what he does. That's his job. So at any time you want to make a correction, in a policy or how they're carrying out things, then you do it as a board. And you all vote on it. And you're not gonna vote 100% altogether. I can guarantee you that. There's gonna be issues that, it's gonna rub you wrong, and you're gonna say, no, I don't think this is right. These two guys might say, yeah, and then the other commissioner's sitting there going, should I make it 2-2? But you gotta have a majority. You can't have 4, you gotta have an odd number up there. 5 or 6 usually. And so that's how you vote on your resolutions and what you're gonna do. Now with us, we get a resolution from our board to change certain parts of our law, which we're doing right now. And when you go there, then we have a committee, and we go to the committee and we present it there. And that committee looks at it and says, okay, we want to take it to full council. And then a full resolution is written up, and then that's forwarded to council, and then your TERO director has to present that at council. And then with all your blessing, it's all written up, it's all together. And we have a legal, we're real lucky we have our own lawyer, TERO here, that works specifically for TERO. And he vets it, and we all look it over, and once it's good, then it gets presented to the floor. Then the full council votes on it, and when it's passed, then it becomes part of our law, our ordinance. And I don't know what the procedure is here, but I'm sure is it similar to that?
They don't have their own attorney, but we have one attorney.
Yeah, we have both of them too. We have our own attorney, and we have what they call OLC, Office of Legal Counsel for the tribe. And so when we're going to do that, we vet it through both places, so we get two attorney eyes on it. But we're very fortunate to have our own legal that sits in at our commission meetings and any training we have. And I do the majority of the training for them. Yes, sir. Oh.
It's lunchtime.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'd like to say thank you for coming and being here. We really appreciate your attention, and what we've got. And is there any questions, closing questions?
Q&As?
Q&A, questions and answer time. Come on, ask a good one. Make Frank dance up here. Jim?
Yesterday we talked about disposal of oil and gas
Waste,
and waste equipment. And I went to the city this morning. I went to the city this morning at 7:30. You guys were supposed to have been here, and you weren't. And at the donut shop. So, I asked, where do we put our waste that we want to get rid of, at the house or at the office or something? And the city said we have to take it to Stillwater. Well, if we have to take it to Stillwater, which is 26 miles away, we're crossing county lines, and I knew that was an issue right there. But they don't have any place here within the city, but they do within the county, and I think that that's being handled by somebody else. One of the other things I asked about was disposal of waste buildings that we're tearing down, asbestos material that has to be put into a separate dump and taken, and then when you do it, somebody has to sign off on it. The city has a person who signs off on that now. So we're looking at that. And so those issues were there, and I asked the mayor if he could answer that on the waste of liquids, and he said no. I also asked about batteries, and we can do that with one of the dumps right outside the county, because they recycle batteries.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good environmental situation for our environmental team.
If we could do something.
That's an environmental question, sir. So that way, all of that stuff seems to get dumped on TERO. What's TERO going to do about my dumping? What's TERO going to do about the wastewater? What's TERO going to do about, and so that's why on the outgrowth, when we started to expand, we went into that. We developed the energy portion of our tribe. And those other compliance people are in our building. They went with us. So, anyway, yes, sir.
I got a
There's tribes here in the state, some of the larger tribes who obviously have the economic means to have a budget for a TERO office, and they just don't do it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, usually, whether they got the budget or not, if TERO is good, they'll support themselves. You don't need to feed them. We've never taken any tribal.
I'm not implying that.
No, I understand what you mean.
It's a choice.
More or less, it's a choice, yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
And it's exercising their sovereign rights. And I said it, and I say it over and over and over. I really believe that TERO is one of the strongest arms of sovereignty that a tribe has, because they're able to provide preference in employment for their enrolled members, preference in contracting, and fees in lieu of taxes. It's very, very important to tribes. And it's just something that maybe they haven't overlooked. And we had talked about some of the contributing factors to why some tribes don't recognize TERO and why business isn't even important to them, because they're still battling with some of the basics and the basic fundamentals of new government. And that's just trying to stay organized, trying to stay afloat. And that isn't one of their priorities. Some of their priorities might be gaming, and because it's a big source of revenue, and they don't have much in terms of construction going on, that type of thing. And from what I understand, there's some tribes here in Oklahoma that aren't land-based too. And so it's something different than what I understand and that what I recognize.
That's a challenge. Alaska's the same way.
Yep. Yes, Chief.
When we changed government, we were in a resolution type government for 100 years, and we took care of our oil and our minerals, and there was a mindset set. And when we changed the government to a three-phase government, the mindset didn't come over immediately, and they're our biggest resistance to any type of business type thing, because we were, when I was acting chief, we wanted to go into trucking. We wanted to start transporting our own oil. And our biggest resistance came from our own people. And that mindset has to take care, and I try to tell tribes today, if you got opportunities like this, go ahead and explore it and do it if you possibly can, because the tribe's the only one going to benefit from it. Because the old mindset will hold you back. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Chief, I want to thank you for that. There's a lot of studies involved with related to that way of thinking, and some people believe that is what we call historical trauma, and we're still caught up in that way of thinking of not being able to progress as a government or as a people, and not to be able to support each other in any kind of growth, and that's why we become stagnant. So thank you for saying that. I appreciate that very, very much.
There's one thing I want to say in closing is that the TERO, especially for your instance, you look at TERO as a law that functions to help get your people on jobs. In our final report, when we submit, we tell how much income we brought in for the year. Yesterday, April, we brought in $333,000 to our tribe through TERO. We're outperforming the casino right now. We've got a big casino. Okay, and we're doing it with, what, 10% of the staff. The casino's probably got 300 people working, and we're doing it with 30. And when you write that report, you tell how much money you brought in, how many contracts you worked, how much you brought in TERO fees, how much you brought in on fines. And the important one that really gets to you is that how many people did you put on a job? How many people worked out there? How many man hours did they work? What was the median salary? And what was their total income that was derived? That didn't come, a dollar didn't come from the tribe. All third-party money, all third-party income. And so you benefit from the people being employed, because you know as well as I do, we can't employ all our people. And this is an option for them, and I'm sure you got people who are sitting there saying they're doing construction outside his house right in the front, and we've had people walk out and say, I want to work on this job, I'm a tribal member here, and they say, oh no, we got our workforce, we brought all the boys from Texas. And there's nothing they can do. But with TERO there, they can step up and say, no, you've got to hire our people. We're going to keep our money here. It's not going to go back to Texas. You know, then that pride of being able to be employed, making their money. Because a lot of these guys don't want to work for the tribe. There's a lot of people who just absolutely, you know, there's some people here who've worked in trades and stuff who don't want to work for the tribe. They don't want to get stuck into politics, and we get a lot of that out right. Yeah, that's why a lot of our business owners said, I ain't working for the tribe. I want to be my own boss. The money's out there. Give me the opportunity, T.E.R.O. Come on, I got my 3 cousins and all this, and we're all Hidatsas. We want to be out there on that job. So it's our job to get them there. So those are some of the positive things that can come from T.E.R.O. When you look at the end of the year, and they said, your budget is for your tribal council, and your people and your employees, you might be saying, we're spending, I'll keep it in tens, 10 million, and T.E.R.O. comes back and says, we put 350 people of our tribal members on third-party jobs, and they worked 300,000 hours, man-hours, and the payment was, they made $6 million in payroll at no cost to the tribe. And then you got the people saying, Mom, T.E.R.O. keeps me working. I like that part. And then there's a lot of them who want to go powwow, you know, play basketball, do all that stuff. They don't want to be tied down 40 hours a week and go talk to the boss whenever they want to take a long weekend. And a lot of those, we work contract to contract. So when this building was built, it took 6 months. They come on, they work here for 6 months, and they're done. And they go someplace else.
For me as a contractor, that's the biggest hurdle is reliability. You believe in these guys, and you want to give them a chance, and you step out there as a business owner, and you give them that job. They show up work, 3 days, 4 days,
oh, yeah.
and then they don't come back again.
Yep, that's classic.
Train them. That's right.
And the cost of
It's a
training,
big
that's what
investment.
the community
It's a big investment that I don't think that non-business owners understand how much we have to do
Your
just
risk.
to get a guy on a job site.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not as easy. That guy might think he can come in and out to TERO and get a job anytime he wants, but the impact, the economic impact on the business.
Yeah, on the business, yep. And so that's why we have to continuously teach about soft skills. And that's a program that we work on. And when they come in, and Steve has to do it, he has to instill in them, don't make me look bad. You show up on time. And you have to kind of get down on some of these guys, you know, and you tell them, hey, if you don't do this, I ain't putting you out for 6 months. You know, and I got plenty of workers right behind you, many tribal members who want to do this job. You've been hanging out here for 2 weeks every day, signing in, saying you want to work. I got the license, I can pass the drug test, I got the skill set, I got a little card here that says I can operate heavy equipment. And you put them on, and first paycheck, boom. Yep, we see it. Yeah, we see it.
And for you as a business, if you haven't met your contract, your completion date, they don't understand that in that contract, what you're losing per day, what it's costing the company.
LD, liquidated damages.
I think the funny thing through it all is you won't get a call, no show, but they will definitely call you to get their paycheck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we get paid 2 weeks from now and it'll be mailed to your house. Yeah. But anyway, we thank you for all the questions and your attendance here. And most of all, what Frank and I were talking about, and what we really noticed was, there wasn't too many people playing on the phones. There was a lot of listening to what we said up here. And I didn't mean to call you out on that one.
Okay.
But I have one comment. And I had talked yesterday about what our breakdown of numbers are. And our breakdown, our data, our numbers for businesses. And we displayed it yesterday, but we didn't get a chance to do that today. We didn't want to go over it for the folks that went over it. But we have 2,800 licensed businesses. We have 168 certified Indian contractors, with 142 of them. Really, that was based on May 15th, so there's more. We have about 145 Indian businesses, and over 20 of those businesses are female-owned businesses in a non-traditional area for women, and that's the oil and gas industry.
And it's really important because 3 years ago, we only had a couple of woman-owned businesses. And the men in the community felt that women should not be in the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry didn't want to have women on location because it was traditionally a male area. We've done a lot of work at TERO, and that's based on Charles Foote, our executive director, wanted to really promote our female entrepreneurs. So I believe it was at the 2014 update that we showcased, 2014 or 13? Yeah, 2014, we showcased our woman-owned businesses, successful woman-owned businesses. And 2 of them have gross revenues in excess of $50 million. So those were the 2 that were showcased. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. So the data, when we start looking at data, there's 15,000 enrolled members at 3 affiliated tribes. We're one of what they would consider the successful TEROs, but when you want to look and analyze the data, the 142 certified Indian contractor TAT members, even 148, still results in less than 1% of the total population that's in business. They're approximately like 5% or 6% of the total businesses that are licensed. We're still minorities in our own reservation. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I talked about it earlier. It's an evolution. It's an evolution of fairness. So when we start talking about preference, our preference is different than the federal government's preference. Our preference is based on enrolled members and certified and Indian contractors that are federal, and this is the law. They have to be from federally recognized tribes. So that is the preference that's given in TERO. So if you don't get numbers for male, female, that's more of the EEOC, and that's not TERO.
And then I just wanted to recognize Steve and Joe, the staff that we have here at TERO, and I wanted to tell them personally, thank you for being warriors, for being true warriors for your nation, and protecting the resources, the people in the community. I want to thank you for all of your hard work and wish you all the best and your families the best and safety on the road, on the job, and in your homes. So if we could please give them a big hand. Thank you for everything that you've done.
Okay, and the other thing is, because of our high employment rates, we hire other tribes. We bring in, when we were in the max at the oil boom, we had a lot of people from down here come up there, and they come in and say, I'm Pawnee, you guys are Arikara, and so we put a lot of them on the job. In our TERO building, that big building that we showed you, the maintenance crew and the security crews are all Crows. We don't have any Hidatsas on it, they're all Crows. And they take good care of our building. And so those are, some of the openness that we have. And Navajo Nation would come up and it'd be 15, 20 at a time that our dispatch, Lloyd Johnson would put out on jobs. And so, because we ran out of local people.
We even hired Mexicans by Yaqui brothers.
We even hired Mexicans. Yeah. Frank says, that's my brother.
My Yaqui brother.
Yeah, we took care of all of that. But we're a very progressive TERO. We have extremely good teams. We have a good TERO director. And we're constantly evolving, and we're looking forward for the next day. We plan ahead. We have our meetings. We know what we got to get done. We take care of our budget, and even for us, at our budget level, it's tough to maintain sometimes. And I know we're hitting that 12 o'clock thing, and it's actually 10 after. So I thank you all for coming and being here and listening to what we have to say, and I hope we made an impact on your lives. And it's going to be a long, hard road. It's not going to be easy. Anything that looks easy, and you see somebody who does it and it looks easy, usually they spent hundreds of hours working on that to make it look easy. And so you're going to be in for an uphill fight and a battle. But Frank and I are available, and you need any more input or you need some sort of special training. I've been doing this a long time, and it's not a problem. And so we just need a request from the TERO or the council to come down, and we come and do it for any tribe that's out there. Yes?
When I went to your training back in 13, you had a regional representative from Oklahoma. I think it was John
Overacker.
Overacker.
Yeah.
From Cherokee Nation. But now he's not with Cherokee Nation, so what do we do now? We don't have a representative from Oklahoma.
I asked that question.
So now I'm recommending that Steve be representative.
Raise your right hand.
Okay, let's do it.
Put your hand in.
No, they actually made that, I made well, I didn't make that suggestion, but I brought up the question at the legal update in December at the National TERO Convention in Vegas, saying that, we have a consortium of TEROs here in the state of Oklahoma, but we don't have someone leading it. And it was John Overacker, but I know he stepped down and nobody's come in to replace him yet. And I think it was either Dan Press or Lee Adolph and said, well, maybe you should do it. But, I wouldn't mind. We just need to get together. We need to have all the TEROs come together in the state.
I listened to you in Las Vegas, so right now you're hearing us.
Yep. The thing is that you have to reorganize your region. We were broke into regions, and in that region there's boundaries for, what were you guys,
Southern Plains.
Southern Plains Coalition or Coalition. See, we work out of the, I used to be in Yakima, so it's Pacific Northwest region. And so when they get together and reorganize, and you still have your 501(c)(3)?
Yeah.
Okay, they have their nonprofit status and all that, so it wouldn't be hard to resurrect your TERO region, and then you elect your officers and you start doing your region meetings, and then you bring together, what you do is you bring together your local issues in this region that affect you. And so,
ODOT,
whoever you want to, Texas, whoever's in that region, you get them there. The other thing is that you can invite business owners, and they can, express their ideas and how to fix it if they got any fix-its. But usually when we ask them to come, we ask them for, not only a question and whatever they have, to bring some sort of resolve for it also, so that we're all working together, so it streamlines and speeds up your meeting times and what you do. So yeah, you just have to resurrect your region, and I think he's going to put out a letter saying let's meet wherever, and everybody come together and say we need to reorganize and we need to get this going again, because there's a lot of issues locally for you in this region that needs to be addressed. And you guys know it better than Frank and I do what's going on in your backyard and how to fix it. And we'd be willing to come in and do technical assistance and stuff like that for you.
Well, once he sets that up, he can invite you guys back down, is that correct?
I don't know, it's up to Steve.
That's what he just said.
He's got the power to do it, so.
Okay. Yep. Commission says fly Kelsey and Frank down, we're here for you.
Steve, just one thing to industry that's here right now and supporting TERO the way that the tribal business enterprise is doing. I want to thank you for that personally, for being here and listening to some of the information that's related to TERO and the legalities of TERO, whether it be national or local.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for being here, being present, taking time out for TERO to learn about it. Definitely appreciate that. I wanted to get a quick round of applause for both Kelsey and Frank for coming down from North Dakota. I truly appreciate y'all coming down and didn't charge us, but just the travel and all and your per diem. So I appreciate that, and we hope to have you guys down again at some point and be just a little bit further, within our progress of what we're trying to get to. I started in, like I said, I don't need to toot my horn, but we've been growing as a TERO. We've got more employees. We've been bringing in more revenue.
for the tribe and covering our own budget. And we've got some good opportunities here. You know, I think we're just starting to scratch the surface on what we can do here. And so I'm looking forward to the growth of TERO here in the next, 3, 5, 10-year plan. And I expect to be around here for a little bit. So I appreciate again, Kelsey coming down, Frank bringing your expertise. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's a conclusion for this event and this presentation. And if there's any more questions, right now will be it before they take off. I know Frank's got to catch a flight this afternoon, but other than that, you're dismissed. Thank you very much.